welcome to Belgium for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps here on Race Spot TV and iRacing Live with, of course, the Neo Endurance Series. Hello everybody, I'm Cameron Walsh, and with Hugo Louis, we are going to be bringing you the 6 hours. So it looks like it's going to be a fantastic event. Of course, prototype GT1 and GT3 cars in the field. So we'll get into it in just a moment's time. We'll be right back with a proper introduction to the Neo 6 hours here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Well, everyone, 21 turns, 4.35 miles. It is, of course, Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, one of the most popular races that we have here on the Neo Endurance Circuit. We just cleared the Nürburgring not but a month ago, and boy, was that a race, a massive battle between Coanda and Core in the prototype, and it looks like it is going to be a fantastic one here today as well in that division. Of course, GT was swept up by Core's GT effort, then PRT it ended up taking it away in the GTD division, the GT3 cars, not GTD. This isn't America, this is Spa. So, as such, we'll get right into it as to where the cars are going to be starting today. Of course, we still have a packed field as always, as we're looking at the grid times right now. Of course, Sim Racing, their prototype car qualified with a 201.276. The Virtual Racing School Coanda SimSport car, a 201.599. So Core, perhaps just a little bit faster. Don't know where. We'll have to find out. Thrustmaster Movano Racing, not that far behind, 201.867. That's the top three for prototypes. Chimera following along. Radicals Online will be starting in 5th. Reactive in 6th. Friction SimSport in 7th. Gecko Vortex Sim Racing in 8th. The PRT, the Pure Racing Team LMP Black car, is going to be starting in 19th. GT's HBD division is going to be starting in 10th. The Mad Cape Racing Team will start in 11th. JCL Sim Racing will start in 12th. Then the Fusion and Acme Racing's locking out your prototype division. Going into GT class, as the cars are starting to take to the grid right now, it's going to be Vendevel Sim Racing, Heismanveld Core Motorsports, Radicals Online's GT1 effort, Torrent Motorsports, Sim RC, and then of course the Coanda Corvette starting 20th overall, which is going to be 6th in class. Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT following them. PRT's GT effort, SRN, IRDK Assault, Team Chimera, as their GT car will be starting in 25th. Overall, Asbury Motorsports, Phoenix Motorsports, Torque Freak Racing, Sim RC's Iris car, not a great qualifying compared to its Crimson cousin, but they'll have plenty of time to recover. And then Racing Lines finishing out your GT1 field on the grid, at least, as the cars look like that's a beautiful field looking down the straight here. But looking at GT, it is GTS. It is going to be the Pure Racing Team. They are going to have qualified once again as the pace car starts pulling it away. MSP Drivers Home, Core Sim Racing, Atomic Motorsport, Shinya Machini Racing, Thrustmaster Movano's GTS Team RSO, Radicals Online's Pro-Am, IRDK Endurance, MSP Drivers Home, Odox, Hellenic, Team GT, Team Diftaba, Gathering a Tweakers GTS 99, and then Simitak holding that all out. 5 cars starting from the pit. Speed Asylum, Virtual Drivers by TX3, the Pure Racing Team LMP White car, which I don't think qualified, the Rubagleen Racing Team and Zen Racing, so I'm not sure who's actually here. I think it's just Asbury and Speed Asylum, the rest not in attendance. So, With that, looking at that Porsche pace car, oh, that's a pretty looking Porsche. As the cars are looking along here, it'll dip into the pits and it'll go to Mitchell de Jong in that VRS Quintessim Sport #1 car. As he's holding the field, allowing everybody a good stand, and there goes the green flag, and Frederick Rasmussen already pulling it along with the Core Sim Racing. It was of course Frederick Rasmussen's flag to take. They all go into corner #1 here. Tommaso Carla with the Thrustmaster Movano is on the inside of Coanda as they are making their way through the very first corner here at Spa La Source, as always. And now looking at the GT division as Mari Cadisoja in that Vendevil Sim Racing, he's taking that position away from Alexander Voss. And Wyatt Gooden is that is going 1, 2, 3. It's Aston Martin in that. The Corvette plus Kivikas looking fairly well. As everyone makes it through the first corner, there in GTS, will be taking the flag. Patrick Pitchler, he's staring down that flagman, and off he goes. The Pure Racing Team GTS effort is pulling away right now. Lucas Jastak in the MSP Drivers Home 85 car in pursuit. Johnny Carew in the Core Sim Racing GTS, and then Lef Van Ganetjen in that Atomic Motorsport GTS car. They are pulling away. That is Audi, and then a Mercedes. It's the Team RSO car, a little cycle back. Hopefully those Mercedes can have a good run, as that Shinya Machini Audi already pulling to the inside of Thrustmaster Movano, and having we've already had one pass through up Eau Rouge and Rodillion. Nope. As the cars settle away, we'll take a look at the prototype field. Core Sim Racing's number 22. Already quite a gap just as it is. It looks like it is going to be just it's already a second from Frederick Rasmussen over Mitchell de Jong, who has got half a second on Tommaso Carla. So a blazing start from Frederick Rasmussen. They're working their way right now, going through corners number 16 as they're heading towards Blanchimont. Of course, for those familiar with my commentary style, unfortunately, I butchered just about every single word here at Spa-Francorchamps, so I apologize. Hello, everybody in the chat, by the way. Thanks for making RaceBot TV part of your day. As Frederick Rasmussen takes the final 2 corners, the bus stop, which looks nothing like a bus stop anymore, and he will take the first lap, and that'll go to Frederick Rasmussen, and in just that 1 lap's time, already just over a second at the line. So Frederick Rasmussen, that Core Sim Racing car, looking to pull away very heavily, already very aggressively, as the rest of the prototype field looking fairly good. Let's take a look at the Vendevil Sim Racing 32, that Aston Martin. As that is currently getting hustled by Alexander Voss. Already a little bit of a bump. Hello, good sir. Good morning. Welcome to the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps here. Of course, for those of the more engineering-based, the weather today, it's 74 degrees Fahrenheit on the surface, or in the air, 101 degrees Fahrenheit on the surface. So winds coming out of the southeast, 2 miles an hour, with a 68% relative humidity. As Mehdi Cadisoja is taking it up Eau Rouge and going into Rodillion as they're working their way now. Alexander Voss in pursuit, Wyatt Gooden, Kevin Siggy. Klaus Kivikas, he's actually looking fairly well right now. He started in 21st, he's already up to 19th, and he is in pursuit of Kevin Siggy, that Touran Motorsports. He will pull alongside as that Corvette, as Kevin Siggy looks to cover his bases heavy on the braking out throughout, as they actually have to hold up for Wyatt Gooden. They were both a little too deep on the brakes, and that has actually allowed the PRT car of Lauren Heinrich to start becoming on the attack, as the yellow headlighted Corvette looks to cover from the Aston Martin, as they're proceeding now through Rivage, as it looks like that PRT car will take advantage of the braking debacle. Gunnar Moore in the IRDK Assault Racing Corvette also looking on. Hopefully those Corvettes, maybe they can work together a little bit, see if they can bring some of the fight to this Aston Martin field. As looking now through to your GTS field, they have just gotten through. They're in through Lake Holm right now in Malmedy. As it's Lucas Jastak still, as Patrick Pitchler has still leading. Lucas Jastak is still on the attack, I should say, as Johnny Carew, Lef Van Ganetjen, Shinya Machini, Stefan Muljahar, all in pursuit in that first group, it looks like, as there's really nothing between them. And then you get to your first Mercedes, the Team RSO Mercedes of Stefan Jan, and they are actually looking through. And here goes Anders Dahl, the Movano Racing GT car. They misappropriated where the start-finish line on qualifying, and they will have started from the pits as well as Speed Asylum. So that number 31 Aston Martin already dealing with the traffic of GTS, which is a fairly difficult thing. It's not like the prototype cars where you just cycle right on through. These GT cars need to really line up these GTS cars to get by. As looking through up to your prototype field here. Might as well take a look at those guys. Looking at a battle between Marcus Hamilton and Ben Tusting, Friction Simsport and Team Chimera in the prototypes, the 15 versus the 24, of course. For the number 15 having been with Friction Simsport for as long as I can remember, same as the Chimera car with that 24. As they are gamped a little bit to Tommaso Carla in that prototype car, but for Friction, that is looking fairly, it looks like he fairly covered his bases. He seems to have gotten a decent gap over Ben Tusting. Ben Tusting, of course, to say that he's the more reserved driver would, of course, not be entirely accurate, but we all know when Jack Keithley gets in that car, what is possible. Daniel P. Johnson also listed, all three members from the UK&I Club. So the Team Chimera looking like they've come off with a fairly decent start. They've only gone up one position, but you know what? They're closing in, or at least trying to, as, well, actually the Friction Simsport has muscled that position away from them, so I guess I should say that as we finish out yet another lap. Frederick Rasmussen, let's just take a look here. He's going through the bus stop right now, and it's fairly staggering almost how Frederick Rasmussen, their pace is much more aggressive, and that could be because Koena Simsport is looking to have a bit more of a conservative start, perhaps a more fuel-saving start, but they are having just an absolutely amazing run of it. Frederick Rasmussen, in just 4 laps time, has already gotten just about a second and a half on that Koena Simsport car, so that's very impressive to say the least. Looking back now to your GT field, which if you haven't realized by now, it is just me. Hello, everybody, this is Cam Walsh with Hugo Louis, but looking back, it's Kevin Siggy in that number 66 car getting aggressed by that Pure Racing Team GT car. They're going into the bus stop. Will they go too wide? Lauren Heinrich, will they make it too wide? No, they will have not. So Torrent Motorsports, though, that's they're finding themselves. Kevin Siggy, he is finding himself white-knuckled with it already. The competition here with Lauren Heinrich and Klaus Kivikas in pursuit is just looking off. Let's see if we can get a camera off the rear of Matty Soja, because Alexander Voss has been waiting now. He's bumped that rear end maybe 3 or 4 times now, the Heisenbelt Core Motorsports car, as they go through Air Rouge once again. And now proceeding, going down, of course, the Carmel Straight, a very legendary racing track this Spa-Francorchamps is. He tries on the left, he's going to the right. It's my left hit there, left and right. But either way, Alexander Voss, he looks to go too wide through Lake Holmes. He has a wheel in, so this might be happening here. Alexander Voss looking in. It actually looks like Wyatt Gooden wants a piece of this action as well, but Matty Soja, he's fighting it back. He loses the rear end of that Aston Martin, though, and he has to cover his base from Wyatt Gooden. Kevin Siggy now looking to get into this. Lauren Heinrich looking to get into this. Will Klaus Kivikas come in? They're going 2 by 2 through the Radillion corner here, as Ravage, excuse me, as they go through corner number 9 and then go to Puan as Ravage is, what did I say it was? We're already having issues with corner identification. You go, that's all right. We'll get it sorted out. I literally only have a track map right in front of my face. As Matty Soja, he covered his bases very strong there. That was a very impressive fight back. He could have just easily let that slide and allowed that Core Motorsports car to get ahead, but he did not. So that was very impressive to see, as Wyatt Gooden looking to take advantage. Kevin Siggy, he was as well, but those Corvettes, they're just stalking in the back right now. It's Klaus Kivikas and Gunnar Moore, the VRS Koena and the IRDK Assault cars, as they're working their way now, coming through. Now they're going through Blanchimont. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. As looking to see perhaps any different action. No, we'll keep along with this, as this is probably the most aggressive start. I think the GTS cars, they're always so very close. As actually Kevin Siggy, he gets a little tapped. He gets tapped by PRT. PRT gets tapped by Koena Simsport. The bus stop turns into a parking lot just for a moment's time. And then Marikari Soja, he's continuing to push along. Klaus Kivikas looking to get on the attack, going into corner number 1 as they go to La Source. They door each other as Klaus Kivikas, he looks to put the throttle down. Of course, the Aston Martin, he doesn't have the best exit speed, but he has just enough. And actually, they're not going to go up 3 wide up Air Rouge. They're going to consider it, but for a moment's time, they'll only go to 2 wide. And they'll go door to door, going up Air Rouge through Radillion. Just like that, we've almost had a heart-stopping moment that has allowed Lauren Heinrich to pull away. Oh my goodness, I want to see if perhaps we'll stick along with this for a moment. Once they sort themselves out through Lake Holm, I want to get a replay of that. That was it was a far too dramatic, I would have to say, for the start of a 6-hour race here. Klaus Kivikas, Gunnar Moore, and Stephen McGarvey. McGarvey now has the opportunity to attack these Corvettes. All right, they've sorted themselves out. Let's see if we can get a replay or something of that almost 3 wide going up Air Rouge. That it started really at La Source. They ended up coming through. Lauren Heinrich ended up getting tapped by Klaus Kivikas. That squandered his exit. And then Gunnar Moore, he thought perhaps I can sneak on the outside, and they backed it right on out. And then they were only 2 wide up Air Rouge, the 2 Corvettes, and boy, that was just that was a quick run right there. And both the Corvettes, well, they had tapped just a little bit to the front, but of course, all the cars still looking strong, still looking good. Everyone's pieces and bumpers are all still attached, so that is always a positive note. Let's take a look at the GTS action. MSP Drivers Home 83. It's a Mercedes versus the Radicals Online Pro-Am car. The 84 Audi, piloted by Zach Thomas and Idris Leicalm to establish the drivers there. Looks like these guys are just sliding a little bit back off your GTS field. Of course, GTS starts are always very pace-oriented. I know everyone would always think, you know, these GT3 cars are all homologated, they're all fairly similar, they're all set up fairly much the same, so they should be some of the closest field that you can find, but that is just not the case. And actually, let's take a look at Fredrik Rasmussen, the number 22 car. I want to see if we can go on board with him, because just as I was talking about those 2 cars, they're getting, I can see some headlights in the distance of that prototype car of Fredrik Rasmussen, your leader here, as he goes around the Team GTS, the Team GT GTS effort. They've actually had an off track now. And looking at that Coanda car looking to get on through, as just looking at Fredrik Rasmussen, well, what can you do? Just as he is going to try to wheel his way around this this field, this GTS field. He comes into the bus stop. This is a fairly difficult section for the prototype cars because of how slow the exit speed can be. He just has to pull his car to the inside line. No, he won't. He'll wait for the GTS cars to pull off, so he's now dunked onto the inside of the pit lane. And now here he comes through yet more of this field. Radicals Online actually looking to get jumped by Andres Leicalm. The MSP Drivers Home 83 Mercedes has made the attack using the graciousness of that Audi on the prototype car. And now for Mitchell de Jong, this is a bad thing right here. He has got to deal with those GTS cars going up through Air Rouge, through Radillion. He has actually cycled it back, and then he attacked at the exact right moment, that Coanda car, of course, as now the Mercedes and Audi go side by side, going through towards Lake Home. Corner number 5, of course, one of the more popular corners here at Spa, is always filled with action as Tommaso Carlo arrives on the scene. That Mercedes has to back out. It knows what it needs to do in order to keep that car together. And there goes Tommaso Carlo onto the inside for Rivage. So cars looking through. Shinya Machimi and Andrew Rodriguez are having a battle as well. Odox Motorsport versus the Shinya Machimi sim racing car. You don't normally see Shinya Machimi in that GTS car, but here he is in the foal, of course, as Andrew Rodriguez. They're looking to get passed by Tommaso Carlo in that Thrust Mesmervano HPD, as that'll make it 1 Audi. That will make it 2 Audis going through. No, it will not. Yes, it will, actually. Late braking on the outside, using the downforce to get right on through, is Tommaso Carlo working his way now through corner number 14 and corner number 15. As a very good set and series of corners, as it looks like we already have one black flag for something. We'll see if I can find out who. A stop and hold for the car number 80. the Hellenic racing car, they've already had a penalty, and it's fairly early on here, so that is definitely not a good start for that number 80 car. Currently piloted right now by Andy Pears. It's a Mercedes, and he cycled back. The car looks damaged less, so there's no damage on that Mercedes, but that's not to say that he didn't get involved in a bumping, as the Acme Racing prototype looks to get by. Actually kind of squanders his overspeed, and now it'll have to try to pull alongside and get through. But for Andy Pears, that number 80, he'll have to bring that down pit lane, as well, actually the Acme Racing car has a spin right in front. So that's never too good of a thing for Mark Schindel, but he'll recover that car as they cross the start-finish line once again. Looking through now, where perhaps could I find the action? As everyone's cycling through right now, Air Rouge and Rodillion. Once again, this action with the 83 car and Zach Thomas, as we're looking actually at the Chimera car and the reactive car, as the Team Chimera car, how did they fall back? Okay, so they seem to have fallen off the wheel here, and actually, you know what, it's probably traffic related. Because they are knee-deep in GTS traffic. Actually, it's very difficult going here on this section of the track. It's very tight. It's not very quick. You have to deal with a lot of mechanical grip, and these prototype cars, they are just cars. So as they are working right through now, Marcus Hamilton looking as out of his rearview mirror, it's the Pure Racing team car and the Lucas Yestok fighting for the lead in GTS. As the Chimera car, he has to swing left and swing right, as they're so very close. A little bit of a tap coming off the exit. Lucas Yestok, he's more focused on trying to attack for the lead in GTS than let prototype traffic through, but Ben Tusting, well, he gets his way through. Lars Boll following, Patrick Wolf in pursuit, as they're now working, going through corner number 14, going through Paul Frere in corner number 15, as now the PRT cars pass each other, the GTS leader and the Patrick Wolf piloted prototype car working their way through. Gecko Vortex wants to get by. Team GT's HBD wants to get on by, as it is now full traffic here at the Neo Endurance Series. 6 hours of circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. I almost said spa to spa. But looking through right now, the leader having a bad exit off of the Blanchimont corner now, as they are now side by side, the 71 and the 85. It's the pair of Audis. They knock rims once. Coming through, riding the curbing. A better exit goes to Lucas Yestok. He will lead the first for the first time here at the GTS category. Lucas Yestok, that MSP Drivers Home 85, will lead a lap. Mad Cape Racing prototype goes on the outside, as Lucas Yestok now, he looks to pursue away, as Lef Van Ganetchen and Yanni Kairu, the Core Sim Racing and Atomic Motorsports cars, are going side by side. They'll sort themselves out before Air Rouge, and already here comes Patrick Pitchler looking up the rear side of Air Rouge. He's tried to slide to the inner curbing and bring it across, but that just didn't work, and they've actually botched both of their exit speeds, as here comes Yanni Kairu, as that Core Sim Racing car, he's going to presume the lead now. They're going to look to go 3 wide going into Lake Holmes, corner number 5. It is going to happen. It is a quadrant of Audi racing cars here, as that GT Power is working right on through, as Core Sim Racing, they'll pull away with it. Pure Racing team will be in second. Atomic Motorsport will have snaked away with third. Lucas Yestok, he's gone from the first position at the start of this lap to now 5th, and he is now looking to get dropped down to 6th. Stefan Mulzahar, the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS car, looks to get involved, and they've got to let that Neil Andrews powered Fusion Racing car to get on by. Of course, that night vision goggle green and black Fusion car looks to get right on through. No white or blotchy colors on that Fusion car. You can see it a mile away. As well as now Lef Van Ganetchen now is going to have to let him by. But for Lucas Yestok, that's a very tough lap to swallow. But he's not taking it standing down. He's attacking. He's on the outside, mirror to mirror with Stefan Mulzahar here in the GTS category. I'm sure there's so much going on the racetrack, but you just can't pull your eyes away from this. And then, of course, that Team RSO car of Stefan Jan as looking as well, that Mercedes powering on through, or at least trying to power on through Lucas Yestok, but it's just not in the cars. Boy, what a dramatic lap in GTS, as they have now sorted themselves out. Yanni Kairu, it's probably Kairu, but has just cycled himself away, jumped Air Rouge and Rodillion perfect, and it is just it was just a fantastic lap, and Patrick Pitchler, he's already slid to the outside. He had to defend against Lefan Ganachin through the bus stop, and he's covered his corners. Let's go see if we can find some other action on the racing track. I'm sure there's got to be, but that was just a very, very insightful GTS field. I was talking about how perhaps they were going to have an easier start, but I lied. Let's just reset and take a look at the GT1 field. The GT division up. Alexander Voss, Marikari Soja is actually, there's a car, the 99 stopped on the chicane. I think it's just a GTS car that has spun himself out. Yep, Bob Van Kantwick. So looking to the GT field once again, it's Alexander Voss. He's ended up coming away with the lead from Marikari Soja. So and he is pulling away. He seems to have good pace in that Core Motorsports car. As the Vendevil Sim Racing car is in pursuit. Wyatt Good in that Radicals Online GT1 car is up only one position, but they are still in as far as the attack goes. And for Klaus Kivikas, he's up at, I think it's probably, what, 3 positions now in his Corvette, but it's obviously not exactly where he would like to be. He seems to be able to get later on the brakes, and he has a better exit, but I think just the overall speed of the Aston Martin is just being difficult here. If you actually take a look at the qualifying times, the Corvette ended up qualifying with a 2:12.817, whereas the Vendevil car was at 2:12.421. So really, the gap between Vendevil's Aston Martin and the first qualifying Corvette, it's basically nothing. 0.4 of 1 second. I mean, so it's difficult to just look at to say, perhaps these Corvettes are a little outgunned, but overall, though, it's just an interesting battle here as far as balancing goes, because if you just throw more weight on the Aston Martins, or you put more weight in the Aston Martins and take weight away from the Corvettes, I'm not necessarily sure if that's going to balance it. It's just going to give it from one side to the other. So just to kind of pull it back a little bit, look at the big picture. Hello, everybody. Once again, RaceSpot.tv, iRacing Live, as of course. Hello to the chat room out there. I see quite a few good names. I see Mika's out there, Nick Thisson's in there, of course, as well as a whole slew of others. As don't ask for shout-outs. I should have thought of that one, but Santeri Kalunki as well. Just looking through it, it's a fairly established run here, as we've only had 10 laps in GTS, 11 laps in Prototype, and it has been a fairly dramatic run of it, to say the least. And joining me now in the booth, of course, is Cisco Scaramuza, as we're looking right now at the 66 car of the Aston Martin of Kevin Siggy. He was in pursued by, once again, Klaus Kivikas. But Cisco, it's the 6 Hours of Neo Endurance Series. It's they've got these weird-looking GT cars out on a strange track with different wiggly lines. It's but you know what? It's a fun race.
Damn, I did Gathering at Tweakers yesterday.
Yeah, but there's no American cars in this. Well, actually, I can't say that. There's a Corvette. I can't say that. But yes. Looking at that, as Klaus Kivikas pulls alongside, just looking at the battles, I know you've only been here for but a few moments' time, but this has been a fairly dramatic run of it, to say the start, as Klaus Kivikas looking to square that position away from PRT with the Core Sim Racing Prototype looking along. But you managed to come in at a good time here, because I gotta say, it's been a dramatic start to this race.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the timing right now, and I mean, everyone's on top of each other. You look down the board, Core, VRS, Crossmaster Ravano, Radicals, Friction, Chimera, all these guys all so close to each other here, racing for position. And, we're only a half hour into this thing, Cam, but regardless, you look at the talent out on these drivers, and are you really surprised?
No, I don't think I can be. And especially because of how close they've been, how door-to-door these guys have been, yet nobody's really bowled into each other. I know that there was a penalty for the Hellenic racing car, and I don't know for what, and I'm sorry. I don't know who they had a contact with, but just looking through right now, We've had, looking at the live protest outcome and penalties, which of course you can find yourselves on neo-endurance.com/live for great timing and all sorts of other goodies. It was the 99 and the 80s, so it was I believe the 99 is the Gathering of Tweakers effort. Yes, it is. So it was the Gathering of Tweakers and Hellenic that were involved in that. But yeah, just looking through this now, the leading prototype car, Frederick Rasmussen, he's cleared the GT field. Looking back, look at Mitchell de Jong. That is a massive gap in Cisco for only 12 laps of racing here, having almost a 7-second lead over second place, who's being hotly pursued by third. That's really a great start for that core sim racing prototype car.
And I think Core Sim Racing needs a little bit of this run after yesterday. Just so many penalties on their AMG car during Gathering a Tweakers race. I think this is kind of a good recovery for that team. So for right now, Frederick Rasmussen leading that effort, leading the field, and doing a great job, as we just had a change for position. I believe Team Chimera has run into some trouble, their 24 car.
Uh-oh, as of course that prototype car always seeming to find an issue somewhere, unfortunately. I have to say, probably one of the most unluckiest efforts. Yes, they did. They had a bump with a Corvette. They came across the bow of it. We'll take a look at the replay. I have to say, actually, that was an amazing save from Ben Tusting, because he managed to, he put the throttle on, he put the brake on, and he put the wheel at just the right degree to park it right in the middle as we had contact with that Phoenix Motorsports Joris Thielen run car. Well, I think that was Joris's, I want to say Joris's corner. They're different classes, but that was definitely Joris's to take. So I think that's just an unfortunate contact between the two. I think he might have thought that he had cleared the Corvette, that the Corvette was going to break. But of course, that Corvette having to deal with his own troubles as he's being pursued by the Racing Lions Corvette. But for Ben Tusting, well, try to get back on that horse, I suppose.
Yeah, he's got to make up all that. He lost, I think, out to Mad Cape, JCL, Team GT, and even Gecko Vortex, so a bunch of spots lost. I think they were running 8th right before that, Cam. So that's a lot of time lost for Ben Tusting in that 24 car. So now they're going to have to work their way back up, and I'm looking down the grid, and there's just so much traffic right now. It's about as crazy. I mean, you look at the Gecko Vortex car, for example, that number 16. You look in front of them, it's just a case of, oh man, I'm not gonna have time to go through. Oh, P2.
Yep, looking at the Coanda car, he is under attack from Tommaso Carla, and he has made it work through Blanchimont, as I'm pretty sure every corner is Blanchimont. Oh no, that actually is Blanchimont. All right, good. As that Mitchell de Jong piloted prototype car, well, he's going to be cycled back to second position, and I think perhaps Coanda, I don't think they're fuel saving. I don't think they're being reserved. I don't necessarily know what to make of it so far. I mean, to have that core SimSport car getting such a gap just in the starting run here. I mean, we're not even, we're 27 minutes into this, so if every half an hour that core car gets 30 seconds ahead, or gets, 30 seconds, that's not right, gets 10 seconds ahead, let's say, I mean, that's going to be a massive gap at the end of 6 hours.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge gap, Cam, and I'm starting to think that might be fuel saving out of the VRS car, because, I mean, we're seeing him catch on the straight, and it's uncharacteristic for de Jong himself, or just that car, that team in general, to fall so far behind. So I've got to think they're on a different fuel map, Cam. Maybe trying some with the strategy, but as far as Movano's concerned, this is what they did yesterday. I mean, they didn't have a short run car. They had more of a long run car and were able to get the jump later on through the run. And doing it once again, different car, but similar racing style. So Movano up to P2 right now in Coanda. I would assume they're on a different fuel map the way those times are coming.
Yeah, something to that effect. I mean, it's not like they've got the setup wrong. And of course, Spa, you can bring multiple setups here. I have to say, it's a fairly exciting series of race tracks that we've had here in the Neo Endurance. We went to the Nürburgring. Of course, that had their own setup differences, and now we're at Spa. That can have their own setup differences. But I think Coanda has speed in hand, and I think for Movano right now, I almost think that at the start, Coanda was really probing. They wanted to see what the true pace of Core Sim Racing is. I think they've gotten their data now, And I think now they're cycling back to perhaps settle into a strategy. That, of course, wouldn't surprise me with a team like VRS Coanda Sim Sport. Looking back, though, Team GT HBD getting pursued by JCL Sim Racing. For 9th and 10th, they're swathing their way through left and right. And actually, they've had a collision into the wall with Kevin Siggy and Torrent Motorsports. Both cars into the Armco barriers. Actually, that's not Armco, that's just straight up concrete. But they have made impact with that fairly significantly, as both cars now damaged as they're proceeding through. This was coming out of the exit of corner number 15.
They wanted to go 3 wide into Blanchimont, Cam. That doesn't work.
Well, I haven't seen it work many times, but with multi-class traffic, it was a tough decision to make. And for JCL, I mean, that is just, oof. You know what? I think their car ended up a lot better than I thought it would have. They are bringing it into the pits. Johan Laspinassi is bringing that into pit lane right now as I look at live pictures. But oh boy, that was a tough one.
Yeah, that. I would have just waited, but I mean, you talk about that multi-class traffic. That's such a key thing here. You have to worry about, and we were talking about it yesterday, just how narrow the Spa-Francorchamps circuit is, and in that case, I mean, what are you going to do? But I want to go back to that point we were making earlier, Cam, because, we're actually going to take a look at the replay, I think, of that 37.
We did. No, we took a replay. Okay. We're following along right now with Klaus Kvyat, Wyatt Gooden, and Lauren Heinrich, which is a good backdrop to talk about that incident. So continue.
I was going to bring it back to that speed difference between our top 3 right now. Under that previous lap when we were talking about them, Corsim Racing was up by a boatload of time, I would assume due to traffic. Right now you see Corsim Racing, they still have the fastest last lap of everyone on the circuit with a 2:04.116. They have the fastest best lap, and it seems like it seems like most of the people down the prototype grid at least is about a second off.
It wouldn't surprise me. I think that the core Sim Racing and Coanda have both really set themselves apart. Movano was still involved in this, though, to say, I think they might have, if I remember correctly, I think they might have had early issue somewhere along the track that dropped them off at the Nürburgring, and then we just had a titanic battle between Coanda and Core. As looking at Ben Tusting, he's worked his way through that prototype field that we were watching. But that really that incident also splits up the GT field a little bit. I mean, Kevin Siggy in his GT1 car, they pulled into pit lane as well, so both cars getting service. Actually, that car's still getting service. Oh, I almost wonder, there's no driver in it. I almost wonder if they didn't break part of the suspension going through that as Kevin Siggy climbs aboard that number 66 once again as they look to get on through. But that's an unfortunate start. Kevin Siggy, I mean, he was having a very aggressive run of it as the 33 and the 47 are looking to go side by side up Air Rouge. They decide to go against it, but that allows Simon Trendell and the Team Chimera effort to pull alongside, looking down the Kemmel Straight for Stephen McGarvey, as Tim Birdie is able to get a nice leg away as the Team Chimera car of Simon Trendell. And in Cisco, it's never a bad thing when you got a pair of V12s going down the Kemmel Straight towards Lake Home, but this GT1 field, they seem to be very racy today.
Yeah, and I was actually looking down to our GTS field right now. Core Sim Racing and that number 88 have taken over the lead of that class. But you can look right behind them. You got your top 3 in class. Atomic Motorsport, that number 1 car. You got the Pure Racing Team GTS car of Patrick Pichler. They're all right there, Cam. So this battle is, I think they're all just waiting for each other to make a mistake or something in this class.
Well, what you were climbing into the booth here, and I say climbing into the booth, what is it, a jungle gym? You were walking into the, I don't even know, but you were here, you were arriving just as this GTS battle was coming to a head. It was Patrick Pichler versus Lucas Jostak, that MSP Driver's Home 85 car, for lap after lap after lap. They both basically they both botched each other's exits coming out of La Source, up Air Rouge, and up Eradillion, and that allowed basically the entire swarm of cars. I think there were 5 cars all battling for the lead side by side through 3, 4, 5 corners, and it ended up with Johnny Carew coming away with it. And Johnny, I apologize immensely. If somebody from Core Sim Racing can message me with how to pronounce that, because I feel bad. I might be doing it right, but I'm probably doing it not right, because it's Yanni Keru. I don't even know. I'm sorry. But for Patrick Pitchler, a much easier name, and Lef Anganachin, which I can even say, we're right there. And actually, for Lucas Yastonk, I mean, I gotta say, he was right there. He seems to be falling a little bit back, and Cisco, unfortunately, I have to say, the Audis appear to have the muscle once again here at Spa.
Yeah, and it's a shame for everyone else driving one of those other cars in this class, but nonetheless, that's how, you know, we've seen the Audi dominance before, but I mean, we saw the BMW dominance, but I mean, the BMWs obviously aren't in this class totally 100%. So the Mercedes a little bit out, which is kind of odd considering they did fairly well yesterday. So I guess just the Audis, they got the muscle, like you say, and not really much you can do about that.
No, looking at right now the Coanda car, he is hovered, the Coanda prototype car, I guess I should specify, is going past the Shinya Machini sim racing effort as they are now looking left, right. The Radicals online, it's almost like a throwback. It's Coanda versus Radicals, which is not something you normally see. Mitchell de Jong versus Paul Ilbrink, as they're both in pursuit of that Tommaso Carla piloted Thrustmaster Movano HPD. But as well as going through the bus stop, Andrew Rodriguez, now his Odox Motorsports Samsung car in the way of the prototypes, but they managed to work it on through, going past the start-finish line. And actually, this is a straight-up throwback, as the Friction Racing is also shadowing the Radicals and Coanda car as well. But now they're going past Stefanion in that Team RSO car. But for the prototype field right now, just to kind of recap, it appears to be a class of their own as Frederick Rasmussen with the Core Sim Racing car. And then you've got the rest of the field, which is Tommaso Carla, Mitchell de Jong, and Paul Ilbrink, as well as Marcus Hamilton. So as long as that Core Sim Racing effort keeps it together and has good pit stops, I have a feeling they're going to probably continue to proceed in a way. But it is fairly an interesting start here, Cisco, but those prototype cars getting a little bit of traffic.
Yeah, Carla right now he's stuck in that GTS battle that we're talking about between the Audis. You see him going past that PRT car right there. You got the Core Sim Racing car up in front of him, and you know, the challenge, and I mean, look at what it's done to this battle. I mean, Mitchell de Jong now back on the back bumper, or was anyway, for about a split second, and it's kind of accordioned everyone together, sort of a slinky effect. Everyone's kind of formed back up and, you know, closed in on each other. So unfortunately for these guys, they want space. They want to be able to put down some clean laps. That's not going to be the case now because, well, BRS Coanda is right on the back bumper of Movano, and Radicals Online is right on the back bumper of VRS. Friction Zip Sports just kind of ghosting behind all these guys, waiting to see who makes the first move.
Yanni Kiru. All right, I'll try it. I'll figure it out. They just passed the Core Sim Racing, your leader in GTS, by the way. So I figured if I had a chance to try to pronounce that right, that was going to be it. But yes, for Tommaso Carla, I mean, he fought pretty hard from the Coanda car, and I think Mitchell de Jong, he's just going to enjoy sipping the fuel going down Kemmel Straight with that lovely draft. But this is the gap right now. Frederick Rasmussen has just gotten out of Radillion. When Tommaso Carla's just entered La Source, so that is a massive gap between those guys. Looking right now at my track map, so yeah, you've got that first prototype car going through the corner 7 right now, and then you've got this pack, this 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we'll leave the prototype cars aside right now. And we'll see if we can get into some trouble somewhere else. As just looking at the GT field right now, as the GT field is coming right on past now the GTS field, as that is going to get fairly troubling. But for Alexander Voss and that Aston Martin, I mean, they're having a good run of it as well. They've themselves have a bit of a gap over it is the Van Devil Sim Racing's Matti Kadisoja.
Yeah, and I'm just getting to that battle right now, and Yeah, Kvyat has kind of fallen away because they were going at it for a little while there, Cam, and now Daval's been able to open that gap up a little bit. Oh no, I'm looking at the board right now, and it seems like the Aston Martins are having a pretty good race so far.
Yeah, and well, the Core Motorsports Aston Martin absolutely took it away at the Nürburgring, and so it seems like they are really doing that again. They didn't qualify in first, though that did end up going to the Van Devel car, but it just is a fairly good staunch running here. And actually, looking out the rear of Bob Van Katwijk, or at least alongside now, he is dealing with Aston Martin traffic in his GTS car. He's trying to get them positioned to sort on through. And for a GT1 car, trying to get past these GTS cars, it's got to be a little bit troubling, I have to say, Cisco, because it's not like a prototype car where you got all that speed and downforce and weight in hand, but for these GT1 cars, it's almost kind of a bog.
Yeah, the GT1s, they're kind of, they feel big. I think that's the main thing. I think with the GT3 cars, especially the Audi, because you don't have a big giant lump of a motor in the front of the car. The AMG, I can't really speak much to that car, but the Audi, at least when I drive it, it feels very different versus these GT1 cars, which they feel big, they feel powerful, and I mean, you listen to the engine note out of those cars, and it's plainly obvious, but they're just bigger cars. I mean, the DB9 is not exactly the smallest car in the world.
It's not a Mini Cooper. No, it's a different kind of British car. As the Corvette, neither, but as just looking through right now, we've got some prototype cars also involved in this. Acme Racing's number 19 is trying to work his way through. So there's your three classes, actually. You've got the Simitok eSport car, Wyatt Good, and the Radicals Online GT1 number 37, and then the Acme Racing car of Mark Scheindel. And these are the three class of cars trying to work their way through. And this is always an interesting dynamic to watch, Cisco, because everyone's trying to pass everyone at this point, and it's sort of dangerous. Oh my goodness, so they're going to go three wide? No, they're not. Okay. I thought somehow they were going to try to go three wide up Air Rouge with the three different classes, but that was, I think that was me projecting. I don't think that was actually close, but for Acme Racing,
that's what you want to see, isn't it?
It's not. I don't want to see that at all. That would be too dramatic, but. We did see three wide GT1 cars going up Air Rouge earlier at the start of this race, and that was enough for me for one day. We checked that box off early, but yeah, just looking at that prototype car of Acme Racing car, he's just really got to pick his corners, and it's a tough ride for Mark Scheidel right now.
Yeah, it is, and Spa's it's a very demanding track. We saw that yesterday. Just driver swaps were happening a little bit early in that race because everyone was really tired out. I mean, that race was kind of crazy as well, but I don't think, apart from the Camel Straight, I really don't think there's much time to relax here. You talk about a Daytona or a Le Mans. You'll at least have, that one part of the track where you can be like, all right, at least for now, I don't have to worry about cornering or anything like that. Spa's not like that at all. P2.
Yeah, as speaking of going down Camel Straight, you would say that is your only moment to relax, but it's not, because now you're trying to pass all the different types of cars. No, Spa is a workout. Even in GP, it's tough because a Grand Prix racing, I guess I should say, when you've got only one class of car, of course. Of course, I learned this track. I first started racing at this track in the Lotus 79 Formula 1 car. And even that is you get so tired. Even if it's just 45, 50 minutes of racing, it is just so difficult. Afterwards, your hands are shaking and your feet are so tired from having to deal with, at least I have different springs in my pedals, so perhaps mine are a little stiffer than most. But I mean, it's so wearing down, and then you're trying to deal with. Of course, you don't have the brute aggressiveness of the Formula One type cars here in the prototype and GT fields, but even still, it is a very tiring effort, and that's why, of course, we've got some teams having as many as 4 drivers here.
Yeah, and I'm looking through the field right now. Everyone, for the moment, I mean, it's spaced out really isn't the word, as it got really close. Actually, a battle for position. Team RSO, Stefan Jan, and the Odox Motorsports Samsung car, they're going at it right now. That was just a pass for position. I believe Team RSO was able to get that spot back from Odox. I think Odox was able to get them on the straight, but now back going is that 77. They've fallen back to the position they were earlier, so a little bit of a battle here, Cam.
Yeah, just looking through right now, finding that, but I mean, as far as groups go, you've got that. You've still got the GTS effort. That's first, second, third, and fourth all together. And then for prototype, I don't really see a big battle breaking out right now. But actually, I lied. Cisco, the DRS Twin Sim Sport car, yeah, over Movano. I just saw that out of the corner of my eye going through Lake Home. But for Mitchell de Jong, he's worked his way back up there, and I think. So it's looking right now, I don't know what Mitchell de Jong is looking for. They might have just said, okay, this is start at the end of your stint, so go back to aggressive. His lap times really hasn't seemed to improve that much. I mean, well, actually, you know what? It seemed like maybe 3 laps ago he started turning the wick up if you look at his lap times.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at the gap he's already pulled on Movano. I think they decided, all right, time to go. And Mitchell de Jong decided to turn on the jets on that prototype right there because he is flying. Holy cow. They picked up a ton of speed all of a sudden. And I'm not sure if that's because Movano slowed down, but I would assume it's because Coanda sped up. Because, I mean, he just passed him and then poof, he's gone.
Well, looking at the lap times, the last 5 before he started turning the wick up was a 2:05.2, a 2:06.2, 2:06 flat, 2:07.6, 2:07.5, and then he just jumped up to a 2:04. So, I mean, he just went 3 seconds faster a lap the last couple of laps now. So, just looking through, I mean, for Mitchell de Jong, I mean, he's put the wick up. Now, that's not to say Tommaso Carla has been squared and put away. But I mean, it's fairly interesting, and it's also another interesting thing here because watching this, Cisco, I think this is the other exciting aspect of Neo Endurance. You know that there's engineers crunching numbers right now, and they are just looking at it, and they're looking to set these cars the right way. And it's so fun to watch because you know that people have speed in hand, and they're just trying very hard to apply when and right their car setup, because you don't want to show your full cards. You don't normally get to see that in normal iRacing official racing. Everyone is just trying to go at it as hard as they can. Well, here, they've got that strategy element involved.
Yeah, and Mitchell de Jong, he hasn't opened up the gap on that second lap. The draft down the Camel Straight was able to kind of keep Movano right there in the fight. So as they're going to come through no-name corner right now, Movano's starting to, I don't know. It's interesting just kind of the difference in speed. I mean, you look at Core Sim Racing, they ran a 2:05.1 last time by. Mitchell de Jong ran a 2:05.09. So, I mean, they're speeding that car now, and they are picking it up, but it's still a 23-second gap, Cam. And, I mean, it's coming down, but a huge gap.
I don't think they're interested in pursuing that Core Sim Racing car right now. I think they'll get them back on fuel time later. But they just wanted to see. I think they wanted to see what the end stint push could look like. And, they just said, okay, Mitchell, let's get a string of good laps in to finish this stint, as we are looking right now 45 minutes in, which means we've only got 5 hours and 12 minutes remaining here only, as... And actually, my JRT, my Joel Real Time, it's estimating that there's 150 laps remaining. So we'll see how that is. As P3 comes into the pits, sorry, I misread that. P3 in GTS, as they are fighting right now, as it's the Team RSO car, the Atomic Motorsports car, as they are fighting their way through right now.
Yeah, and the Friction Sim Sport car looks like also on pit road, that prototype. Marcus Hamilton right now being shown behind the wheel of that car. So they came in about that pit stop time, I think.
Yeah, well, no, the GTS cars will be out for a while.
Well, they just did a driver swap, actually, that HPD team. That
Okay.
might be unscheduled.
Yeah, I was going to say, why is Friction? They should have another probably 10 minutes of fuel, maybe even 5 minutes of fuel, I should say. Maybe they had another 2 laps. That is strange. They're getting tires, too, so no double stinting from that Friction Sim Sport car. That is a strange one. But I was looking at the GTS. It appears that somebody has had an incident. Left Venganetchen, he's got a fairly damaged rear end, and there was one car that was well in the dirt. I don't know who that was, but I think it was Odox who went off track there, and they recovered. They were in the dirt, and they came back from it. But yeah, don't know how Left Venganetchen has gotten that rear damage on that Atomic Motorsport number 90 GTS car. But a couple of GTS cars coming in. Patrick Pitchler, he is coming into pit lane, as I have just realized how high the pit lane entry is and how steep that cliff is on the other side, and now I don't want to go on pit lane.
Well, either way with those cars coming down pit road, Cam, it's okay. It's only a sim. We'll survive.
Oh my God! Look at how deep that is. Yeah, but you know that that's real, though. Heisenfeld Core Motorsports in from the lead in GT as well. So pit stops. We've had the 3 different classes come in for pits, which is a bit strange. Normally, the GTS cars, the GT3 cars, they can normally run about an hour, but perhaps my internal timings are off. Connery Maddock is joining us here just as we're starting to get underway with the first series of pit stops, as another couple of cars are coming in, Frank von Braunwick and Tommaso Carla. Connery, it's Spa. That in itself is a good thing, and then it's the Neo Endurance Series, so multiply that by 2.
Yeah, guys, I apologize for that one. I am finally in the box here today, and oh yeah, the Spa. I actually was broadcasting the GOT series yesterday, and that is basically the feeder series for this series, so I've already got a 4 hours of content under my belt this weekend, but it should be an interesting time to be joining the box as we have the first series of pit stops underway. I don't think any of your GT1 have decided to come down pit road yet, so they're usually the last ones to pit, so that isn't entirely surprising, but some of your GTS field definitely on pit road.
Yeah, and we have had one GT car, and that was the leader of the Core Motorsports car. So that was it's people are coming in with some fairly unique strategies, but I think it's another thing to talk about here at Spa. We are using what is called the Grand Prix layout, or the Grand Prix pits, I guess I should say. What that means is that instead of having to go all the way down the front stretch and then all the way down to Air Rouge, they are just having that front pit stop area that goes from that's the start-finish line on the top section here. I think that is it's definitely a good choice, Cisco. It shortens up the pit stop and it makes it quite frankly a lot safer, because normally people end up bonking into that pit wall at Air Rouge, or at La Source, I guess I should say.
And speaking of pit road, your GT1 leader is coming in now, the Vendavel Sim Racing car. That car is in now. You see VRS Coanda. They're going to go by. They're going to stay out for another lap. PRT as well. So Vendavel, they were your GT1 leaders. They're on pit road now.
So Core comes in. Vendavel comes in. Let's see who joins them. Is Crimson, the SimRC Crimson car, and then the SRN Motorsports car, piloted by Stephen McGarvey, are coming in. So pit stop cycling to full as Reactive Prototype comes in. As all these cars, nobody should be double stinting tires, and Connery, I think that's a pretty fair thing to expect here at Spa with a track like this, as the Thrustmaster Movano GT is now stalking its way. It's all black. Aston Martin coming in now. I think that's probably a good decision. I don't think anybody would think to double stint tires here.
No, I don't think that'll be happening at all. They just saw the jacks go off that Vendavel Sim Racing does. They are definitely taking tyres, and there we go. They're off and away, coming down at pit road. Let's look towards the 97 and the others right there. This is a Team RSO car, and plus the 84 and the 77. They are very close on track together. That's Radicals Online Pro-Am and Odox Motorsports Samsung. Both Audis fighting for positions in your GTS field. Quite far up the field.
Yeah, and this is for what is looking like it is the 4th position in GTS, 4th, 5th, and 6th, I guess I should say. But for Stefan Yon, Zach Thomas, and Andrew Rodriguez, these 3 cars proceeding their way through. It's really good to see that Mercedes in the aggressor position. They're up front right now. They're not trying to keep up with those Audis. As the other way around, Zach Thomas and Andrew Rodriguez. I think they had a bump or something somewhere because they picked up that left side damage, and I saw them in the dirt earlier, so I think perhaps that is something along those lines as the Corvette of Koena SimSport comes along to spoil that party. And Cisco, for these 2 GT, actually, it's not at all. Klaus Kivikas has heard me, and he wanted to just give me a little bit of a finger, and he pulls it into the pit lane. But we'll ignore that as Stefan Yon, Zach Thomas, and Andrew Rodriguez are working through. And Cisco, these GT cars, you're talking about, it's mid-engine.
Oh, problems.
The 42 car has had an issue, and who is that?
I think he came down pit road.
He came down.
Oh, on the bus stop.
Ooh, okay, yes, he did. He did have a big issue going down. Let's see if we can get a bit of a replay here.
Oh, he went landscaping, Cam.
He decided to put the caboose ahead of the engine, if you know what I mean. That's a railroad joke. He looped it fairly well, and that is actually, it was a fairly dramatic moment for Paul Ilbrink, because Paul Ilbrink in that Radicals Online prototype was trying to come into pit lane.
Yeah, and I guess probably a good idea that they decided, maybe not. And that was not for Radicals. That was a sketchy pit road entrance. That's a good thing they didn't hit any of the retaining walls right there. They were able to get in, and a little bit of a cut there. I don't think that's going to be an issue, but we'll have to see.
No, there is a pit party. Hugo has posted it's a pit party. Yay! As Klaus Kevigas, he's coming out on track right now. They gotta stay on that white line off the exit of pit lane. As now, oh no, for Radicals Online, Sylvian Palmerati is now stuck behind Lauren Heinrich in that PRT GT car, as he's now going to have to, well, can he pull alongside as they go up Air Rouge? Yes, he will. So, okay, so he's got a good exit. The Radicals GT car has a good exit. Gecko Vortex has a clean exit. IRDK, SimRC, Iris getting good exits as well. Torque Freak Racing's David Baraclow having a good exit. And now looking at just important changes, the Team Chimera prototype car, Daniel P. Johnson has climbed in that number 24 prototype. That's a legendary at this point prototype, as they have been in the series just, I think, pretty much since the start. And one of the cleanest running cars, but they always seem to run a follow trouble, so hopefully Daniel can steer that number 24 clear. And Connery looking alongside IRDK and Racing Lions Corvettes, the 41 and the 42. These guys are going right at it, right with a bunch of traffic behind them.
Yes, indeed they are, and there's one of the bits of traffic. In fact, that's the prototype of the Team GT HBD. Just makes his way down the inside of SimRC to the Iris down at Ravage, coming through No Name. He's going to be held up just a little bit here. Now he can put the pedal to the metal, just get by IRDK, at least coming down into Pujon. Yeah, so he's going to disrupt this battle just a little bit right here. Look how much he's getting held up there, Cam. Just has to be patient, because there's no point in trying to make a move around the outside of Pujon there. So he's just lost a couple of seconds just from that traffic alone.
Yeah, and Atomic Motorsports GTS getting a stop and hold penalty, 15 seconds for an incident at corner number 1, as the prototype leaders are in, as now Mitchell de Jong is staring down the pacing car right now. Patrick Wolf is there, as well as Simon Trendell in the Team Chimera GTS car. So that Koena car coming a little bit later than the other cars, as he was now your leader, as of course the Core Sim Racing prototype came in fairly early on. And let's now see, where is Mitchell de Jong compared to that Core Sim Racing prototype? Oh, he's well behind. He is well behind, as the Core Sim Racing prototype is, well, you know what,
22-second gap again, I think.
But is that right where they left off then? Perhaps they didn't change any time at all, Cisco.
Yeah, it looks like about as my timing decides to reset right there. It looks about the same gap right there, so I don't know if they're trying to get ahead on strategy. Maybe they're trying to cut out a pit stop. We'll have to look at how long they were out there, how long extra they were out there. They might be trying to cut out a pit stop, Cam.
Yeah, well, they certainly could. I mean, we've seen Coanda capable of doing that at all, and even if they don't cut it out, you still end up having a much reduced fuel time. But as my microphone decides to be very uncomfortable right now. So if you're hearing that, I'm sorry. It's very high quality. I can't help it. I wish that it was not as high quality, because then you couldn't hear all the bumping. But just looking back, though, to your other cars, your other front-running prototypes, the PRT prototype is actually he is now secured pretty safely in third position, in fourth position actually, because Friction is up there with Movano. So right now, oh hey, the VRS Coanda SimSport car is actually behind Thrustmaster Movano and Friction Racing. So that is going to be well back, and actually they are fairly close with Radicals. So that Coanda SimSport prototype is going to be cycled back to, I think, fourth or fifth at the end of this. So yeah, right now it's Core Sim Racing, Friction, Movano, and then Coanda, and actually Radicals, Sylvian Palmerod almost has a bit of an issue with Kevin Siggy, that Torrent Motorsports car, who had trouble, that 66 car. Connery, just looking at the overall ideas and strategy here, it's a pretty tough call to try and figure out when you're going to make your pit stops, and especially when you have no idea when your competition is also making their pit stops.
Oh yeah, it is definitely one of those things. As we see, VRS Coanda SimSport, they just come through a ruse, and they are actually around about 25.7 seconds behind your leaders right now, and they're about 6 seconds behind Thrustmaster Movano. I can't see if they're catching or not, because they haven't put in a representative lap time yet after their pit stop. Actually, there's someone in the grass there. There's that Atomic Motorsports number 1.
Yes, it is missing its hood now.
Yeah, that's the number 90 car, just having all sorts of issues before Malmedy right there. We'll have to see what has happened. It's the Laupal Lecum, and it's a single car incident. Just gets the back end out, and it just goes straight into the tyre barrier.
That's a tough hit for Lefan-Ganetchen. Of course, they had that stop and hold penalty. That's a rough one right there. That was going from, let's see, that's going from something, as we're looking at the replay right now, that was going from about maybe 60 miles an hour to nothing for Lefan-Ganetchen. That GTS car getting quite a significant amount of damage in the front. It's continuing, but he's probably going to have to bring that into the pits. Cisco, that's a very, very bad news from someone that was running in third position in GTS. They had the stop and hold penalty, so they've already come down for that, and now they're going to have to come down again for this damage.
Yeah, and it's so unfortunate for that team right there, Cam. And I mean, you got 6 hours, you have time to make it up, but stop and hold and then more damage, that's a tough pill to swallow. I don't know if they're going to be able to rebound from that.
The GTS cars on pit lane right now. Some are taking their first, some are taking their second. The Team RSO car, they are now in for the second time here on pit lane. Not quite sure what is going on with that Team RSO effort to where they've had to come in a second time. This is a full pit stop, though, as I think that we're seeing this is the GTS pit stop time. As I think that's, yeah, here comes Lefan-Ganetchen. Of course, he is coming in for his second time now in that Atomic Motorsport GTS car. They're going to have a lot of work for that one. And I think, Connery, this is kind of what we were expecting, about the hour mark for these GTS cars.
Yeah, that's definitely very normal for these guys, as they're just sitting on pit road. MSP drivers home, they're just heading their way off of pit road. The likes that haven't pitted in a GTS field yet, the likes of Core Sim Racing GTS, Radicals Online Pro, and MSP drivers home 83 car, Thrustmaster Movano Racing, Team DFTBA, they're all just yet to pit. So these are basically the first blinkers in your GTS field.
Yeah, and we did have, I think, the leader come in way early. That was the Pure Racing Team GTS car. They ended up coming in 5 laps early, and then Shinya Machini coming in 6 laps early. So it is just an interesting decision making that they're doing here in the prototype, or in the GTS field. But rest of the cars now coming away. Is actually, some still have not come into the pits. Your leaders in GTS have not come in. Your Core Sim Racing GTS car of Yanni Kairu, I forgot already, as I have a short-term memory problems for any of those who like Disney movies. Of course, Sim Racing is still getting pursued by that MSP driver's home, but they've come into the pits. Lucas Yastok has. So it's just it's a fairly staunch gap for Core Sim Racing's GTS effort to the Radicals Online Pro-Am car, who has a fairly a paltry 7 seconds ahead of the MSP 83 cars. So GTS getting a little split up by pits. Prototype field looking fairly strong. GT1's getting off to a great start. So I think at this point we're going to start taking a look to see who we can will go on board with here at Spa-Francorchamps, and we'll see if we can do some RaceSpot TV fan immersion. Let's see if we can go. Let's go on board with Matty Soja and that Aston Martin, that number 32. We'll go RaceSpot TV fan immersion for a lap here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in that Aston Martin. A good lap from Manikani Soja, good enough for a 2:14.339 as he was trying to pursue Alexander Haas, but really lost quite a bit of time. He's got traffic ahead of him, though, Kevin Siggy and Julian Urubao, as, of course, Kevin Siggy having had that incident earlier on. They've picked up a lap's worth of damage in the pit lane for Kevin Siggy as they go around Julian Urubao, but a good run from Manikani Soja as they're trying to pursue that Alexander Voss piloted car. It's just it's a very tall order, I have to say, Connery, because at the Nürburgring, that Core Motorsports, that Heisenfeld Core Motorsports GT1 car seemed unstoppable. They seem to be picking up right where they left off.
Yeah, it really did unstoppable. Unstoppable is definitely one word for it. But they're putting up a good fight here, Vanderbilt Sim Racing, especially with how good that Core Motorsports team is. And I was just looking at where they were going to catch the traffic. Luckily, they caught it during Lacombe rather than Eau Rouge, because we saw in the GOT series yesterday that catching traffic in Eau Rouge is just going to compromise you all of the way down the straight. You're going to lose 3 or 4 seconds if you catch them in the wrong place.
Absolutely, and well, there's kind of a couple of tough spots, I have to say, here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps course here. Now, Looking through your GT1 field, they are actually they have just cleared your GTS field, and there's still one who's making his effort. Anders Dahlm, the Thrustmaster Ravano Racing 31 car. Of course, that Thrustmaster car working right on through. As he'll be looking to perhaps get right on by, as he's got to work on Ben Devil, and he's got to work on Shooting Machini and others, as we're looking at the 47 and 54. That sounds like a GT1 battle, and it is. Simon Trendell pulling alongside the SRN piloted car by Mike Young, piloted by Mike Young, I guess I should say. And here comes a couple of prototype cars. To possibly make it interesting, here comes the Fusion Racing car of Paul Otcliffe as Simon Trendell. He's made that position, and now here comes a pair of Corvettes. It's the IRDK Assault Racing and Phoenix Motorsports. And Connery, I'm not sure if you're too familiar with these GT1 cars, but the Corvette, some are saying perhaps it is not going to be a challenge for the Aston Martin, but here it goes on the inside. Going into La Source, it seems like it's fairly seated pretty well with this Aston Martin's cars.
Yeah, it indeed seems that way with IRDK Assault Racing making the moves right now. I believe they made the pass on Phoenix coming down to the bus stop, then another pass on SRN coming into the last source. So fantastic 2 positions gained for IRDK Assault Racing. Will they make it a 3rd position? Look at how much
speed, but that second kick, he ended up having to back out. Mike Young looking on, Jonathan Fuller looking on, Frank von Braunwick looking on in that Racing Lions Corvette as well. Moore is continuing right on now. He's managed to keep his position as has just a very, very close run here. And that number 42 car looking through as it's the 42 car. The 54 car, sorry for a little bit of the break in visual, but of course we kind of need these things every once in a while. But things happen. This is computers. As Gunnar Morris, Simon Trendell, Mike Young, Jonathan Fuller, and well, I'm really hoping these Corvettes can continue to take the fight to them. As Gunnar Moore, he's covering his bases from Simon Trendell as they're going into the bus stop. Will the Aston Martin use the weight of that V12 to throw it past? No, it will not. As Gunnar Moore, he's got a fairly good run right now going. And he'll continue as well, actually David Barraclough, the Torque Freak Racing car. If they fight a little bit more, Connery, they're going to have a big train going. So if these guys continue to fight, this might be the biggest pack that we have today in the GT1 division.
Yeah, it's basically the biggest pack you'd see apart from the start of the race, and this is going to be the train all the way from the 6th place they head their way down through Eau Rouge. Right now, I don't think anyone's actually Phoenix Motorsports. Oh, cutting Radilon just a little bit. I wonder if they have a slowdown penalty. Doesn't look like they do. It's actually, they'll have the run on SRN Motorsports coming down the Camel Straight. They'll have to make their way down the inside. Fuller just trying to hold down the inside line coming into the first part of Lecumbe, but that advantage quickly switches to SRN Motorsports. They'll have the inside full of that part coming into Malmo. Phoenix Motorsports thinking about slinging one down the inside, almost did, as they'll probably sling one down the inside of Rivage right here, Cam.
And they're still cycling through. This is a very downhill corner. I think that gets a lot lost here, as it is now Corvette versus Aston Martin, but it's a different pair of cars, SRN versus Phoenix. The Phoenix car looking right on through. Jonathan Fuller, a very good Corvette pilot. Mike Young, a good Aston Martin pilot, as they're now going side by side here through Pouan. Oh, they almost doored each other. The mirrors were mere inches apart as Frank von Braunwick now wants to get on through as of course, looking through a couple of people looking for driver interviews, but they're just so close with we got to keep the cameras on this action here. Frank von Braunwick and Mike Young are looking through, and here comes the prototype car, Fredrik Rasmussen. This is your leader. As Eddie is now trying desperately to get right on by Fredrik, as he's got time in hand, so he can actually be patient. I don't think he was as ecstatic to get on through as quickly as he could, as I perhaps alluded to. But he's got time in hand, so he can make it a good time. But he certainly wants to get through and out of this battle. As it looks like this battling has allowed Jonathan Fuller to get right on by. All right. These boys have quieted it up just enough. I think we can sneak in Paul Ilbrink here as the Core Sim Racing GTS car is on pit lane with no driver in it. That was your leader in GTS, so something has happened, actually. We need to figure out what that was, as Mike Polish was piloting that number 88 as, I think he had an incident going up Air Rouge. That is exactly what has happened. He had an incident going up Air Rouge. He lost the rear end, tracked it way out, and had an incident as Mike Polish has absolutely wrecked the front end of that Audi GTS car. So, take a look here. It's that's a huge implication, Connery. That the GTS leader, one of the fastest GTS cars, is going to be not out, but in for repairs. They're going to have a lot of effort to repair that car. That changes the GTS field extremely.
Yeah, but an incident like that coming down into Eau Rouge is always scary. It's a very high-speed section of track, and if you go off, you're going to hit that barrier with some force. As this fight in the GT field, though, between the 41 Racing Lines of 47 SRN and 61 of Torque Freak Racing, that is still relatively close. Phoenix Motorsports have gotten away at the front of this one just a little bit, and IRDK and Team Chimera, they have just broken away in their own little two as well. So this train that we saw just a couple of moments ago has started to split up a little bit.
Yes, and all right, so with them being split up a little bit, we're going to go take a moment to look at the number 2 prototype. Sylvian Pomerad is piloting that Radicals Online car, and after 26 laps here in the 6 hours of Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, Paul Ilbrink climbed out. Paul joining us here in the booth. You ended up making it through the field a couple of times in that prototype car. Boy, just take me through Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
Well, it's a very mixed track, I think. A lot of high-speed, long straights, and also some quick corners. So it's definitely exciting to drive, especially with the multi-class here today. And for my first stint today, it was quite exciting as well.
You had a very good battle with Coanda going on, as well as Movano. You were shadowing them. Friction Racing was also there, but going through the pit cycle, though, it seemed that Friction was able to jump extremely. As far as the plans go, are you looking at perhaps having just a very, what would be a standard run, or are you guys looking to do fuel saving and trying to nip off a pit stop at the end of this?
I think it will be pretty straightforward. I don't think we're very close to being able to skip a pit stop or anything. But it's interesting what the other teams are doing. Like Movano pitted a bit earlier, and Friction especially, they pitted way earlier, stopped for a short time. So I think they'll end up having to do an extra pit stop maybe, or they're just trying to get out of sync now and do longer pit stops later. But
well, I mean, and that's, you know what, I'm always a fan of simpler, as we're looking right now as the Shinya Machimi Sim Racing and PRT's GTS effort are going blow for blow with Odox looking onwards. But it's a fairly decent strategy to have. I am always for straightforward strategies. I think a lot of people try to do interesting strategies, but for you guys, you had if I can recall, a decent run of the Nürburgring. Now you're here, you're running 5th, you're only 29 seconds behind, but really you're fairly close to Coanda, and you're fairly close to Thrustmaster Movano, so perhaps you guys can get on through it. As far as drivers go, it's going to be, of course, yourself, Sylvia, and Pomerade. Is anyone else looking to climb in the car today, or is it just going to be the 2 of you?
No, it's just the 2 of us today, and I hope we'll have a bit more drivers for the next race. That would come in handy, but no, today it's just 2 drivers, and I hope we can indeed get a bit closer to the cars in front at some point in the race.
Well, it should certainly be possible. I mean, especially with this GT effort, they always seem to have an effort of, always seem to have a way of closing up the prototype field. How hard is it to try and get by these GTS cars and this GT cars with how narrow this track is in some places?
I think the track isn't too bad for overtaking, really. The real issues arrive more at at the moments that you have like two cars that are battling for position and aren't necessarily paying too much attention to their mirrors, that might occasionally end up slowing people excessively down or not. But yeah, I think overtaking is okay here, and I think we as a team do a pretty good job of it. We've been able to catch up with Mivano and Kwanda a bit earlier in the race. I think mainly due to traffic, because they were quite far ahead at first, but yeah.
Yeah, and we've just saw an incident with a Gecko Vortex prototype diving right on inside into Lesor's. Patrick Pitchler was not expecting it, and it ended up tapping both the rims with the front wing, and that car is absolutely crabbing. Patrick Pitchler, your other GTS car that was very high up the field, having an incident. Perhaps that could be a big implications for that Gecko Vortex prototype, but either way, Paul, we'll let you get back to the Radicals Online team and tell everybody the best, and hopefully the two of you guys can make it work. I know you guys can, but that's a tall order, especially here at Spa.
Yeah, thank you. I hope we can come back for a podium interview at the end. That would be nice.
Well, we'll be here, certainly. So best of luck to you, Paul. Thank you very much for taking some time with us here in the RaceBot TV booth, and best of luck out there.
Yeah, thanks.
So with that, the Connery Matic, I have to say, did you see that Gecko Vortex prototype incident? I have to say that was a pretty bad one, if I can say it.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Gabomex's proudest moment, shall we say. So I wouldn't be surprised if Race Control takes some action against that. It was very hopeful dive down the inside and just collect it into the back of the GTS car. So, as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if a penalty is incoming for the number 16 car, but a penalty cannot really repair the GTS car's race.
I mean, no, you really can, especially when it was one of the front-running ones. I would expect there to be a hammer. Now, I have to say, Cisco, this is looking, it's not the greatest thing in the world. You've got the Pure Racing Team GTS and the Corsim Racing GTS cars both on pit lane, when those were the cars that started basically in the front.
Oh, Radicals GT, problems.
As they have gone for, it doesn't look like a spin per se, Alexander Mania, that Radicals Online GT1. It was a spin. He lost the rear coming up the exit of Air Rouge and into Radillion. He had looped it, and he managed to keep it out of the wall. I mean, that is a very, very impressive piece of piloting there, Cisco.
Yeah, I'm just scrubbing back to take a look at it, and wow. So that was coming. Did he get a piece of the curb the wrong way going up Eau Rouge? That's what it looked like to me, and a heck of a job to keep it out of the barriers there.
Yeah, I think the suspension was loaded, Connery, and he clipped the white part of that barrier and he went out. But yeah, that is a very impressive way to keep it out of that barrier.
It really is, and again, it's one of those scary moments that the car can come loose over the top of Radilon Eau Rouge right there, as it did for Alexander Mania, but it's once he got it into that slide, he did very, very well to keep out the barriers. That could have been a very, very ugly incident indeed.
Yeah, only at 144 miles an hour did he lose the rear end, but only 144. But it's just talking about, let's just looking to the other Radicals effort, that prototype car. A good interview with Paul, I have to say. Two drivers is going to be pretty tough, Cisco. We were talking about how much effort the driver needs to put into these cars to get the best out of them. So if anyone's up for it, though, it wouldn't surprise me if it's Sylvain Pomerad and Paul Olbrink.
Yeah, and like you said, that's going to be a lot of work. I mean, you got the 6-hour race, and Hugo was joking. If you had two people for the Le Mans 24, I'm pretty sure you would literally fall asleep while you were driving, but 6 hours of Spa, I think they can do it. And this is, I mean, it's a demanding track, Cam, but if they feel up for it and they feel pretty confident, I mean, they're running second right now, so you can't really argue with that.
No, not at all. And of course, the next race is, I have to say, I can happily say, as this is round number 5 out of 6, the next one is the 24 Hours of Le Mans, powered by RaceBot, which I don't know what we're powering. I have to say, I didn't look at this.
Ferris wheel?
in the contract clause that if I go into the booth and there's a little bicycle with the pedals, I am not getting on it. So sorry, Hugo, you're gonna have to renegotiate that. I'm not powering anything. I'm not a hamster. Sorry.
But Cam, where does the extra 0.2 per second come from when you're running race bot stickers? It has to come from somewhere.
It's not me. I don't know who. I don't. Maybe they just get Hugo Louis
you didn't know about that part of the contract.
No, I didn't. I didn't read. The 24 hours of camp powered by camp thing. Oh, car incident into the wall. Patrick Wolf, the number 12 prototype. He's gone into the Armco, and I can say Armco properly now, because that's exactly what it was. It was an incident with the Scimitar Esport Audi as it was rejoining. It took a very loose exit off of the no-name corner.
Gecko, sorry to cut you off, Gecko Vortex about spun it right there as well. They made contact. That was their prototype, the number 16. They were having some fun with the 34. If we can get a look at that. Gecko Vortex, I don't know how they saved that car, and that was coming through Lacombe, and that was sketchy.
My. That's
Lacombe.
the Iris. That is the Iris car. They went rim to rim, and it looked like he had to dance that pretty strong, Connery, and if he had lost that again, he most certainly would have collected that Aston Martin.
Yeah, definitely well held by both drivers right there during that instant. The Le Fon sweeper, actually, it's not Lacombe. Sorry to correct you there. It's okay. It's okay. But well head to both drivers right there, just to keep them both those cars pointed in the right direction. That's all we can really ask for.
As I bump my mic once again, we need a little counter where it just dings every time I bump my microphone. But the Gabber Max piloted Gecko Vortex sim racing car, it's had a very troubled 3 or 4 last couple of laps as he has pulled his car into pit lane. He's getting work on. Jordan Wheats, the Torrent Motorsports GT1 effort that's been troubled, also exiting pit lane. So just looking at the time, though, this is certainly not the time for pit stops. An hour and 24 minutes into this race. JCL Sim Racing is also here in pit lane. And, Cisco, I have to say, it's been, we had a very clean first hour, and after that, it seems that things have been kicking off. I mean, Patrick Wolf for the PRT car, after their prototype incident, they are continuing, but others are having to come in as Gabber Max is
sorry, Cam. I think we may be having issues with the overall leader. That's Core Sim Racing Prototypes. I believe this may be a technical. So that is actually they're back on track. So that was actually a scary moment for Core Sim Racing. They were having issues, and then they weren't having issues. So do continue.
Yes, I see that. Just a little bit of a blip. They're back. I'm sure Frederick Asmussen gave the computer chassis a kick, and that clearly fixed everything. But we had a bit of a actually, as Hugo Louis gets very excited. There's a camera opportunity with the Coanda cars. The 48 is getting passed by the number 1. So of course, photo opportunities. And sponsorship plugs.
I think Hugo's secretly driving that prototype. I don't think he's told us.
Me. Yeah, that's probably why his microphone's muted. But as they're looking through right now, I have to say, Cisco, we had a very clean first hour. This really hasn't been the best second hour.
No, it hasn't. And you mentioned that VRS Coanda GT1 car. They actually got the position on the Vendaval car about a lap ago. So Klaus Kivikas slowly moving and shaking his way up there as it looks like PRT, their prototype is hitting pit road with Patrick Wolf. So they're going down the order here. So Cam, it's pit stop time for PRT.
Yeah, perhaps they're figuring out that they're looking at the lap times from that damaged prototype and going, nope, it's not going to make it. So get on pit lane, get us to get you a new nose cone. It's not like it used to be, Connery, where they would try to bend the nose cone back into shape. Nowadays, they can just plop a new one on there. So that, I'm sure, is probably the easiest decision to make for Patrick Wolf and these guys now. Obviously, they have to change their strategy. They started 10th overall, but they were moving up the field. But looks like they're just going to have to go into recovery mode here at the Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, they definitely will be have to be doing that. As yeah, you're right. They used to try and bend the front clips of these prototypes back into shape, but now with an update, they are able to actually change the front clip on these prototypes, so they don't have to bring the hammers out like they do in NASCAR.
No, not at all. And I think that wouldn't work very well for the carbon fiber anyways, but yeah, the car's just looking through right now. Just to recap, it's Core Sim Racing prototype leading with a 19-second lead over Friction Sim Sport. Fastmaster Ravano Racing's in third, 21 seconds behind. In GT1, of course, who else? It's Heisenfeld Core Motorsports leading in the GT1 field, followed by VRS Quina Sim Sport Vendeval in third. So that Quina Corvette is running in second. That's a very good thing to see. MSP Drivers Home is leading in GTS. Shinya Machini Sim Racing and then Odox are your top three in GTS. Cisco, it looks like everyone seems to be having a decent race, minus the GTS field. Their leaders have been plagued by problems, but for Lucas Yestocht in that MSP Drivers Home 85, that's not the bad thing.
No, and you know, I think you mentioned they had a little bit of an incident earlier on when I was first getting into the booth, and, you know, back up to the lead now is, I believe that's the Torrent Motorsports GT1 car that just went past them. And MSP Drivers Home, they're going to take the lead of this GTS class here, Connery, and to look behind them, it's a very different field than what we were looking at earlier. I mean, RSO up there is up there with Tobias Zerny. They're up there. The Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing team, Odox is up there as well. Odox were kind of on the outside looking in earlier, and Connery, this has been a great race for these GTS cars as long as they can keep them in one piece.
Yeah, definitely. As I remember that the 93 of Shinya Mishimi, they're actually one of the ones that came down way early for the first stop right there. They're currently on 38.1 laps on that stint. Actually, I'm not entirely sure that is right. If my lifetime
I'm showing
is playing,
18.
Yeah, my lifetime isn't entirely working correctly, but again, they did come out. They did come down pit road quite a bit earlier than the rest of the GTS cars. So I wonder what they have planned in that second place.
Either way is Cam Walsh rejoining us. And Cam, I do want to point out the NASCAR season is about to go underway as well.
Nobody cares. As Friction Sims... No, I lied. I'm sorry. Everybody cares. It's hopefully it's going to be fun. Frederick Evers pulls that Friction Sim Sport prototype, as I'm sure exactly half of the chat has just gone crazy. As Frederick Evers, he's climbing out of that car. Marcus Hamilton climbing in there in their pit box, getting their fueling and tires and everything changed on the Friction prototype car. This is fairly standard, I have to say, for Friction. They've done this time and time again. They are always seeming to be the first to go off strategy. And Connery, you've been commentating on these races as well all season long here on the Neo Endurance Series. Friction always seems to go off strategy, and we'll see here, will it work here at Spa? Can they finally start pulling ahead?
We will have to wait and see, as actually that is a relatively quick stop for the Friction Sim Sport team, including there, even with that driver change, as they come out on track just behind one of the GT cars. That is the IRDK Assault Racing Corvette. They have to be careful coming through a rouge here if they get caught right behind, which they almost do. As actually, ooh, that's very, very close indeed. Friction Sim Sport having a very close moment with that GT car. They could have checked up and hosted a whole bunch of time, but they managed to find their way through on the left-hand side. They don't really have any pressure around them from any fights for position. It's the closest car to them right now will be that car of Team Chimera, that number 24 prototype. They're behind the traffic that that Friction Sim Sport just got past.
Yes, and looking not that far behind is the Chimera car, but I can't help it. I unscrewed the stand because it was too heavy. As Cisco is criticizing my microphone moving abilities, as Daniel P. Johnson is not that far behind Marcus Hamilton, so that is a 4-second gap. So we'll have to keep an eye down there. Perhaps Daniel P. Johnson is going to be able to, as he goes past the IRDK Assault Racing, can close in on that Friction Sim Sport car. I wouldn't surprise me if that's not what happens, though. Marcus Hamilton is going to have a new set of tires on his prototype. Looking through now, some of the other cars here on the field. Just time changes, just some time relative distances. Core Sim Racing has got a 22-second gap over Movano, but for Movano, they are getting hounded right now by Koana Simsport. Let's take a look at that battle. I think as never mind. He just got held up immensely by Tobias Zerny, that Team RSO car. And Cisco, lap traffic always being in effect here, but for Mitchell de Jong, we saw earlier, he certainly has time in hand over Tommaso Carlo when he wants to. Is he on it right now?
I think, I mean, he's pulling away a little bit, and Movano, we talked about their long run speed here. I think very long run, you might go back to VRS, but we got a closing in battle right here between the 24 and the 17. That's the Team Chimera car. And Robert Tinsley in the Mad Cape number 17, they're closing in big time as they head up Eau Rouge here, Cam. And Hugo Luis pointing that out for us. And
Hugo Luis pointing it out for us that his last name is Lewis. But we just don't care.
It's Luis. Yes. It's my middle name, Cam. Get it right.
No, it's Louis.
It's Luis.
So anyways, Daniel P. Johnson, yes, has been closed in by Robert Tinsley, that Mad Cape number 17, as that was actually 0.6 of 1 second between the two. That last lap time by, and Connery, prototype versus prototype here, they've got more than enough room to do the battle, and for that Mad Cape number 17, it should be fairly straightforward to close up to the back.
Yeah, it should be fairly simple indeed. As the next bit of traffic they'll be coming up to is actually Atomic Motorsports number 1 just heading down into Le Fon right now as they're heading through Pouhon. So they don't really have all that much time to try and get this pass done before they hit another bit of traffic, but they're just following single file through Le Fon right now. Mad Cape Racing still trying to catch. I'm just going to look at the lap times. Team Chimera did a 2:08.1 last time by. Mad Cape did a 2:07.5. So that is over half a second a lap faster if you take last time's lap times into account.
Yes, and looking through it, they're having a fairly good run of it right now. Daniel P. Johnson, he's certainly not slow. He is a very quick driver in the prototype cars, but I think it's mostly just getting experience and stuff. I have to say he's certainly not the third wheel. He's a very, very quick driver, but I don't know if he's as quick as a Jack Keithley, or aggressive, I guess I should say, as a Jack Keithley, or as quick as a Ben Tusting, but he's certainly getting the laps down and improving every single lap, and he's probably been driving these cars far longer, far faster than I ever have, but either way, is he looking to get past Wim's Stockmans, as they're now working up Air Rouge for the 46th time here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. A couple of cars coming out of the pit lane. PRT's GTS car, Jonas Wallmeyer. They have finally fixed the all the suspension and all of the issues. Jonas climbing in and getting his car underway as that GTS car is rejoining, but obviously not the day that they wanted to have. They started in the 30th overall position, which was the very first position in GTS. So they led the very first at the green, and now they are 11 laps down. Cisco, that is a huge dent in what their race will be, and actually I have to say that's going to be pretty big championship implications as well, because of course PRT's GTS effort won at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, and the fact that they're all the way down 15th in class, Cam, that's such a huge hit in points for that team. Second to last car in class, the only one behind them is that Corsim Racing GTS, which had problems going up Eau Rouge earlier on. So the 88's kind of stuck on pit road as well. The 71, at least they're still on track right now, Cam, and that's about the best that they can hope for. Just hope something else happens and that they can get themselves back into this fight.
Well, you don't wish ill upon your competitors. It is a very non-motorsporty thing to do, but you know what? You need to be out there and you need to be making your laps in case something happens. And the Core Sim Racing GTS car is still stationary, so two of your front-running cars, the cars that started first and third, are basically relegated to just lapped car traffic at this point. And Connery, that is going to have a pretty big difference in the GTS field, and now it opens up the book. Who can take it here? You've got MSP Drivers Home, Shinya Machimi, Onox Motorsport, Team RSO. Perhaps now it is going to be one of these guys coming away with their first victory here in the Neo Endurance Series.
That could well be the case, and it will be brilliant to see before the final race at Le Mans in just a month's time at this point. But yeah, Pure Racing Team GTS, they're around about 9 minutes. That is 9 minutes, not 9 laps behind the next car for position, which will be the Automatic Motorsports number 1 car. As we actually see Mackie Racing number 17. They almost have a moment there with the Pure Racing Team GT car coming through the Lecombe, but in the end, no harm done, but still scary.
Oh, big problems, big problems. Pure Racing Team GTS, huge hit right there. Up in a Rouge. Holy cow, Frederick Rasmussen just plowed the PRT. That's your prototype leader done and dusted right there, Cam.
Oh my goodness. As the PRT car looking through, looking at a replay right now, that is Jonas Wallmeyer, a significant impact on the tire barrier. Of course, the PRT car, Frederick Rasmussen, I don't think had anything to do with it, unless there was a second incident that I didn't see.
There was a fairly major one.
Oh, yes, there was a major one. Okay, let's back this all the way up to La Source. Let's take a look at this basically from the exit of La Source. That is not good. This is big implications on both classes. As Jonas Wallmeyer looking right now, he clipped the tire barrier. He lost the rear end of that car, and he clipped it. He went from probably 130 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour to nothing. Frederick Rasmussen, he was following behind the Racing Lions Corvette, and he didn't even see it. He did not for a second see it. He had a Corvette blocking the view. He literally went to go pass the Corvette car in Cisco. He just didn't see it, and he nailed the PRT car. Both cars could have done nothing, and that is out for Core Sim Racing, the prototype car, the one that was so dominant at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, that's huge, and they had such a big lead here, and we were talking about, man, they were so fast, they had such a big gap, and pow, it's all over for Frederick Rasmussen, that Core Sim Racing prototype team, and wow. I mean, when you say there was nothing they could have done, there was literally nothing they could have done, Cam. I mean, Fred had no idea. The 41 was right in front of him, and then boom, Audi right in front of you, and at that moment, Rasmussen knew it was game over.
I mean, it's just, if you look at the onboard, it's almost frightening. Like, you don't see the smoke, you don't see the car being spun out, you literally see nothing. There was nothing he could have done. I mean, the only thing that he could have seen is perhaps his intervals box with the F3, but there is just, oh my goodness, as we're looking right now, slow-mo up Air Rouge, as it just... Oh, what an incident, I have to say. And for Frederick Rasmussen and the rest of the Core Sim Racing field, I mean, you got to give them an absolute tip of the cap. That is just very unfortunate. They've had a great run of it so far, as I'm actually having a bit of issues with my computer. But either way, Cisco, this is just a huge implications.
Yeah, and what that's going to do now is Thrustmaster Movano has now taken over that prototype lead, and you can see Coanda. Remember, Coanda, we were talking about, they're 22 seconds back from the lead, Cam, and all of a sudden, and now Connery, BRS Coanda is right back in the battle, and we've seen them go back and forth, them and Movano, and this is your battle for the overall lead all of a sudden.
Yeah, with Core Sim Racing taking out of the picture, that gap towards the gap between the two lead prototypes now is down on the relative time, at least to just dipping below 1.2 seconds. So that is both a blessing and a curse. A curse for Core Sim Racing's race, but a blessing in terms of the fight we'll get to see for the lead now. Yeah,
it is going to be a great battle for the lead now, and I mean, talk about your points implications right there. I mean, they're discussing in the comment section how big of a hit this is for Core Sim Racing's championship, bid this year. I mean, they had a chance, but right now, VRS, they're top of the standings. Core was third, Connery. They were third in the standings. They were in with a shout. They were 2 points behind Movano, who Movano was 11 points behind VRS. And at this point now, you have to think that could have just wrapped this up with a big bow for VRS. That could have taken Coanda or Core out. Movano probably still has a shot if something happens to Coanda, but Core, for all intents and purposes, just knocked themselves out of this championship.
I think you're right there. I mean, we still have one race to go in terms of Le Mans, but I think the points deficit, pending any issues with that VRS Coanda Simsport car, is going to be a bit too big when that race rolls around. But still, this fight between First Master Movano and VRS Coanda Simsport is still going to rage on right here. If First Master Movano Racing can finish ahead of VRS Coanda Simsport during this race, this sets them up for taking a championship potentially at Le Mans, and that'll be fantastic to watch. The points deficit will be quite large, but as we've mentioned before, Le Mans, a 24-hour race, anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. Of course, by no means, if the 22 team, they have plenty of time. They can get that car back out there repaired and everything. So for those guys, I mean, you got to get the car out there. You got to make laps because, as Cam was mentioning earlier, anything can happen in these races. There's still plenty of racing to go. Something could happen in the other two prototypes. Obviously, you don't want to wish malice on your competitors. But Core, I mean, at this point, they're kind of out of options now. So they just have to get that car repaired. They need to get back out there. But as for Mitchell de Jong and Tommaso Carla, and they're just gonna have to plow away. And it looks like Movano has actually picked up their pace a fair amount. They know they don't have to like conserve to try and catch the leaders now. They are the leaders, so they can set the pace of this race now, Connery.
Yes, they can. I'm just looking at when these guys came in down pit road. VS Coanda Simsport did come in around about 3 or so laps earlier later than First Master Movano did. And actually, First Master Movano, they're going to head their way down pit road. They're going to get slowed in time for the yellow cones. VRS Coanda Simsport going those extra few laps again.
And Movano, this has got to throw a wrench in your fuel strategy here, Connery, I would assume, because now that you're that leader, you know, you can make that decision. You're not kind of basing yourself on, oh, in the leader pits, that's when we want to do that or go contrary to them. I think they were already racing Coanda, so that's kind of a good thing. But and we see the driver swap right there. Di Loretto is going to hop in that car for Movano. But a complete strategy change as well for who you're actually racing.
Yeah, but I'm not really seeing any of the other prototypes come down pit road. First Master Movano is all alone in that pit stall right now. The closest prototypes coming down pit road will be Team GT. Will they come down pit road? No, they will not. So First Master Movano on their own during this pit stop at least.
And I do want to point out, we'll go through the rest. We'll just check in on the rest of the field. Klaus Kivika still your leader in GT1. And I do want to point out that, actually, no, never mind. A couple more cars actually on pit road. The Thrustmaster Movano GT1 car also down there as well. Gecko Vortex also on pit road. They've fallen way down. I think something might have happened to them, Connery.
That may well be the case. If we just rewind the tape a little bit here, I'm not entirely sure what happened to that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car.
He's actually saying for a while.
Yeah, he has, and it's going to take a while for us to actually try and see what has happened right here with the number 16 cars. Yeah, he's been on pit road for a long time. I can't believe that we have missed.
I think they just parked it. I rewound it back, Connery. I think they just parked the car. I'm not really sure why, but no one's sitting in that car right now.
No, as we look towards the 41 and the 47, this is the Racing Lions Corvette versus the SRN Motorsports Aston Martin. They're just taking their way down through Rivage right here. Just Racing Lions, they just push out in the corner just a little bit, but no harm done really. This is a battle brewing in your GT1 field.
Yeah, battle brewing, the Corvette versus the Aston Martin right here as they came out of no name through the left-handers right here. And for SRN Motorsports, they've kind of had a mixed bag this weekend. They had a pretty good race in the GTC class and during Gathering of Tweakers, and then here They're doing decently well. Not a super great run for that team yet, but there's still plenty of race. But they're consistent. That car looks pretty clean, Connery.
Yes, it does, and again, that's all you can really ask for during the endurance race. As long as you keep the car clean, usually you can come away with a half decent finish. Because in this series, in this new endurance series, the cleanliness of the driving is so high compared to some other series that even sometimes coming away with a clean car doesn't mean you get a great finish, but it sometimes means you can get a half decent one.
And 2 more prototypes have hit the pit stall here. That number 2, the Radicals Online car, he's come down, as well as I believe that 7, the Reactive Sim Racing prototype as well. Both those cars came down pit road. I believe those are scheduled stops, Connery. So the pit road sequence beginning for these prototypes here, full going now.
Yep, and the cars that haven't come down pit road include the VRS kind of Simsport car, which is your current leader in your prototypes, and the Team GT, and most of the rest of your prototype cars have come down pit road. There goes Reactive Sim Racing, they're just coming off of pit road actually, and the other prototype that hasn't come down pit road yet is that Fusion Racing car. They're currently out on 25 lap old tires, same as your 2 current leaders at the moment, so expect them to come in soon.
And I mean, we saw Coanda stay out about 2 laps or so extra during that last pit stop here, so they're probably going to do the same thing here, I would assume. And I think Team GT, I would assume, same strategy as well as Coanda here. And we're seeing, it looks like your GT1 leaders are coming in now. It looks like Coanda's in as well as the PRT GT car. And that's going to move Chimera for the moment up to P1 in your GT1 class.
Yep, it is. It's a very busy pit road indeed for your GT1 cars at this moment in time. Most of your leaders down on the pit road, except for Team Chimera, of course. There goes VRS car and the Simsport Corvette. They are just coming off of pit road. Hoykensville Core Motorsports has already come off pit road. There's actually did go and graze the wall there. I heard some concrete noises, shall we say. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but yep, Pure Racing Team, they're going to get off and away. IoT KSL Racing still on pit road, so is Torque Freak Racing as well. So these guys will get going in just a bit.
And that Core Motorsports Aston Martin, they've already made a second pit stop. They pitted about 2 laps earlier of that VRS car. So I believe that's going to give them the lead here once Team Chimera comes in to make their scheduled stop. So it's going to be Heisenfeld Core Motorsports, then VRS Coanda, that 48 car, then Vendavel Sim Racing. Vendavel came in about a lap later, or a lap earlier than Coanda, so pit stops all over the place right now. Phoenix just leaving pit road, I believe, in Core Sim Racing prototype. Still down there, it looks like Isaac Price getting in that car. So they're working on trying to get that prototype back out there so they can make some laps. But for your GT1 leaders, we're just waiting on 1 car to hit pit road, and then everyone would have cycled through.
Yeah, indeed, that is the case. Team Chimera number 54 yet to come down pit road in the GT class. The only front runner that hasn't pitted just yet in that particular class, as actually VRS car and the Simsport in your prototype division, they decided to go again 1 extra lap. And I believe Team GT, they are actually coming off of pit road, so Team GT have made their stop. Also down on pit road is that Mad K Racing number 17 car as well.
Yeah, and that's gonna be actually their 3rd stop. So Mad Cape, I don't think that was a scheduled stop, or they might have had something happen earlier. I'm not really sure. No, I think you're right, Connery. I think this was a scheduled stop. I'm not seeing a lot of damage. So they had to pit earlier, so they're off sequence with all these guys. They're on their 3rd stop here. Not the night Mad Cape was looking for, but 2 cars have yet to pit in your prototype field. The number 59 of Fusion Racing, they're running 7th in class. And then your number 1 car, your continuing leader in prototypes, VRS Coanda, is continuing to lead that prototype class, still having yet to pit, and they are going a very long distance, around 26.5 laps now that VRS has been out there on those tires and on that fuel.
Yeah, that's a very long while indeed. So VRS Core and the Simsport definitely stretching out these stints here at Spa-Francorchamps. I'm just looking at the average sort of pit stop time is around about 1, if you include the pit lane around about 1 minute 12, 1 minute 13, 1 minute 14, that sort of area. And the gap currently between the leader and the leader of VRS Coanda SimSport and Thrustmaster Movano Racing is around about 1 minute 7. So if VRS Coanda SimSport come in now, I think Thrustmaster Movano Racing will be safely in the lead. So, but we'll have to wait and see. These things aren't usually all that reliable since they don't count the slowing down into pit road and the being slow coming off of pit road. So that may be different, but I don't think it's going to be a couple of seconds difference. As actually VRS Coanda SimSport, they head down pit road now.
Yeah, and they're right behind. That's
they're going to get held up.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit held up by Fusion Racing here, and Fusion Racing was the other prototype that had to pit, but you can see the gap. That's Fusion Racing. They're behind VRS Coanda. This is basically a battle to stay on the lead lap right now. It's actually kind of interesting. Fusion Racing going to lose that lap here on pit road. Kind of an out of your hands moment there for Fusion Racing, as they're going to get lapped on pit road by the leader, who's also on pit road. So a very interesting deal right there. But VRS Coanda on pit road, and the driver change going to happen, and Piatala is going to hop in that car for VRS Coanda, and we're going to have to see, is Friction SimSport going to get past them here while VRS is on pit road. As Team Chimera also in, that's going to cycle your prototype field. Now everyone's going to be cycled once they leave pit road, and as is your GT1 field. As we welcome back Cam Walsh.
Hey, well, you know, as it turns out, it's like when you have a young child, you expect at some point that young child to grow into something. When you have a computer hard drive, unfortunately, for whatever reason, no matter how long you have it, no matter how much you nurture it, at some point it just fills up and stops working. So we've put it on a weight loss plan, and hopefully that has worked out. So Marty Piatella, he is pulling away in front of Thrustmaster Movano Racing, so he is clear, even with the driver swap, Enrico Di Loretto. And, well, I mean, just the fallout of having Core Sim Racing in your PRT car, having incidents, guys, haven't been listening too much right now. I've been trying to keep tabs, but it's fairly difficult. But it looks like this is going to be a fairly big change here, and for everybody here, this opens up both the prototype and the GTS field, as Thrustmaster Movano getting held up behind Atomic Motorsports and Torrent Motorsports. But either way, any thoughts on the standing changes just before we look at taking a cut for an ad?
The one thing we do want to note, Friction SimSport is your prototype leader right now. That pit stop for VRS Coanda has brought them into second place. They're about 6-7 seconds back on about 7 and a bunch, actually. That number 1 car. It looks like he was getting held up. That was the reason why he was losing so much time on my relative there. But VRS Coanda, I mean, a decent stop there, but now they have to catch Friction SimSport. And Friction SimSport on an alternate strategy, Connery. They're on 11, almost 12 lap old in here. Them and PRT, their prototype, both of them are kind of on the 12 lap pit stop right now cycle.
Yeah, they are, and I'm just looking at that VRS Coanda SimSport prototype car. Actually, it just shows how reliable my mental mathematics is. It's actually they did come out ahead of Thrustmaster Movano Racing during that pit cycle, only by a few tenths of a second, mind you. But look, they've just pulled out that gap over Thrustmaster Movano Racing. Right there as they come across the stripe. That gap is at around about 2.5 seconds at this point, and we're only a few laps into the stint.
And yeah, just so prototype battle is opening up ever since the incident with Core SimSport. The battle in GTS as well as picked up. Just a quick rundown of your top 5 in each field, and then we're going to take an ad break here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. After almost 2 hours of racing, and we had a very clean first hour, door-to-door racing, but no contact. The second hour, well, it all seemed to fall apart as the prototype car of Core Sim Racing ended up having a race-ending incident Going in up through Air Rouge, nothing he could have done. He actually collected the PRT GTS car, who was, of course, your first qualifying car in GT. Both of those cars retired for the day. Radicals Online GT1 car ran afoul of trouble, as well as Gecko Vortex Sim Racing, as well as the Core Sim Racing's GTS effort. Top 5s. Friction SimSport currently leads with a 7.3 second lead over VRS Koena SimSport. Thrustmaster Movano is in hot pursuit, less than 2 seconds behind. Radicals Online following, and then Reactive Sim Racing in 5th. Looking into GT1 is actually the Koena car, as Kate Kashubi just took the line away from Marty Piatella, so he had to go very evasive. But Kate Kashubi in that Heisenfeld Core Motorsports number 55 has been leading since the drop of the green flag. Of course, that's Alexander Voss. Kate Kashubi is just getting out for his first stint. VRS Koena SimSport Corvette is running in second place. I think that's the best running a Corvette has done this far this season. Then Double Sim Racing is in third, and there Aston Martin, one of the Sim RC cars, of course, always front running, is the Crimson car today. Then the PRT GT car finishing out your top 5 in GT. Looking near GTS, it's the MSP Drivers Home 83 picking up the pieces from PRT GTS's incident, as the Radicals Online Pro-Am car is in hot pursuit. It's a pair of Audis. The Team GT GTS Audi in the third. Team Don't Forget to Be Awesome, or Team Diftaba, depending on who you ask, is running right now in the 4th position in their Mercedes. In pursuit, though, is the Onox Motorsport Samsung car, who is currently actually on pit road, which means it's Shinya Machimi Sim Racing, finishing out your top 5 in the GTS. It's the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps here live on Race.TV and iRacing Live. We'll be back after just a few minutes of advertising with more coverage of this great endurance race with the Neo Endurance Series.
So obviously, you guys have come from the virtual world to reality. What do you think about a sim racer coming in the real world? What were your expectations coming in?
Coming from iRacing, a computer program basically down here to a real world scenario where you got all these guys with all these years and years and years and years of experience that are also using iRacing as a tool to come out and run against those guys and beat them and finish ahead of them and show them, there's a thing or two you might be missing is fantastic. I mean, that's a skill that I know I don't have, and I can appreciate it because I'm terrible at iRacing.
Glenn was able to come into the team. We did a lot of preseason testing, actually a full season's worth of testing before we even started the season. And he came in, there was a lot of sectors that he was the fastest guy out of our team. And Sparky and I are looking at data, trying to catch up to him through some turns. And of course, some places Sparky will be the fastest or I'll be the fastest, and Glenn is able to learn from, what we're doing and vice versa. So it was excellent to see his pace right off of the bat, and speed was never a worry. It's about qualifying well. Qualifying is very difficult, and pretty important in this series. And so is, being able to make effective passes without contact. It's very difficult to pass in these cars, so it's not easy being here.
I think the level of ultra competitiveness in here, where when normally when you make a pass, you're making a pass with 2 cars involved. But if we're making a pass in this series, you have to remember there's 5 cars waiting behind you. If you mess up that pass, they're going by you.
Yeah, it's like sharks.
Yeah, you're surrounded by sharks. But no, it's been I've been very surprised and very pleased with it. And obviously, I have the 2 champions I'm sitting between. John actually statistically is the most successful MX-5 Cup driver in the world. He owns every record that you would want, none of the bad records.
Maybe some of them, I don't know.
Maybe some of those. And Sparky's one of the quickest guys in the paddock, and obviously the champion now. So I couldn't have picked a better team to be with 6 Sideways. I'm looking at what everybody in the paddock calls gold. I mean, they will pay to look at John and Sparky's data, and I get full access to it. And I get to see where I'm doing well and see where I can improve. And I've been really pleased with my progress.
Bringing us back in dramatic fashion is Eric Vidorf in the IRDK Assault Racing car deciding to do victory donuts in the first 2 hours of the race. Though Eric Vidorf, he has recovered, and he really didn't lose that much. Everything's nice and hunky-dory with that Corvette, as he's had to wing it around the outside of the MSP Drivers Home 83 Mercedes. But outside of that, you didn't miss a moment. Of course, Race Spot TV side by side. Hello, everybody. It's myself, Cam Walsh, Cisco Scaramuza, and Connery Maddock here on Race Spot TV and iRacing Live. It is the Neo Endurance Series, 6 hours of Circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, brought to us, as always, by Hugo Louis, or Lewis, depending on how well I'm feeling.
Need the S at the end of it. You're fine with Louis. You just have to finish with an S. Luis.
No. Either way, though, your leaders haven't changed. Friction Sim Sport now has an 8.3 second lead. They've gained about a second over that last ad break. Okay, we'll just let the pop filter fall off. There we go. It gives me more pop, Eisenbelt Core Motorsports, they are still running a fairly strong race. This is the only one left where there's really nothing dramatic being changed from previous races, except for perhaps that the second place car is the Corvette, piloted by Renz Brogman, the VRS Quantum Sport 48 car, and then the GTS division that has been wide opened like a can opener, like that Audi was on the tire barriers at the top of Air Rouge. Absolutely destroyed that PRT car, as well as the Core Sim Racing GTS effort having ended there as well. And that has allowed MSP Drivers Home 85 to pick up the pieces. Shinya Machimi in pursuit. Nodex Motorsport also in pursuit. Just bringing it back, Cisco. It's been a fairly dramatic race, I have to say, this last couple of hours. I think drivers might perhaps be starting to get a little tired.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple driver swaps already, new drivers getting into the cars already, Coanda swapping out, Movano swapping out, so new drivers getting into that car. You always have the I don't know, challenge of getting into a car that, you know, you didn't practice in this car. It's going to be a little bit different. The tires are going to be a little less worn, maybe a little bit of damage on the car. There's always something that's just a little bit off that maybe getting into that car you have to get adjusted to. So these guys figuring that out and getting to get some laps in here, as looks like Thrustmaster Movano, their GTS car, is hit pit road right now, Cam.
Yes, and of course, just looking through, talking about different changes, the weather can also change. Of course, here at Spa, it currently is 72 degrees and 101 Fahrenheit. As I mean, it is dynamic. It does change, as well as the track rubbering in. We started off with a moderate track usage that then carried over from practice to qualifying to the race. So the track should be fairly rubbered in. That dark line should be established lap after lap after lap. Looking right now at the SRN Motorsports car of Ryan Huff, Jorge Montanes, and then Stefan Seitwager in that SimRC Iris car with the Friction SimSport prototype, trying to make his way through. And Connery, it's a bit of a bear to try to get around these GT1 cars. He's on the headlights, but it's not going to do him very good. He can maybe clear one before Air Rouge, but it's very difficult in a prototype unless you can get a good exit here.
Yeah, he's going to get a little bit held up there, but that isn't over in terms of traffic for Friction SimSport. They still have another train of cars in front of them: Talk Freak Racing, Racing Alliance, DK Result Racing, Madkit Racing 17 as well. So they have a lot of traffic to deal with during this lap. At least it was two right behind them, Cam.
Yeah, the Stefan Seitwager piloted SimRC.Iris car ended up making a fairly simple pass. He's got damage on that right side. I still have not figured out where that has come from. It seems that he's been carrying it almost all race long. Marty Piatella, though, will be arriving on the scene. And Connery, just as you're saying, that prototype car, he's got a lot of traffic to try to work through. Friction SimSport, who's passing almost a cousin of his, the Racing Lions, as far as the paint scheme seems to go. But I have to say, from what we've seen all season, Connery, the Corvettes, they didn't really seem to have too much oomph as far as fighting the Aston Martins go. Yet they seem to be doing a fairly outstanding job here at Spa.
Yeah, that definitely seems to be the case right here. We'll have to see if that remains the case at Le Mans. I'm not entirely sure about that one, but it'll definitely be interesting to see as we see Fiera's kind of SimSport now in that prototype effort. The number one car just making them their way through on the same traffic that Friction SimSport made their way through just a couple of moments ago, and that will also mean that Thrustmaster Movano Racing will also hit this traffic as well pretty soon.
Yeah, and Friction just going through the bus stop. He's cleared the Movano GTS car, but yes, you've got the Coanda car having that issue, and then the Movano car will be having that same issue. But either way, Cisco, just before things get too hot and heavy here, I hear there's going to be a motor race fairly soon that involves a fairly sizable circle with some fairly simplistic automobiles. They just got some tubes and some frames welded together.
I don't know what you're talking about,
Throw
Cam.
a big V8 in it.
Yeah, but Daytona 500 on iRacing, and that's going to be a huge race. That's coming up next week right here, and you can catch the live broadcast of the top split right here on iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV. Nearly said LSR TV. No, we're not doing that. We're doing something on Tuesday.
Nope.
But we might hang around. We know we have some friends who are going to be running in that, so tune into that. That's going to be awesome. Full 500 miles, Cam, 250 laps, or 200 laps rather. It's Daytona 500, Cam.
It is, and it's on iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV. And then Tuesday, of course, it is the Peak Antifreeze Series, welcoming in the 2017 season. Will Ray Alfalla be able to have a good event? As looking at the Movano Racing prototype right now, cars every which way in front of him. He's got the Torque Freak Racing on one side, the Scimitar on the other, the SRN Aston Martin behind, and the Racing Lions Corvette up ahead. So for Enrico Di Loretto, he is earning that paycheck, which I have a feeling doesn't actually exist, but you know what I mean. Is he is working his way to work on through. He clears the Corvette on the outside, and he will continue. So very good maneuvering from Enrico Di Loretto for that Thrustmaster Movano Racing HPD as he comes away with it cleanly. And just looking forward, though, the Marcus Hamilton piloted Friction Sim Sport prototype is pretty much cleared all of the traffic. He's working their way through. Manuel Sanchez in the Radicals Online Pro-Am car is in pit lane. Not quite sure if that's scheduled or not. I think pit stops at this point, Connery, have become very, very skewed with how different, not only different strategies people are having, but with just how strange of different pit entry times that we're seeing.
Yeah, but definitely seems like things are being pretty erratic in terms of when people are deciding to bring their cars down pit road. That'll definitely make for an interesting finish when all of those different strategies converge into one. But for now, it's a tiny bit confusing with all the different pit strategies going on. But we'll do our best to bring you what's going on with that one. But again, I'm just looking at this. Again, I keep looking at this VRS kind of Simsport car because I'm just amazed at how much of a gap they're pulling out over Thrustmaster Movano at this point. Because coming out of pit road last time that they came in, they were only a couple of tenths of a second ahead. That gap is now up to 8.3 seconds.
Just that last lap alone, VRS Quantum Sport ran a 206.9 compared to Thrustmaster Movano's 210.3, so traffic definitely being a factor, but especially for both cars because Marcus Hamilton, Cisco, he had a 205.9, so he was almost a full second faster than Marty Piatella, who was about 3 seconds faster than Thrustmaster Movano. So for Friction, it's definitely paying right now to be the leader.
Yeah, it absolutely is. They've pulled out such a huge gap, and considering they're up 7 places in this race, Cam, they didn't have the greatest qualifying time by any chance, and they're doing such a great job in this race right now. I mean, they've got that lead. They've got a quick driver in there in Marcus Hamilton. He's just done such a great job, but also got to keep in mind they're getting close to their pit stop. They've been out on these set of tires and this fuel for about 21 seconds. So it's getting close.
Wow, 21 seconds.
21
seconds. 21 laps.
I mean, that is
21
just
laps.
21 seconds, and this is why we let you do things like circle oval cars.
I got confused. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's
what do you want from me?
I mean, just perfection, really.
Perfection?
I don't think that's
okay.
asking for too much. But either way,
Perfection from the guy who's been dropping his mic like 20 times today.
I no, it's just getting comfortable. That's all. I think it's all right now. But either way, though, and don't forget, of course, Cisco, having done the 4 hours of Spa, would be gathering the Tweakers Endurance Series, so you're getting the full gambit here today. But either way, just looking through right now, I thought I saw a puff of smoke coming from a corner, but I was mistaken. Just looking right now, perhaps, let's take a look at Jorge Montaigne's the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT, and Stefan Seitweger, as Connery, I believe you were there as well, but picking up Stefan Seitweger and Jorge Montaigne's going side by side into the Lake Home Complex.
Yep, and that will be Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT through and taking the position, but there's also a battle ahead of them. There's Torque Freak Racing and SRN Motorsports. They are also very close on track together as they head down into this long downhill right-hander of Rivage, coming into the entry of No Name Corner. SRN Motorsports looking for a gap, not finding one just yet, but they're close enough to make a move if they want to. Maybe not down into Pouhon, but if they can keep this gap as it is all the way coming out of Stavelo 2, then they might have a move coming down into the bus stop, so we'll have to wait and see. But there's the train developing now behind these two guys. So you had the battle ahead, Tokyo Racing versus SRM Motorsports, and you've also got Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT and SimRC.de Iris. They're in one big 4-car train right now.
It's a traffic train, Connery.
And they're all Aston Martins. So if you count up how many V's they all have, I don't know. I went to summer school for 3 years. But that's a lot of V's and some 12s, and 12 times 4, and that's like 48 or something. I don't know. It's probably 52. I don't really know. But either way, yes, the Aston Martin's running their way through right now. That Torque Freak Racing car is the one that is in front of that train, playing the conductor. As the Movano car looks perhaps to the inside of the SRN car, nope, they'll think better of it. And that SRN effort, of course, last season they were in the Corvette. This season they're in the Aston Martin. So they are having a fairly good run of it, as well as that. Yep, that was indeed yet another ding as that falls over to the side. Actually, both cars having huge issues getting into the La Source complex here, the La Source corner. Torque Freak Racing lost the rear. Jorge Montañez went well too deep into the corner, and Ryan Huff took to the curbs on the outside to go defensive, and that is, well, when all four cars botch the entry and exit, I mean, I guess that keeps everybody together, but this is starting to get fast and loose here. Stefan Sidewire, Cisco is going to pull alongside with Ryan Huff as they go down the Kemmel Straight, hitting about 160 miles an hour.
And it doesn't look like the slipstream's going to go either way for these drivers. They're going to be side by side into the Coombe chicane here. And no, they're pretty evenly matched. SRN down on that right side of the track. Sideweiger on the outside. I thought they was going to try and get a run, but now the 47 going to have the preferred line in through the slow section here as they head up towards No Name. Corner still side by side. And finally, SRN going to try and get the crossover. It ain't over yet, Cam. They got a little bit loose, but here he's going to stick the nose in.
Yes, he absolutely is. Ryan Huff, he is on the brakes. Oh, so very close. Stefan Sideweiger, I think he was expecting that car to pull a little forward so he could have gone on the inside. Oh, that was so very close, as he gives him a little bit of a blink with the headlights, which, of course, we all know, Connery, that when you blink those headlights, obviously what that means is that not only am I faster than you, you're wasting my time, so just politely get out of my way and roll out the red carpet. At least I think that's what that means, yes?
I believe so. I believe it's the international language for race car drivers. The headlights mean actually just get out of the way now, and there's no questions asked. But if you do want to, sorry, Cam, if you do want to actually interact with us, I have to do the Twitter plugs. I don't think you've done that so far at this race.
I haven't.
But currently, Torque Freak Racing actually tweeting Sunday traffic is getting crazy with a huge screenshot of just a huge train of cars coming through the bus stop chicane. And that was with the hashtag IRNEO if you want to get involved.
Yeah, absolutely, the hashtag IRNEO, as there was just so much going on at the start of the race. Unfortunately, I did not have the time to plug all of the buttons, but it's overall a fairly exciting run of it, to say the least. A couple of people, some poking fun at Hugo, working on the cameras. Quinn, of course, yep. As they're showing off their three-wide action, going up Air Rouge earlier in the race. As right now, Stefan Sideweiger, this battle continues, Cisco, as Ryan Huff, he's on the outside, or he's on the inside for corner number 5 this time by Stefan Sideweiger. He is looking through, and for Jorge Montañez, well, this is a good thing. He doesn't really have to worry about his rearview mirrors. They're going too wide, and actually, there goes Ryan Huff. Will he hit the barrier? Yes, he will. That's that for that battle, is the GT car. He goes off there. I don't think he damaged the front end, though.
No, and that was just an incident. The SRN car got up on the curb there, and it all went wrong for that SRN Motorsports Aston Martin. And that was right as the prototypes were going by, none of them involved. But Stefan Sideweiger, that's probably going to be one of the easier passes he's going to make today. I mean, these curbs are just so tricky in these cars. You know, you have these flat ones, like what we're seeing right now when they went through Poulon. I can't talk today. And yeah, I'll let you get the pronunciation of that one right, because I don't want to mess it up.
But I have to say, well, just looking at the GT lead right now, Heisenfeld Core Motorsports has been caught by that Corvette. Just kind of looking through the Twitter, SRN Motorsports, they actually just, they posted on Twitter 20 minutes ago, struggling with the setup of the car. We seem to have hit it exactly wrong for the particular track conditions today. Well, that would explain why, indeed, they just had that issue to going through. But Connery, for Kei Kashubi, he is going to be hustled and bustled right now. Renz Broekman is closing, and Daniel Johnson wants to get by in that prototype car. But that Corvette, I mean, we've been waiting and waiting. There's an incident just up front. Jordan Weeks, Torrent Motorsports, being clipped by Team Diftaba, or Don't Forget to Be Awesome, as they were clipped there. And actually, I think the cars are going to be arriving on that accident scene as... Okay, they're going to get on by. Everyone's getting through clean. A clean rejoin from Jordan Weeks, but Connery, oh boy, oh boy.
I believe that is the correct term to describe that situation in the Francorchamps, yes?
Yes, that is the only way to describe it.
Yes, indeed it is, as we have a look back towards that fight in the GT field for the race lead. Renz Broekman has actually dropped back a little bit off the back of that Huykensville Core Motorsports car, which is currently in the lead of the GT division. They're just heading their way down into the bus stop chicane right now, but the RS Continental have done a good job trying to catching that Huykensville Core Motorsports car to put them in this position right now, so we could see a challenge for the GT lead coming up soon.
And we'll go on board with Renz Broekman. That V8 Corvette in a hot pursuit with Kay Kashubi. We're going to go Race Spot TV fan immersion here. But instead of it being fan immersion where you just don't sit there and listen to me talk, you're going to listen to me talk for the entire lap, unfortunately. As now I'm just joking. Well, let's hear that Corvette as he is in pursuit of Kay Kashubi. He's got a clean track ahead of both of them, so this is a definitely straight up mano-a-mano lap here today, at least for now, on lap number 64 of this 6-hour race. Kay Kashubi getting pursued. Renz Broekman. It goes to Kay Kashubi off the bus stop, but don't think that Renz Broekman was any further behind. Lap time is going by Kay Kashubi at 2:15.17, Renz Broekman at 2:14.73, so faster lap goes to Renz Broekman in that Corvette. He is close enough. Perhaps he could snake his way into the draft. That hole that the punch of the Aston Martin will be making as Kay Kashubi working his way up, just clipping a little bit of that curbing. As now Renz Broekman, he is now letting loose. The entirety of that V8 Corvette is now closing in. This is actually a good challenge for the lead, but he has the overspeed. Kay Kashubi leaving all the way to the outside open before he closes up under braking, as that was almost a bit naughty. As it is Renz Broekman, he is pursuing in. Of course, Kay Kashubi did leave more than a lane open, so it should be okay, but for that Core Motorsports car, he is definitely got his hands full. Renz Broekman on full attack. That Corvette, and Cisco, well, this is a battle we've been waiting for some time here, Corvette versus Aston Martin here at Spa.
Yeah, and it's between Core Motorsports and VRS Coanda, and Renz Broekman closing in on Kay Kashubi there. Kay a little bit loose out of no-name corner, and through the left-hander here, Renz is right on the back bumper here. This is going to be a battle royale, Cam. They're going to go at it here.
And we did get a message on Twitter at RaceSpot TV. Can you teach the commentators how to pronounce corner names so bad Every time I hear them attempt Radillion or Les Combes, well, unfortunately for all y'all, that's not just, it's not in the cards. Connery, perhaps you know how to pronounce them all properly, but unfortunately us simpleton Americans, just maybe not so much.
You kind of think Americans are bad at pronouncing things, but I'd hazard the guess that us British are actually worse.
Well,
Can we get a
unfortunately,
hashtag unmute Hugo so he can tell us how to do it?
Well,
I don't
he's
think
Brazilian.
Hugo has a better idea, yeah.
And these are, well, these are French corner names, so even though we're in Belgium, but you know, it's one of the languages in Belgium, so it makes sense. But I don't think Hugo can help much with French. I think it's Portuguese for Brazil, isn't it?
Yeah, where's Jonathan Boutel when you need him, I suppose. But either way, unfortunately, that's what you're stuck with as they go into Les Horses. Hey, Kashubi, though, he's dancing just a little bit on oversteer exit. Rens Broekman, I mean, he seems to have a fairly decent exit, but that Aston Martin just seems to get the punch going down the hill. And, of course, now you've got Nick Rowland in the Mad Cape number 17 prototype. He's looking to squeeze right on by as he'll get the speed. He'll time that perfectly as he'll now scythe his way through your two leading GT cars and make his way through. But I have to say, you know, Cisco, I was debating doing the full commentary for that, as actually the goodness, the Mad Cape 17 has an absolutely abysmal entry into Lake Combe, and he tries to somehow corral the car back onto the track, and Kate Kashubi was right there. We're going to have to get a replay of that right there. That is a huge incident involving your leading GT car. The curse continues, where the leaders of the race are always having an issue. Cisco, that was a dramatic one.
That damaged Keikishubi big time right there, and he just motored through the ground. I'm trying to see what exactly went wrong for that Mad Cape car. I mean, it looked like they had decent corner entry. He just whiffed, I guess, locked it up, tried to rejoin, and hello, Keikishubi. And I don't think that prototype was really expecting it, that Mad Cape car, and big damage on both cars right there. And I'm pretty sure that means that this has gone the way probably of VRS Coanda in this battle now.
Connery, what did you see?
I think that Mad Cape 17 car just simply missed the apex, pushed wide, carried a little bit too much speed in, and then there's a bit of calamity from then on forwards. But yeah, big damage to the drivers at left-hand side of that Hoykersveld Core Motorsports car, and VRS Coanda, they still haven't been able to find a way around just yet. In fact, they actually dropped back a little bit because of the traffic, and there's a whole bunch of traffic ahead of these guys right now. There's Team DFTBA, Michael Storm behind the wheel of that one, just coming down the pit straight now. Hoykersveld Core Motorsports will have to probably sling one down the inside here to put that car between themselves and VRS Coanda Simsport, but no, they just follow in behind right now, and VRS Coanda Simsport very, very close as they lock up coming down into the source.
And you have your prototype car in second position, Enrico Di Loretto. He's done fairly well getting through the traffic so far. How is he going to tackle this one? Kei Kashubi gets on by Michael Storm, knowing full well that Rens Broekman is going to have to back off. He actually backs off in the middle of the corner and gets back on the throttle earlier than you normally would. But that'll allow him to overshoot past Michael Storm as there goes Enrico Di Loretto going on through. Kei Kashubi, they're going three wide between the three different classes right before you get to the braking section to Lake Holmes. As Rens Broekman, he considered going to the inside of Jonas Wallmeyer, the extraordinarily hobbled PRT GTS car, as he'll make his way through right now. The Radicals car is looking through. Oh, he almost had to go to the dirt as Michael Storm almost thought about going around Jonas Wallmeyer as the car of Sylvain Palmeron. Well, he managed to recover that. Kei Kashubi, the car doesn't seem that damaged. Their lap times are very, very similar. Both 2:16.5s between Rens Broekman and Kei Kashubi now as they're working their way. Hands full of traffic, Connery, as they're working now through the different types and classes. It is very difficult, especially when you've got faster prototypes trying to make their way through. They're looking to go three wide again. They will.
Yep, three wide yet again, coming down onto the entry to the Le Fon chicane right there. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Hoykersveld Core Motorsports is still on the pace right now. They have some pretty major drivers left-hand side damage. And also that left front wheel is slightly exposed if you look at it from the front, so that's not going to help at all either. But they're managing to hold off VRS Coanda here. I don't know if it's because they're actually still on the pace, but or if the traffic is just playing too much into their hands right now.
Well, looking at it, Renz Broekman is a bit ways behind now. That traffic lending right to Kei Kashubi. It's helping him now. There's only so many laps you can have with traffic that dense, though. Things always seem to come and go in waves as Kei Kashubi, massive backfire coming off the left-hand side of that Corvette as he cycles down the gears. As now they're working on a lap number 68 here at the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps in the Neo Endurance Series. Cisco, I mean, for Renz Broekman, you've seen the damage to the car. His car is undamaged, yet it seems that his lap times are a little slower. Perhaps that incident there perhaps rattled Renz a little bit more than it rattled Kei Kashubi, which is, it sounds a bit strange, but it looks like Kei Kashubi's been pushed on by this incident.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that it didn't make much of a difference for Kay there. I thought that was going to be game, set, match for Renz Broekman. And wow, that Core Motorsports car, I guess he had some speed under that Aston because he is pulling away. Wow, I'm so surprised about that. I mean, it's some pretty significant damage, and you would think the Aston, the way the diffuser is on the front, or the splitter on the front diffuser, and all the aerodynamic stuff done to this car, you'd think that'd be a bigger deal, but I guess just no.
As we'll look to the reactive sim racing and friction sim racing, they are going too wide down the Kemmel Straight. Justin Hopp and Frederick Evers now fighting for 4th position as reactive sim racing will give it back as Frederick Evers now he'll put himself up to 4th position going through Lake Holm as now here that friction car, that number 15, that that legendary drive that has been in the Neo Endurance Series for so long. As Evers he'll have pulled away from Reactive. Reactive, I believe this is their first series with that namesake as far as their prototype event goes. So they're doing a fairly well job. Justin Hopp and Lars Boll, the 2 pilots that have piloted for today. As of course, looking at the overall the standings for the prototype, that reactive sim racing car, they're well back. They're in a 11th position in the standings. So for these guys to be fighting right on with Frederick Evers in the friction sim sport, that is a very good thing. And Connery, it's always a good thing to see over race after race after race. Cars are improving, drivers are improving, teams are improving, and it just goes to show why the Neo Endurance Series is such a popular thing to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And Reactive Sim Racing, they haven't really had the best season. They've got into some incidents here and there, which meant they're quite a bit behind in terms of the point standings. But in this race, they're kind of proving that they can run up at the front with the big guys right now. They're currently running for a good, solid 4th place actually 5th place right now. The Friction Sim Sport is just ahead of them, just a couple of seconds down the road, and they have already pitted. That was your prototype leader, but again, Reactive Sim Racing, they're running well, and that's in stark contrast to the rest of their season.
Yes, and they did have a no finish at Circuit of the Americas too, so that certainly didn't help. Yeah, they're having a good run of it right now today. And just looking at the standings real quick, I don't need the overlay or anything, but it's going to be a fairly dramatic run of it here. You've had 3 separate cars coming away with a victory as Team Chimera took the first one at Sebring, then it was VRS Coanda for Coda, then Movano, then Coanda once again at the Nürburgring. So for Core, this is a very tough one to swallow. They were hand in hand as far as the Nürburgring goes, and they were hand in hand here at Spa. But that's going to be a tough one to swallow for Core Sim Racing's prototype division. And for Heisenwald Core, they've won the last 2. Now they've picked up this damage, and now their 3rd is in jeopardy. But you've had Torrent and then SimRC Iris. And then you've got the Coanda car. The Coanda car didn't get any points in the Nürburgring, so that has really dumped them down, even though they are still, even with that 0, the front-running Corvette. And then this is the big one. In GTS, you've had one winner all race long, and that's been the Pure Racing Team GTS. Perhaps all of that luck has been expended those first 4 rounds, and this one was just not in the cards. So there's going to be a first-time winner no matter who wins here at in the GTS field. But it's just going to open it up, and then we're going to get to Le Mans, Cisco, and the Le Mans, of course, we love the 24 hours of Le Mans here on iRacing, and somebody has gone well off. It's the number 83 car, Marcus Pappenbrock, has absolutely formula drifted that Mercedes. I see what had happened. Under braking, he got a little etchy around Jordan Weeks, ran out of room, and he ended up having to dip it to the ground going into corner number 1. But either way, Cisco, of course, we enjoy our iRacing official 24 hours of Le Mans, but really, if you're looking for something that is definitely a worthwhile watch, the highest competition, the highest quality live racing stewards, I mean, the Neo Endurance 24 Hours Le Mans, that's going to be as close as you're going to get as far as simulated motorsport to that race in France.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be a whole lot of fun when they get to that. And that's the last race of the season, I believe, for the series, right?
Yep, and it's double points.
So big implications going to be involved in that, Cam. To quote my Rick Allen there.
Yeah. We don't need championship implications set every 13 seconds. But in Connery, I mean, a 24-hour race. I don't think it's. Is it going to be the first for the Neo Endurance Series? I know we've done longer races. We typically do an 8-hour halfway through. I think actually last season the circuit Spa-Francorchamps hosted the 8 hours of Spa last season, if I recall. But the 24-hour race, it's going to be a very different tempo here, I have to say.
Yeah, it definitely is, and of course we've already had a Le Mans 24-hour race here on iRacing. It was actually the official iRacing one just a couple of months ago, so this is going to be the second Le Mans 24 hours on RaceSpot TV iRacing Live, so definitely tune into that one because the double points can definitely play a factor. I know some people don't really prefer it after what happened in the Formula One, but we'll have to see what happens there. It's going to be a fantastic race. Also, for that race, we'll have the top 3 finishes in the Gathering Chicas Endurance Series joining us for that one. So we'll have a bit of an extended field for that Le Mans race.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's going to be a good one. Of course, that is going to be in March. I actually have the dates right here. So it'll be March 25th and 26th. So just a little over 1 month's time. And of course at Circuit de la Sarthe. And that is going to be a great time. It is going to be the entire broadcast from flag to flag on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live, 24 hours of action here, and it's going to be a great time. So looking right now, the 42 and the 31, that's of course the Thrustmaster Movano racing car on the attack of Eric Weidorf in that IRDK Assault racing car. Stefan Seidwager, he is looking on as you've got your front-running prototype cars. Enrico Di Loretto and Solian Palmerado will be looking to get on by through the bus stop. Actually, Enrico, this is a bad spot to catch cars as you're going to be, you're so much faster as a prototype car. Coming on through here, they're going through the bus stop as they'll get that to Enrico Di Loretto. Jorge Montanes will, and I thought he was going to take the line away from the Radicals car, and actually all 3 of them going into pit lane, actually leaving the Radicals on line car. Well, he had 2 lap cars in front and in a prototype he was chasing down, or was being chased by. Well, now he's completely by himself. Which is a strange one to say. And Cisco, this is a bit odd, again, leading to the strategy when you've got GT cars pitting the exact same lap as prototype cars, pitting at the exact same time. Connery, actually, you have a point.
Yes, I do have a point. That point is to say that Thrustmaster Movano had a big issue coming down onto pit road that time. They actually hit the outside wall on pit entry. They actually missed the pit entry line as well. I'm not entirely sure what the iRacing system or the live stewards will have to say about that one, but a mess of a pit entry from Thrustmaster Movano Racing HPD. I think that was a last-minute decision pretty much right there.
Yeah, and we're looking at the onboard replay right now of that, and you can see Enrico Di Loretto. I think what ended up happening is he was following a Corvette, and then he cut straight, and yeah, he carried a bunch of speed, and that surface is not really flat, and that turquoise painted surface, and so he lost the rears just a little bit. and he is now off and away behind Stefan Zeitwager, that SimRC Iris car, so he's not even going to get the courtesy of a good exit as they both lead out Stefan Zeitwager and Tommaso Carla. As Stefan Zeitwager, well, he actually danced the lefts on that white line, and for Tommaso Carla, bad pit entry, bad pit exit. Now he's got to sit and wait up Air Rouge and up Redillon. That is not what he wanted, especially when he was running in second position, now in third. So Cisco just, oh boy, that is a bit of a messy pit stop.
Yeah, not the greatest pit stop for those guys. They're going to have to recover it. We still have plenty of time in the race. I mean, we're just getting around to that halfway point, more or less, right now. About 16 minutes till we hit the 3-hour mark. Plenty of time to make it up, Cam, but that's a lot of ground they're going to have to make up.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, of course, one of the fans here on the YouTube channel, of course, we see you when we're watching as well, stating that one of the Core Motorsports cars just picked up some damage with a rejoining HPD. Not quite sure which Core or what Core car that's going to be, but either way, we'll keep an eye out to see which Core cars damage. The Heisenfeld car looks okay. I looked at the last lap. That one's all right. And then, the Core GTS car is out, so that would leave just the Core prototype. So. With Isaac Price, but either way, we'll keep our eyes peeled. But Connery, when you've got 45 cars out in racing, I think we're down to 41 now, or 42 running. Either way, it's just been a tough one for some of these guys, but it's a bit tough to keep our eyeballs everywhere.
Yeah, it is very, very tough. As I was actually just rewinding the tape the past couple of laps for that Hopkinsville Core Motorsports the 55 car. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary there, so I'm not entirely sure what that was about, but they are currently running... where is the...
Quanticar?
Quanticar, yeah. Oh, yeah, it did pit. Okay, so they've pitted. Hopkinsville Core Motorsports have not pitted just yet, which is why that battle is not happening right now. But it may well start back up again once Hopkinsville Core Motorsports pits.
Yes, that was okay. I believe they were probably referencing when that first happened. There we go. I'll put a dot in the chat just so I know where I was talking.
Oh no, actually, sorry, come back now. Fiorasco Anderson Sport is on pit road, and actually Hopkinsville Core Motorsports, they had the early stop, so that was the other way around to what I was expecting. It Rens Brookman off and away. Okay. Coming down off of pit road. There goes Hopkinsville Core Motorsports coming down into the last source, so they'll definitely be well ahead coming out of last source. So they have gained a lot of time in the pit stop cycle there.
They absolutely have. That's fairly surprising. Let me take a look here at what the actual times were between Heisenfeld Core Motorsports. They had a 51.5 stop, and it was a 51.7 stop. So this is just from them coming in a little bit early, getting on those tires. And of course, tires, Cisco, will make the difference. As far as GT1 cars go, these things are extremely heavy. The rears on the Corvettes are notorious for falling apart and overheating, and then you've got so much weight, the weight of the V12 sitting on the front of that Aston Martin, that they both end up running into tire issues later in the stint. Perhaps it was a better decision to come in earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, also, it looks like maybe Torque Freak, or no, they've been on pit road for a while. I thought I saw them light up, but I would assume that now that everyone's on this 3-stop here, Cam, I mean, you look at Team Chimera, they've been on this stint for a while. They're kind of the last ones really sitting out who haven't pitted yet, Cam. And they're really staying out. I mean, 22 laps already. They're burning those tires up, like you said. Not a great... I don't know. I don't like that strategy by Chimera.
Well, they might be playing the fuel numbers, and you might want to set yourself up to have a storming final stint. I'm not quite sure. The Chimera guys are always very open to conversation. It's been a while since we've had a driver interview, so, hey, team managers, drivers, you want to pop on up here. We'll be happy to have a word with you, or 2 words, or maybe 6 at the most. But either way, it's interesting to see, and as we were talking with Connery, I mean, the different strategies that we're seeing here. Normally, it's a fairly straightforward day. You figure out how much fuel the car will go. You figure out if it's faster to come in a lap earlier or 2 laps earlier and get a new set of tires, and then you just kind of go from there. But this one, this race here at Spa, the pit strategies have been so very different from what we normally see, Con.
Yeah, it definitely is, and just I'm looking at my lifetime winning scoring right now, and the stint numbers are absolutely all over the place. For example, in a prototype field, VRS kind of Simple currently out on 25 lap old tires, Friction Simple on 9 lap old tires, Radicals Online on 1.7 lap old tires, Pure Racing Team LMP out on 11 lap old tires. So that's that absolutely huge spread of strategies right now, and as I said before, it'll be interesting to see which turns out to be the best strategy come the end, as all of those strategies will converge on one single point at the end of this race.
Yeah, and we definitely will. Speaking of getting towards the end of the race, we are almost at halfway, 3 hours and 11 minutes remaining, and it's been a fairly dramatic race, just to say. I figure if I start going through the cars right now, by the time we get to that halfway mark, we'll be all caught up. But either way, I'm going to give just a rundown right now through the field with what we've got. As looking at Marty Piatella, that VRS Coana SimSport prototype, will start with that number 1 car. They've done a fairly good run of it. They didn't really seem to have the pace for Core SimSport's prototype effort, but of course, that car was removed from the race courtesy of an incident. So Mitchell de Jong, he started that race. Marty Piatella took over lap 54, about halfway now between the two drivers, as that Marty Piatella piloted car getting past the Torque Freak Racing car right now as they work their way on lap number 81. You look back down to Friction SimSport here. There's about a minute gap between Coanda and Friction SimSport. Of course, Friction has come in and pitted. They're on a very off strategy, as they normally do. But either way, as they have been working through, it's been a fairly good, decent race for that Friction SimSport car. The car is clean. Frederick Evers and Marcus Hamilton have traded back and forth every stint, it seems, as they are now proceeding their lap number 80, 1 minute behind. Radicals Online, they are also on 2 pit stops, but it does look like they just don't seem to have the pace today. Sylvian Pomerad and Paula Ulbrink, who we talked with earlier, they're running in 3rd position, 6.5 seconds ahead of that Thrustmaster Movano HPD. Thrustmaster Movano having a good run of it right now, as they're running right through. They started in 3rd, they're back down to 4th, so they're still having a consistent race. Tommaso Carla, they seem to have the pace, but it just didn't seem to work out. Of course, these are the victors from Motegi. They had a decent finish at the Nürburgring, but they're looking to climb back up that ladder if they can afford to here today at Spa. Then you've got the PRT black car. They're your first one a lap down. They are sitting fairly well back. They're getting pursued by Reactive Sim Racing. We might as well do both of these cars together. Patrick Wolf and Lars Boll, both of these prototypes. I think they've been kind of trading things back and forth right now. Patrick Wolf, he had an incident much earlier where he was nipped in the rear by a car and is sent into the Armco barrier. I believe it was in No Name Corner. They've replaced that nose cone, so it doesn't seem that he's lost too much. But he's running in position 5. He started in 10th, so a good run from Patrick Wolf as Reactive Sim Racing, of course, in hot pursuit. The Team GT HPD is actually, there goes Quinn.
And there goes
fine.
the cone.
That farting Marty Piazza. It's like he steered out of the way to intentionally hit the cone. That poor cone, rest in peace. But yes, Marty Piatella bringing his car into pit lane right now. Not unexpected. Friction Racing has been out for 11 laps. It's 27 laps on the dot for the stint length for that VRS Coana SimSport car. They're getting their work done now. But Team GT, HBD, and JCL, as well as Fusion Racing and Team Chimera. Chimera, they started in 5th, but something seems to have happened to that car. If I remember, there was an incident involving that Chimera car. I just can't think of it off the top of my head what it was. And then there was the Acme Racing Mad Kate is finishing out your prototype cars. But just looking through the prototype field, Connery, it's been outside of that core SimSport incident, which was absolutely massive. It's been a fairly normal race. You've got Friction on their strategy. You've got Coanda up front. Not really that out of the ordinary.
No, not really all that out of the ordinary, but it's going to be interesting with all these different strategies happening at the same time with Friction SimSport and their perhaps characteristic adventurous strategies, and VRS kind of SimSport looking to do just the normal strategy pitting. Well, this time just a couple of minutes before the turn off the hour, but Friction SimSport, VRS kind of, they've just been swapping the lead all of the time whenever each of them pits, because there's about 12 laps of difference in the stint right now, because Friction SimSport on 12 laps on their stint right now, VRS kind of SimSport on the first lap of their stint, so that's the way things are currently in your prototypes.
Yeah, they are pretty much polar opposites. Cisco, you have any thoughts after 3 hours of racing the prototypes?
I mean, this whole battle of the strategies, I mean, Friction, it's going to come down, I think, to just Friction Coanda, at least if anything happens. I mean, Radicals is 7 seconds back. I don't think they'll make that. I think Coanda's in a better spot on fuel, so I don't think that's going to happen. Movano has just slowly been kind of losing touch with everyone. I mean, they were up battling with Coanda. They're now back to 4th here, so Movano's starting to lose a little bit of speed. They have to pick it up if they want to catch back up and win this thing in 3 hours.
And looking now down towards your GT field. GT, these guys have been so very close over the course of the last 3 hours. Heisenveld Core Motorsports is your current race leader. They had a very scary incident with the, I believe it was the Mad Cape, the Mad Cape prototype. And the Heisenveld Core Motorsports Aston Martin, they're 5 laps off of your prototype leaders, 77 laps chalked, done, and in. Kei Kashubi and Alexander Voss. Kei Kashubi took over at lap 47. They're on 6 laps and on their stint, and being hotly pursued by the Corvette of VRS Coanda SimSport. They're only 2.5 seconds behind Corvettes. This has been one of the best runs that a Corvette team has had. Coanda, of course, is the name on the plate, which isn't of any surprise for us. VRS Coanda SimSport, one of the fastest teams out there. No surprise that they are able to handle that Corvette and bring it forward. But Rens Broekman currently piloting that. They had a very close battle until that incident, and then oddly enough, that Aston Martin seemed to be able to pull away as that Rens Broekman perhaps maybe used a little bit of those tires, as he is getting passed right now by the Core Sim Racing prototype car, which is many laps down, 36th position overall for Isaac Price. But for Rens Broekman, well, I think if that Corvette car just continues to have a good run and they manage to keep their tires in pit stops, they are certainly in the fight here. Not that far behind, 7 seconds off of the Coanda car, is your 3rd place Vendevil Sim Racing car. Wani Lopez currently piloting that one. That is another Aston Martin, as they're working their way now through under the bridge, and they're going through the Fange, the Fange corners, the 13. They're going through 13, and then they're going into 14, which are obviously the corner names. You go down.
Stavolo.
Yeah, Stavlo. Yeah, that's Stavlo 1 and Stavlo 2. And then, Vendevil's had a fairly quiet race, I have to say. Wani Lopez, Marikari Soja. They started this race on the pole. They took it away from that Heisenveld Core Motorsports car, and they've been having a fairly decent, quiet run. That's what you want. They were involved in some of the battles early on, but they've quieted it out, and they're getting hotly pursued themselves by the Sim RC Crimson car. That is 7 seconds behind the Vendevil car. The Sim RC Crimson cars, the Sim RC cars, normally it's Iris who seems to be having a good day, but Jurgen Frank and that Crimson, the Crimson striped Sim RC car is doing fairly well. 16th overall. They started in 20th, so a good day for those guys. Then you've got the Pure Racing Team GT, the Phoenix Motorsports Corvette, your second running Corvette, the number 64. They are in 18th position overall. and that's good enough for 6th in class. John Hall, of course, one of the pro drivers from the Blancpain series in the Corvette. He is trying to do his best in that machine, being pursued by Racing Lions. Then Team Chimera, SimRC Iris, the IRDK Assault Racing Corvette, and then Movano, and then you've got Torque Freak, SRN, and then Torin. It seems that the GT1 field, Cisco, they've been held together pretty much all race long. They're all on the same lap, minus Heisenfeld and VRS, Carana SimSport, and it seems to be the biggest block of cars still circulating.
Yeah, and I mean, that's despite the fact Heisenfeld Corp Motorsport, remember they had that incident with the prototype earlier on. It still hasn't damaged the car. I thought maybe in the long run, we have a little bit of a battle between the 34 and the 54 going on. That's also in GT1. That's Jamie Wilson, that Team Chimera, number 54 Aston Martin, going up against Eiger in that SimRC.de Iris car, and they're going to go through the bus stop chicane onto the straight here as they head up towards La Source. And it looks like the draft is going to go the way of the Aston Martin, but we have so many of those Aston Martins out there, they look pretty evenly matched. And I mean, obviously, from what we've seen out of the Core Motorsports car, they're pretty durable as well.
Yeah, as Jamie Wilson goes to the inside, and who will take that position away from the Iris car. As we saw perhaps in the back, Gunnar Moore, he went off-roading in his Corvette, brought it back on, doesn't really seem to have slowed him down at all, as Jamie Wilson's now secured that position. And Connery, GT1, it seems to be a very good run of it. You know, you've got Chimera, Iris, Assault Racing, and Movano all here together as they're going too wide into the Lake Home complex. I mean, GT1 seems to be where it's at today. It's Spa.
Yep, it is. As we almost see Team Chimera almost run into the back of the SimRC.de Iris car after they had got back past during the braking zone of Lecombe, coming down into the braking zone of Rivage. Don't forget, there's the IRDK Assault Racing car here. As I mentioned them, because the commentator, they're pushed a little bit wide, but again, not really all that much harm done. There's also the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT car also behind this train. Jorge Montana is just trying to catch up to this group of cars as they head their way through Pujon. But as you say, this is definitely where all of the action is right now. And also we'll kind of have to keep an eye on the GT lead as well. Core Motorsports and VRS kind of SimSport, they are also getting relatively close. They're just dealing with traffic right now. VRS kind of SimSport just heading their way through the Rivage section of the track. Looking back towards this fight though, this between Iris, SimRC Iris, Team Chimera, IRDK Assault Racing, they are still nose to tail coming through the Stablo turns and on the run down towards Blanchimont now.
Yes, and GT1, they've been putting on an absolute show for the fans of the Neo Endurance Series, and here on RaceBot TV and iRacing Live, as they're going to work their way now into the bus stop, one right after the other. It's Sightwagger seems to have been able to pull away a little bit, but here comes Gunnar Moore, perhaps on the inside of Jamie Wilson. He will think better of it, as Jorge Montaigne's also watching on, but either way, we're going to have to start looking at perhaps looking through the GTS field. I would at least like to, but I think the problem is that they're all coming into the pits. As Kevin Siggy in the Torrent Motorsports GT1 car is getting his car worked on the MSP Drivers Home 85, which I believe was the leading car. It is the leading car, is getting pit service. So either way, we'll start looking at the GTS field as Julien Grenostel gets in, stays in. He got in lap number 51, and it is now lap number 77 for the GTS field. He's working away on the throttle. He'll pull away. Team RSO right now is currently going to be your leader in GTS, but obviously with the MSP Drivers Home car, actually, you know what? No, that's their third pit stop. So Team RSO, they've had 3 pit stops, so not quite sure where the positioning is as far as pit stop to positioning goes, but Team RSO, Stefan Yon does the lead right now. The GTS, normally it goes to Pure Racing Team, but today that will not be the case. They had an incident, and an incident earlier on that destroyed their suspension. Okay, so why does mine say 3? What a strange one. But perhaps they have only been in twice then, so that would make much more sense for me anyways. But either way, looking through now, as it is now the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS is the one that is currently listed in the second position. Team Diftaba, they've had their issues today. Michael Storm, they're currently third in the GTS field. The Radicals Online Pro-Am car doing well for themselves as well. Radicals is fourth in class. Manuel Sanchez piloting right now, 7 seconds behind Team DFTBA, and they are getting hotly pursued by the Team GT GTS Audi R8 effort, and then of course Julian Grostel, who has just come out of the pit. Shinya Machimi Sim Racing, they are okay. These are the cars that have pitted 3 times now, so it'll be MSP drivers, Shinya Machimi, and then Odox Hellenic is in there as well. MSP drivers home 83 efforts, 10th. Simitalk Esport, Gathering of Tweakers, the IRDK Endurance, and then Atomic and PRT, which are many laps down. Connery, the GTS field, it's been a little bit quiet today. I know that there's been some good battles. I know there's been some good racing, but for the most part, it hasn't really held a candle to the GT1 race.
No, it hasn't really, and the closest battle that I can see in the GTS field is currently the one between Radicals Online Pro-Am and the Team GTS Audi. They are only separated by a second on the track, but I just can't really take my eyes away from this GT fight right now between SimRC.de, Iris, Team Chimera, IRDK Assault Racing, as they all bunch up during the Lecombe chicane because the Team Chimera prototype had a big moment coming through Lecombe. Just got the back end out, bunched this GT field, GT train up yet again as they head their way down through the Rivage. IRDK just pushing wide yet again right there, but these guys are very close.
Absolutely, and just Cisco, just to quickly recap the GTS field, I mean, normally they're the ones that have the dramatic battles lap after lap after lap. Again, today it's GT1. I mean, look at this great battle between the Iris car and that Chimera GT car.
Yeah, and just such a great battle between those guys. At 34, the Iris car, they've been at it for a little while now, and Chimera's just been content to ride behind him. You can see him kind of stalking that DE car in front of him. Gunnar Moore doing the same to both of them. And like you were saying, I think these guys are just sort of, they can't really outrun each other. I mean, Core Motorsports, they have a decent gap right now, who's your leader of your GT1 class, but I mean, you know, they still, considering they have damage, and VRS, it's not terribly far behind them. So it's just an interesting case where everyone's kind of accordioning together and we haven't seen a huge gap. I mean, the biggest gap that we've seen is kind of, you know, between these parts of the packs. You kind of have these almost Daytona-like packs where there's space and then there's a pack of cars, and then there's space and then there's a pack of cars, and that's kind of what we're seeing here.
And Connery, I gotta ask the question. What do? Aston Martin or Corvette?
I know we've already had a Corvette Racesport TV immersion, but I can't get enough of that V8 engine in the Corvette, so that is going to be my suggestion.
All right, Cisco, it's up to you.
Mercedes AMG.
No, we can't do that. We're looking at this battle here. Gunnar Moore, he's actually pulling alongside the Team Chimera. It's either one of those two cars for the fan immersion, but these guys are just racing so dang hard. It's actually hard to do racing immersion because you're going to want to talk about what's going on anyways as they get around. Fabio Gonzalez is now proceeding through. That is the Movano GTS car, as he's going to try to not hold up his teammate Jorge Montanes. He will not, as they're now coming through, going into Rivage. It's been a tough battle, I have to say. Neil Heckens in the Racing Lions car is well up and ahead in his Corvette than this group of four. And we'll keep our eyes on this group of four as they proceed on through. We'll see when they come through once again. We'll pick one of those two for being the Race Spot TV fan immersion. So that will be coming shortly, giving us all a much-needed talking break, but and giving you guys a much-needed injection of these lovely motorsport engines. We've had the Audi on board. We've had the other on board. Battle for position now. Position 8 in prototype. It's Ben Tusting and Damien Hasseluis, Hasseluis perhaps, in the JCL Sim Racing, as they are side by side going into the bus stop chicane. Damien ends up having to yield to Ben Tusting. Ben Tusting gets the positioning through the bus stop, and now he pulls away. So mark that Team Chimera car up one more position as here comes the GT cars. Why don't we go on board then with Gunnar Moore and that IRDK Assault Racing car as he pursues Stefan Seidwager in the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps, and then next lap we'll go to Jamie Wilson in the Team Chimera car. It's Race Spot TV fan immersion here on iRacing Live. absolutely sensational pair of laps from Gunnar Moore and Jamie Wilson, back and forth, back and forth. Sometimes the best is just absolutely listening to the engines and listening to the noises, and it was simply sensational. I mean, Cisco, that has got to be one of the funnest onboards we've had.
Yeah, that was crazy. And the battle between the 42 and the Team Chimera car, that 54, that was crazy right there, and they managed to make it work. Both kept it straight, a little bit of body contact, but as we've seen out of this 55, these cars can take it.
And they absolutely can. And I mean, that was just such a great run of it between the battling. The camera apparently none too pleased about this was the Team Chimera car. They have said less on board, please. We're already 6 kilometers an hour down. We don't need more damage. Sorry, Team Chimera. When you guys are right in the middle of the battle, that's going to happen. I think at the Nürburgring, I think we actually took them out of the race by the weight of our onboard camera, if I recall. So, look, this time it all worked out, though, right, Cisco?
Yeah, well, for Chimera anyway, they're saying we're slowing them down by 6 kilometers. I don't know. I'd have to check the tape. I think we're actually adding speed to them. They're just not finding it.
No, that's the Race Spot TV stickers. That has nothing to do with the weight of the camera equipment. I mean, in Connery, just the onboard battling there was absolutely fun. Sometimes you just need to sit back and watch the battles as they develop, as this GT1 field's just showing us as the Chimera car is getting held up a little bit behind that Mercedes. But sometimes you just need to see the battles and listen to them.
Yeah, as we're almost going to go 3 wide there, coming through up to Blanchimont. Yeah, actually, just before Blanchimont. That would have been exciting if it was actually through Blanchimont. But they'll just get their way through relatively unscathed right there. There comes the prototype, Core Sim Racing prototype, stricken with an incident, a very heavy incident earlier on in the race at the top of the Eau Rouge Radillon complex, and that was nothing they could have done about that as they make their way through on the Team Chimera car right there. Just split this battle up just a little bit between the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT car and the Team Chimera car, but as you said, that's kind of what Race Spot TV Fan Division is about, is giving you time to focus on the sights and sounds of these cars racing around this racetrack, and without 2 Americans and a British person blabbering on the top of it.
Well, I mean, I mean that's what you would want, though, 2 Americans and a British person, clearly. Those last couple of laps, absolutely sensational. Let's start taking a look around the rest of this racing circuit here at Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, it's the 6 hours of Neo Endurance Series. If you are just joining us here live on Race Spot TV and iRacing Live, it's myself, Cam Walsh, Cisco Scaramuza, Connery Maddock, and Hugo Louise on the cameras. So, a couple of people coming into the pits, Michael Storm and Lef Van Ganatchen. Of course, both cars in GTS. Michael Storm, one of your front-running GTS cars. That Atomic one, obviously having earlier incidents well behind. Just looking around the racing circuit. Cisco, do you happen to see anything going on the track right now?
I'm just keeping an eye on this Team Chimera battle. Chimera's actually lost a little bit of speed with that damage. You can kind of see the hood, a little bit of damage to the hood there on the Chimera car, but apart from that, everything else looks pretty good. So Jamie maybe just taking it easy. It was pretty tight battle that we saw, so just taking it nice and easy for right now, but everyone for the moment is kind of spaced out for once, so these guys can catch their breath.
Well, they can, and Connery looking at this prototype battle between Patrick Wolf and his peer racing team LNP Black and Lars Boll in the Reactive Sim Racing. There now they have Kate Kashubi boxed in as they're working their way through here. It seems that this happens all too often. The prototypes get close together and then the lap car kind of separates them.
Yeah, that definitely can sometimes be the case. That gap has just stretched out just a little bit between those 2 drivers. The Pure Racing team, in terms of the prototype efforts they've put in over the course of the season, haven't really been having the best of luck. Of course, that PRT Black car having issues earlier on in the race in No Name Corner. They've had an issue-stricken season, and the PRT White car that we had earlier on in the season basically decided to retire the car for the rest of the season due to how many incidents they were having, how much bad luck they were having. So not the best of seasons for PRT in terms of the championship, but PRT Black currently running relatively well considering that earlier incident.
Yeah, and just to kind of recap, some people were asking where perhaps some of the normal front runners are. The Core Sim Racing's GTS effort had a massive incident. They had a technical issue going up Air Rouge, lost all control of the car, and then careened it right into the concrete wall after Air Rouge Rodillion. And so they had that massive incident. That car significantly damaged. Then you had PRT. They were actually involved in an incident with Gecko Sim Racing, Gecko Vortex Sim Racing, whereas the suspension on the front of their Audi was so significantly damaged. They lost, I think, 8-9 laps going up, getting that car repaired. As we're looking right now, the SimRC.de Iris car versus Gunnar Moore once again, but we'll follow along with that battle for right now. But then you had the PRT car after that incident. They lost it going up Air Rouge. Heavy impact into the tire barrier, and while they were stationary, not much they could really do. The leading car, the leading prototype, the Core SimSport prototype car, went to go around the outside of a Corvette. There was a Corvette in front, and they couldn't see at all. There was no smoke. They couldn't see the car, so they went over to the left side as Gunnar Moore goes to the inside up to the bus stop. Will it stick? Looks like it's got a good chance, but Stefan Seidweger should have a better exit. He does, and so Gunnar Moore is staying behind just one more lap. Perhaps he'll attack going into corner number one, but that Core Frederick Rasmussen piloted Core SimSport prototype had nowhere to go, and that was just absolutely destroyed. So a couple of big incidents, but outside of that, it's mostly been bumping and rubbing and racing, which is something we love to see here at Spa. Nobody's really been too awful. There's been a couple of bad moments. Cisco, that Gecko Vortex car in corner one was one of them, and then the Mad Cape hitting Kate Kashubi on a rejoin. But other than that, and then of course our big incidents, it's been fairly clean as here goes Gunnar Moore to the inside of Stefan Seidweger.
Yeah, still going at it. The 42 going to go up on those cobbles past the curb just a little bit. He's going to get the position on that SimRC.de Iris car. Well, finally able to get that position. He was trying to go for it back when he and Team Chimera car were going at it during our fan immersion segment, and now finally Gunnar Moore able to get past that SimRC.de Iris car, and that Corvette has moved up yet again. That's going to move that team up fit to rather 8th in class.
Yeah, and you got to remember, these guys are fighting this hard. This is in the mid-pack for GT1. GT1, I think, has the highest number of constant running cars that are the closest throughout the field here today. Prototype's a little spaced out, GTS a little spaced out, but this GT1 field so special for whatever reason here today. It's like these cars really love this Spa-Francorchamps circuit. But Connery, just looking through though, I mean, you've still got grand battles going on. You've even got some GT1 traffic for GT1 leaders. I mean, the SRN Motorsports Aston Martin is going to be going a lap down to Kate Kashubi. It's going to be a different thing altogether when you start lapping your own class.
Yeah, definitely, and you guys will just have to be careful coming through here. Kate Kashubi has to be careful. Actually, he has his own sort of traffic trying to come through on him to deal with. That was just the Acme Racing prototype. Actually, Acme Racing going to catch this train of cars during, almost during Blanchiment. He's lucky to catch them on the exit of that corner rather than in the middle or the entry, as the SRN Motorsports tries to make its way past its own little bit of lapped traffic, as well as it's all congested coming down through the bus stop. A little bit of contact between the SRN Motorsports GT car and the Team GT GTS right there. So a little bit of contact, but again, no harm done, no damage to either of those two cars. And I'm just looking at the there's a contact down at La Source.
Oh,
that is VRS Coanta SimSport involved in that one. Yep, and Renz Broekman just actually ran into the back and turns the Team GT GTS car around, and yeah, Corvette has stalled. They'll get that engine started. I hope he has the button map to do that. But yeah, he's just gotten going. We'll have a replay on the screen for that one. again, huge implications for VRS Command Sim Sports Race now if they lose so much time. They've been stationary for a couple of seconds right there at least, so now they've gotten going, but how much time have they lost because of that, and how much damage do they have to the front end?
Well, it's not that the car is stalled. I thought that the car is stalled. They were sitting for maybe 5-6 seconds. They had to wait for Massimo Carboganini, who was an innocent victim in that one throughout, as he had the line. I think the Corvette just was a little too hard in on it. I don't think that one was very telepathed out. But either way, the Team GT car seems to be able to continue. That is definitely what you want to see. You don't want to see cars getting taken out by faster classified cars. As hopefully that Team GTS car is not too interrupted by that. But Cisco, that Corvette, how they were sitting there for probably 5-6 seconds.
Yeah, and that's going to be a bigger hit, I think, than even the damage will be. I mean, we've talked about time and time again. That 55 had some serious contact, hasn't affected the car. I'm not expecting much out of the 48 either. I mean, their last lap was a 2:15 flat. They're only off by around about a second or so of their fastest lap, so I'd say not probably going to be a huge deal as far as damage goes, Cam, as far as affecting the car, but we'll just have to see. I mean, there was some pretty heavy front end damage, so yeah, and he got him in the quarter panel, so time will tell, but I don't think the damage itself is really going to hurt that 48 team. I think it's that time you said that they were sitting stationary. I think that's the bigger hit there.
Yeah, and Connery, you have something to add?
Yes, I do, and I'm just watching this live on the little sort of race control spreadsheet that they have. The race answer is just typing in that particular incident. Investigation between the 74 and the 48. That was the incident you just saw down at the last source with VRS, Commander Simsport, and some GTS traffic. They are investigating that one for avoidable contact, so there may just be a penalty coming for that VRS Commander Simsport car.
And that could be anything ranging from a warning to a drive-through to a stop and hold penalty. It's typically 15 seconds stop and hold, so that would have huge implications for that Coanda car. And we remember, actually, last race at the Nürburgring, in the prototype field, the Core SimSport prototype and the Coanda SimSport prototype, they ended up, they were having a massive battle, and the Core car picked up a stop and hold. So perhaps something like that could happen to the Coanda GT1 cars we're looking right now, the 27 and the 59. This is in a GT1. Actually, it is not. It is in prototype. I'm surprised that a prototype car has that high of a number, but it's the JCL Sim Racing car of Damien Hess-Luis and Paul Antcliffe, as they're working their way through. As I have to say, I mean, Cisco, if they get a penalty, that's going to put them back probably, what, 4, 5, 6 positions? Yeah,
and that's, I mean, we talked about earlier the fact that the GT1 field couldn't really get away from each other. The GT1 field, you kind of have the packs of cars, but if Coanda or the 74, or the 74 obviously involved in that battle in GT3, they're going to lose a ton of time as well. But that Coanda car, they're going to lose a ton of time if they have to wait, and we're still waiting to see what the stewards say.
Plus, you got to come down pit lane and then get out of pit lane. Now, It's a little bit alleviated due to how the pit lane layout is. They don't use the full pit stop, the full pit lane, which I'm appreciative of. Because otherwise you're on pit lane for some 2.5 minutes just tooting around. But Paul Antcliffe ended up getting the position in that Fusion Racing prototype over the JCL Sim Racing car, courtesy of a bad exit to Air Rouge on the account of the JCL. But now that car of Paul Antcliffe's is now in heavy traffic, but Damien Hess-Luis was able to clear them much easier. So whatever you get, you always seem to return as far as lap traffic goes. And I mean, Connery, just going back and forth. I mean, that could have a huge implication, yes. but this could open it up even more to another team that has been performing well, but hasn't necessarily had the greatest of series. I mean, the Corvette has not been as powerful as I think people would have liked. Perhaps they could have a very good finish here and get a couple of cars on the podium, or perhaps a team that has been a little down in the dumps if Coanda were to get a penalty.
Yeah, definitely. Because Coanda is still currently, obviously, the highest scored Corvette right now. The next highest scored Corvette would be the IRDK Assault Racing number 42 car, currently down in 6th place in class. And now I can say that with confidence because I figured out how to put class positions on my lifetime.
Hey! It only took me about a year to figure out that was possible. No, not really. That's just what people always pursue. But yeah, I mean, it's been a fairly good thing. And also, if you want live timing, it's live.neo-endurance at live.neo-endurance.com. Just that simple. You've got your full slew. You can actually see the Neo the live protest outcome and penalty thing. So they're filling it in right now. They're just filling in the notes, seeing what has happened. A little bit of an odd request I'm seeing, though, on the spreadsheet, though, Cisco. Somebody requested to keep their first driver in to avoid having potential technical issues, and that was overall that was denied. I think they ended up figuring out that the drivers were not going to be able to do enough time. Strange issues, strange issues that sometimes befall cars, and well, you take through the channels and you still have to adhere to your driver time limits.
Yeah, you do, and Lauren Heinrich currently behind the wheel of that car. That's the number 69, that PRT Aston Martin. So Lauren, coming off a decent race yesterday, Connery, in the GOT, in the Gathering of Tweakers race. PRT had a pretty good showing there, and Heinrich behind the wheel of this Aston Martin today.
Yeah, definitely. So that means they'll because they actually won the GT field, actually the equivalent of what would be the GTS field, the GT3 field in the GOT series. So the Pure Racing team will have another team in this series when it comes to the Le Mans race. So Pure Racing team definitely having a strong showing. I'm still looking at that spreadsheet very eagerly to want to see if VRS Coanda Simsport will pick up a penalty for that one. The stewards are still investigating it, and we won't know for quite a while yet, because a decision, and if they take a very harsh decision, that can have huge implications for this race.
Certainly could, and if it does, of course, you'll hear it only on RaceSpot.tv. I said you'll hear it first on RaceSpot.tv, but I don't know where else you would hear it from. As Marty Piatella, the leading prototype car, goes around his Corvette teammate Renz Broekman, as watches that prototype sift off into the distance. Sylvain Pomerad, we actually have to talk about this a little bit. They've been going faster lap after lap after lap. Marty Piatella getting caught by Sylvain Pomerad, Cisco, and it looks like if these paces keep going in maybe 4 or 5 laps, we're going to have a battle for the overall lead.
Yeah, and considering how spread out the prototypes have been as of late, that's going to be a big change. And Radicals Online, they're putting up some really, really fast laps right here in Coanda. I'm missing the mark, honestly. That was a 2:05.981 that Coanda just threw down, and Radicals Online an 0:54, so about half a second in it right now. And Movano even a 10th quicker than Radicals, so everything's starting to weave together. And you look up front, there's a very good reason why Coanda's slow and slowed down through Eau Rouge right now. That's huge. They're losing time. They need to get past that traffic right now.
They absolutely do, and I have to say, there's been a bit of another change, and this might be a big one. The last prototype on the lead lap, the Team Chimera car, is now on pit lane, as well as the Crimson GT1 car. Jack Keithley is climbing in for his first laps in that number 24. I would keep an eye on that car. Jack Keithley, one of the most aggressive, I would go on the terms of hyper-aggressive prototype drivers on the Neo Endurance circuit, and he is going to be, well, sitting, this is how it's going to be. He's the last car on the lead lap for the prototype field. I think he might have actually gone a lap down courtesy of the pit cycle. Let's see where he is at the end of his stint. It would not surprise me if he's further ahead than he is now, just because of how quick, honestly, Jack Keithley can be. And Connery, I think we're going to be in for a bit of a show. I've been wondering when Jack is going to be climbing into that car.
Yeah, and he climbs into that car with about 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining on the clock, and it is always exciting when Jack Keithley gets behind the wheel. It's some fantastic moves that he's pulled off during the course of the season, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see a couple more in his couple of, well, at least one stint. He's probably going to be in that car to the end, you would have thought. I'm just going to have someone else can have a look at the driver fair share sort of situation surrounding that Team Chimera car right now, and I saw a question in the chat just a quite a while ago asking who was in the lineup for the Coanda SimSport prototype effort. Currently in the car is Marty Piatella, but also in sort of the crew positions there's also Mitchell de Jong, who had that first hit, Matt Backham. Also, a driver who's just qualified for the World Championship Grand Prix Series. There's the World Championship Grand Prix Series champion in Martin Kroenke. There's also David Williams as well. We usually see David Williams in a GT car rather than a prototype car, so I don't think he'll be driving. I think he's just crew chiefing for now.
Yeah, and that wouldn't surprise me. A lot of people do the engineering aspect. Some of the most closest and well-respected members of the teams are not the drivers themselves. Some teams obviously have people that do multiple things. Some drive, some give feedback, some engineer. Some people are strictly set-up people. All they worry about is the team strategy, the setup, the plan for the day, and those guys are the unsung heroes. I myself have done just that, not climbing in the car, instead being the man with a clipboard and or the spiral ring binder and ticking down those laps, getting down your lap times, counting down your stint lengths. Of course, it's a bit different, you know, when you're at a racetrack. You don't have the computer that does all that automatically, but thankfully here we have that. The tools that we have here in Cisco, you're familiar with this from the oval side. The tools that we have at our disposal is insane, as far as even perhaps some more pro series like an MX-5 Pro Cup or something like that. The tools that we have here are insane.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everything down to the telemetry that these guys can use. They can get readings off. I mean, the timing that even you and I are using, Cam, of JRT, you know, you get all the numbers there, you know, all the apex, you know, fuel stints, pit lanes, how many estimated laps, to everything down to done that's used through the different telemetry setups these guys can use, stuff like iAnalyze, all of that sort of stuff. There's so much these teams can do to either just calculate or work on setups or anything like that. So plenty of tools these guys are going to use, as it looks like one of the SimRC cars hits pit road right in front of VRS Coanda.
And big implications, Connery, what you were looking for. I believe that the ruling has come down on that car.
Yep, and it's going to be a 15-second stop and hold penalty for Coanda's GTF. Actually, they're going to be taking that straight away. They'll just lock up the brakes coming down past the yellow cones right there that denote when the pit road speed starts. But, oh yes, the stewards have decided that incident at La Source with the lap traffic is worthy of a penalty for the number 48 car, and this is going to drop them at least a couple of positions right here, and Core Motorsports are going to be pretty safely in front now.
Yeah, and so they've served that penalty. It was a 15-second stop and cold. And there he goes, Renz Broekman, and actually there's his competitor sitting in pits, Kate Kashubi. So this changes everything, because you cannot, no longer you can serve your penalty. And Cisco, I'll explain it to you, and then you can.
Oh, no, we had it actually happen yesterday to for sim racing, where they actually came down to do a pit stop and penalty during gathering at Tweakers. Also not allowed in that series. They got penalized trying to do the penalty with their pit stop. You can't do that in this series anymore.
Yeah, you were able to previously. So, you know what, Renz Broekman, though, he's on the headlights. He has got to have an absolute attack. It wouldn't surprise me if he comes in this next time by. Look, you take it and you move on, as that'll put them up ahead. It was a total pit lane time, Connery, of 42.7 seconds. Total loss. of where they are. So that is an expensive penalty for Renz Broekman for tapping into the rear of that Team GP GTS car.
Yep, it really is, and actually I've got them down as having been stopped in a box for about 18 seconds instead of 15 seconds, so they've spent a couple more seconds in the box than they even had to with the penalty, so definitely not a great moment for the VRS kind of since number 48 car, as they'll probably look to come down pit road, probably this time by or next time by to actually get the full service done.
And, well, we'll see. Of course, I've lost where their stint time was courtesy. Ooh, actually, Renz Broekman rolling that car back and forth, almost nipping into Paul Antcliffe. And, I mean, if it was my call, yeah, I would have that car come in and get the pit lane sorted out. You try and reclaim where you are as far as the pit goes. You want to see where you are. You've got 2 hours and 22 minutes, and I think the pit cycles for these cars have been about 45 minutes as far as the racing goes. I think you can stretch it a little further. And just looking through perhaps 45 minutes, maybe 50, they can get in a single stint, and, well, they don't come in this time by. And so just if they're working back, Cisco, if they work back from the finish of the race to now, that'll be about maybe another 3-4 pit stops if they come in now.
And that would be the ideal case, but we knew they were already losing time to Eisenfeld there, wow, that was close.
Well, they did make contact with that Simitok eSport car, and that did push that car into the barrier. That is definitely not what you want to do. So for Renz Broekman, he had plenty of track over on the other side. I mean, that is, we'll get a replay of that. That is just not heads up driving there, I don't think. As, boy, that is not a good one.
I didn't even think he made contact with that, but I just looked back. He absolutely did, and
he punched him right into the arm, right into the. Why is everything arm coat today?
That could be another penalty right there, Cam.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say as well. They could be under investigation yet again for avoidable contact.
Yeah, well, it did damage that Audi. I mean, it's not like it got away scotch-free. That Simitok Audi did pick up damage. I mean, it seems that the steering looks to be okay. That was fairly dangerous. That was right on the suspension. I mean, a rim going into a tire at 100 mile an hour. But either way, you know what? Let's bring in Neil Heckens here from Race Control. First off, congratulations on the good stint. That Corvette is running strong. We'll briefly talk about the Racing Lions car you just climbed out of. You've been in the race from lap 45 all the way to lap 89. How'd your stint go in the Corvette?
It went very well. It's I was a bit nervous because it's actually the first time we are actually racing with the Corvette, and we finally found some speed in it. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Also with traffic, I had a blast.
And this is really one of the first races where the Corvette can really take it to the Aston Martin. And it seems like you guys seem to be having very good stint lengths, very good pace. And so I have to say, it's great to see the Corvette finally turning around. Here at Spa, it just seems to be pretty popular a racing circuit, and it's showing why. How is it trying to deal with the traffic out there? It's a very busy circuit.
Yeah, at times it was very busy, but you just have to be patient, just know what the strength is of your car, what the strength is of the other cars, and just take advantage of your strength of the car, and just be patient at times.
Yeah, and in being patient, of course, one of the big aspects here, you guys are, you started the race back in 29th overall. You're in 22nd overall. That is good enough for the 9th position in GT1. That's a good run there. So we'll see how that goes further forward. But talking about one of the other Corvettes, I'm sure you're just getting acclimated into the stewarding box, but perhaps you've seen the incident involving the Coanda car. Really, it's both of them now, and we'll see. They had to serve a stop and hold for their impact with a GTS car. It seems that they've had yet another one. It's been a fairly quiet race for stop and hold. We've only had 4 over the last 3 hours.
Yeah, overall it's the people are behaving, and that's always very good. But yeah, unfortunately you cannot. It's almost impossible to have a clean race where you don't have to do anything as race control. So, but people are behaving so far, and we like that.
Yeah, and from what bumping we have seen has mostly been just hard racing, and just looking forward. I mean, the next race, it's hard to believe that we're already in round 5 of 6. Next race is the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and hopefully things can be balanced up even more. And we can have yet another great battle that we've been having here. But the 24 Hours of Le Mans, yeah, that's right around the corner, almost a month and a little bit away.
Yeah, indeed, and with the class of everybody, of the strong field we have, no doubt we will have one hell of a race.
Now, with that, we wish you guys in the Racing Lines the best of luck, and wish you guys in the race control booth the best of luck, and hopefully we can have a good, clean run from the rest of it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wait, I have one question, Niall. Have you gotten your chair back from the cat?
Yes, finally.
Yes. All right. That's
side.
what we like to hear. Yes. Neil, who had lost his chair, unfortunately, to a cat at the beginning of the race. Did you do the whole stint on that wooden chair?
No, unfortunately, it wasn't just my office chair. He was in. He left my racing seat alone.
Yes, good. That would have been very hard to do without the racing seat.
Indeed.
Yeah. But either way, thanks very much for hopping in the booth. Give everyone our wishes. We'll talk to you later, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you.
That's Neil Hackens with the Race Control and the Racing Lions effort. Cisco, it's been a bit of a tough one with the whole looking at the Quanta Corvette. It seems to be a bit of a difficult one because their contact wasn't even registered, but it was pretty clear, at least to us, that there was contact. So it's a bit of a weird moment here where different clients are seeing different things.
Yeah, and I think I'm seeing the stewards beginning to enter in maybe another... Oh, crash 31.
Uh-oh. That is the number 31 car. That is the Thrustmaster Movano GT1 car. As we'll look back and see where they are. I'm seeing they were off track. No name corner. Anders Dahl. He seems to have lost the rear of the Aston Martin as he was getting pursued by the Thrustmaster Iris car, which nearly missed. Which nearly hit the rear end. Connery, it seems that the Aston Martin just lost it in no name.
Yeah, and that's kind of easily done, just getting up all over the curbs and just getting the back end out, hitting the Armco barrier, that's Cam's favourite word, favourite kind of barrier.
Yeah, apparently.
Yep, so single car insta, but they managed to keep it pointed in the right direction, which is the important thing for race car drivers, I guess.
Yeah, and now it looks like they're going to be put a lap down. They're cycled far back now from that main group, that IRDK Assault and that Iris car, so they'll have a lot of work ahead of them as they go now to the inside of the Simataki Esport car of David Soranzo, and Kei Kashubi now taking it to the outside as this is actually a fight for position. The Simataki and the IRDK Endurance cars running their way through. As it is just looking through right now as Cisco gives me a link to armco.uk.com. Apparently you can buy your own Armco crash barriers if you want. Either way, as I know we can't see this, but I'm letting Cisco know that he's number one in my opinion. But looking through now as Kei Kashubi. I have to say, Kei Kashubi at this point, they're doing a fairly good run of it. He's got a massive gap ever since that penalty was handed out, Cisco.
Yeah, and you look at the timing, and if you told us, well, VRS, they're in 5th in class right now, Cam. So they're not by any means like 14th. So they're still in with a shout here, but there's so much time. But yeah, I mean the Corin Vendavel gap right now. I mean Kay has basically opened that up, and I'm still continuing to just be amazed by how fast Kay is in that car with damage. But by now they probably have that car repaired. And probably Kay's used to driving it with that damage. You still see it, the little bit of left front. You can see the nose kind of pushed in there. But, I mean, Kay K's been K. I mean, what else can we really say about K Kashubi? He's been K Kashubi, and not really that surprising out of that driver. We know him to be such a good driver, and he does really well on these kind of narrow courses. Obviously did such a great job during the VLN series, and Spa, a very similarly like width of track in this case. Maybe not as much elevation change, or at least as drastic elevation change, but Hayes just done such a great job.
He has, and of course, it's a little different. He drives a GT3 Audi in the VLN series. Here, he drives that Aston Martin. And, of course, 21 corners compared to 160 some odd corners at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But either way, that's actually going to be kicking off pretty soon. I don't remember the schedule. Is the Marty Piatella piloted Co-Anda SimSport #1 poles in the pit lane. He manages to not kill the cone this time. And I know, Connery, we enjoy that as we love our cones. As Marty Piatella, he's pulling it in. Now, will he get out? He should. I mean, Connery, I mean, he should be getting out of that car by now, and it should be going to Mitchell de Jong or somebody else.
It could be Martin Kroenke, maybe. He's very, very rapid in this HBD, as he is in the McLaren MP430 in the World Championship Grand Prix Series. There's a reason why he's the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series champion. But I just noticed when VRS kind of pulled into the pits that time by, they were around about 1 minute and 12 seconds ahead of this battle for third place in your prototype division. They were around about 1 minute 12 ahead of this, and that's the same as the pit lane time. So they may be coming in the middle of this as they almost try to go too wide coming through Blanchimont. The Radicals Online had to back out just a little bit. VRS Co-Anda SimSport still down on pit road. They'll be coming to the end of their stop in just a couple of seconds. There goes Thrustmaster Bavano Racing and Radicals Online coming through the final corner here. Where is VRS Co-Anda SimSport? They are off and away. But so they're actually well ahead right there. Thrustmaster Bavano Racing still leading down into last source, but Radicals Online, Paul Ilbrink is tracking him down.
And they're working their way now through Air Rouge and then Rodillion, as this is a fairly interesting Cisco. A couple of things popping up on the stewarding assembly. They're investigating an avoidable contact actually with, as the Thrustmaster Ravano car had to well hold off to get around the Hellenic racing car that has given the Radicals Online an easy pass, but he actually did it with enough time, and I think this is a smart thing. He did it with enough time to where he could catch a little bit of the draft rather than just letting it happen naturally, so he was able to keep himself a little bit closer. And of course they're going to be trying to go around Odox, and actually they might go 3 wide around Odox. No, he won't stick it to the inside, thankfully, as they're working through this great battle. But one of these cars is actually under investigation.
Yeah, the #2, the Radicals Online not Daytona prototype, HBD is under investigation right now. There was avoidable contact with the number 80 car, and that was with the Hellenic racing car, which I think they just went past actually not too long ago. But interesting case where the two might just be on borrowed time here, Cam. If the officials decide that a stop and hold goes towards the 2 car, that's not going to be good, because they're running 4th, 3rd in class actually right now. That could all just go out the window here if the officials put a penalty to that 2 car. And also want to point out that incident with the 48 and 76, the officials are looking at that right now. That was after La Sauce. We saw Ben Broekman run over La Source, run over that GT3 car earlier.
Connery, it's La Sauce. We've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time.
Moving on.
I'm pretty sure, like, sort of the whole francophone sort of the French speakers just absolutely cringed at that.
The face palmed. That is, I believe, the appropriate term. As Marty Piatella, who is currently in 2nd in your prototype field after that pit stop, Friction Racing having taken the lead, is now going past Klaus Kivikas and that VRS Co-Anda SimSport Corvette. So those teammates once again going on past, and yeah, I mean I'm kind of surprised. We interviewed Paul Ilbrink earlier, Connery, and he basically stated, I don't feel that we have the pace, but as long as we have a good run, we should be able to have a good run. They're under investigation right now for that contact with the GTS car, but right now they're in third position and pretty comfortable, to say the least. It's been a while since we've had a good Radicals run. Looking at the standings, they are fairly on back. They're seventh in the standings. They finished all 4 races, but not really a good points haul, so they're looking for a great day today as long as they can keep that nose clean.
Yeah, I don't really believe him when he says they don't have the pace, because Paul Ilping just set a time only 0.2 of a second slower than than the fastest lap time for that Radicals Online car. So he definitely has the pace, despite what he wants us to believe, and he's running in 5th place, so not entirely sure where he's coming from now.
Well, it seems, we got to remember that Core Prototype also was involved, and they were absolutely pulling away. He probably was referencing the Core. But with Core out of the way, it's sort of opened the book for a lot of these prototype teams. I mean, Friction, we've seen time and time again their interesting strategies. Will they finally pay off? And then you've got Coanda, of course, who are extremely quick. They've won 2 races already, even though they are not, I have to say that they have not been the fastest team in the last couple of races. That's been Core SimSport, but they've just managed to pull the iron from the fire. And Cisco, I think that's been very impressive as well, but they're right now sitting 16 seconds behind Marcus Hamilton in that Friction SimSport car.
Yeah, and Friction SimSport, remember, they're on a little bit different of a strategy, as Radicals Online had a little bit of fun going through Rouge that time, had to go too wide through there, but Friction SimSport's about 12 laps ahead of them on a pit stint, so we know Friction's going to have to pit first, and we're going to have to see how the calculated come out. Still 2 hours left in this race, and Coanda isn't really lapping faster than the car out there on older tires. Friction SimSport last lap by was a 2:04, a 2:05 out of Coanda. So, I mean, the gap's been slowly closing and going in favor, but it's probably going to just come down to how each car delivers with the traffic and how they are able to get through. I mean, you look at Coanda, clear track ahead of them. Meanwhile, you jump back up to our leaders at Friction SimSport. There's an SRN car right in front of them there. They're trying to get past.
So close, rim to rim almost. They thought about making contact, but nope, that worked out very cleanly there for both of them. And Connery, with the little bumps and bruises that we've had, it seems that the field has been fairly separated now. I'm not really seeing anybody too close to anybody else.
No, and this race is kind of going to a little bit of a lull at this stage in the race, with only about 2 hours 5 minutes remaining. So, but I'm just wondering about this strategy that Friction SimSport is trying to pull off. As we said, they're kind of known for doing some weird, out of the ordinary strategies to try and gain an advantage. It's currently kind of working out for them at the moment. Well, they had some traffic on that past lap, which meant that they did a 2:07.2, and actually fastest lap of the motor race was just set by Marty Piatella in that VRS Coanda SimSport car, a 2:03.5. So he's basically got the afterburners on at this point. Fastest lap of the race with only 2 hours to go.
Marty Piatella, we were wondering if perhaps that this stint was long enough. Nope, not long enough at all. Fastest lap for that Coanda car. So big news though. We have got a hold down now. This is the second in a row for that Coanda Corvette. This is going to cycle it way too back now. This is going to be a huge game changer for that Coanda SimSport Corvette. A stop and hold penalty for that incident going up the run to Air Rouge for 20 seconds now, going towards corner number 2 with that Simitok GTS. And Connery, that's a fairly big deal for that Coanda car.
Yeah, it definitely is, and this will just drop them down through the field. And yeah, it hasn't really been a great day at the office for them in terms of those penalties, so it's going to be another, almost a minute on pit road for them, and they're not going to be able to take tires or fuel during that stop.
Plus, they still need to do a regular pit stop.
Yep, you still need to do a regular pit stop as well, so, and they won't be able to do it when they're taking that penalty, otherwise they risk taking another penalty on top of what they already had, like we saw for a team in the GES race yesterday. So, yeah, I think this is basically put the car in full recovery mode right now for that Commander Simsport Corvette.
Actually, they did come in pit. They came in pit on lap 96. So they did come in and they served the penalty and then came in 3 laps later. So this will be just serving the penalty. They are on new tires and fueled. So Klaus Kivikoss is now going to have to bring that car in for a 20-second stop and hold. This is probably going to be, let's see here, it's probably going to be another 50 seconds, 55 seconds added on. That is going to drop him probably 1 position and put him out in front of the Racing Lions Corvette. Here he comes coming down pit lane right now. Well, for this Coanda Simsport car, I was almost wondering perhaps they could put it together, perhaps they could get the win for the Corvette, the very first win, but it's just not in the cards for today. Oh boy. Overall, Klaus Kivikoss just getting that work on 5, 6, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. It's so long, especially with the additional 5 seconds. So they're at 15. That would be the normal pit penalty. Now they're at 17, 18, 19, and 20, 21. Okay, so they're just making sure that they've got enough. 21.8 seconds served. So they've certainly got their penalty. There goes the Phoenix Motorsports Corvette. So now they aren't even the front-running Corvette. And Cisco, this kind of changes everything.
Yeah, it changes everything. We'll run you through that GT1 field now just so you can get an idea. So Kei Kashubi continues to lead that in the Heisenfeld Core Motorsports Aston Martin. Then Vendavel Sim Racing is in second. SimRC.de Crimson, Tim Birdie behind the wheel, Mark Elkman in the PRT GT car, Phoenix Motorsports, Joris Steinen in that 64 car, and then finally VRS Coanda. They're now 6th in class, which credit, at the end of the day, they've gained 3 spots from where they started, but they're 6th.
Be so much higher, though.
Yeah, they could be so much higher, and with the speed in that car, there's 2 hours left. You're 2/3 of the way through this race, Cam. I think they're going to be in big recovery time mode, like you said. And also, can I just point out, Racing Lions, at number 41 stable in GT1, they're up 10 places from where they started. That's a great job for those guys.
Yeah, I mean, and this is kind of the day of the underdog almost, where cars that aren't normally your front runners, cars that aren't normally there, are in fact involved. It's a great thing to see, and of course you hate to see cars having incidents, cars being retired, especially front-running cars like the core efforts and the PRT effort, but it's allowing us this great effort, Connery, where cars that perhaps would be in the middle pack now are challenging for a podium for the first time.
Yes, indeed they are, and I have to bring the discussion back to the top of the prototype field, actually, as the number 1 VRS Simsport car just gets held up a little bit behind the AmSpeed Drivers Home number 83 car. But I just want to tell you how fast Marty Piatella is currently running. He's saying, he set fastest lap just 3 laps ago, and then his laps afterwards weren't too far off of that either. So he's running very, very quickly, closing that gap up to the Friction Simsport car, which is again on that weird pit stop strategy, is on about 11 and 12 lap older tires than this kind of Simsport car. But Piatella going very, very, very quickly at the moment, and I'm guessing when they come in for their next pit stop, they might have to put another driver in, depending on the driver sort of fair share rule. We have to wait and see. Maybe they put Martin Kroenke in, because Kroenke can do wonderful stuff with any car you get put in.
No, absolutely, and we'll have to see what they pull out of the fire. As just looking right now, a battle for position between Jack Keithley and Danilo Piazza. Piazza, he was driving the middle of the track, very defensive, as Jack Keithley now taking the line away using his one move as he looks to the inside. As he looks to the inside, he's going with Kei Kashubi now. Very clean exit from there as he's following the leader in GT1. He's got lap traffic up ahead. and quite a bit of it to say the least. Jack Keithley now, he's thinking better of it, very safe. You know what, he's doing exactly what you need to do as a prototype driver. You back off on the entry to Air Rouge, and then you leave the exit wide open, and here comes the Coanda car to lap the both of them. So actually,
almost contact.
yeah, there was, I believe, contact. Marty Piatella, that side pod did get caved in from Kate Kashubi. He was not looking, I don't think, on the exit of it. I think he was trying to get the draft, did not see the Coanda car. Perhaps he's starting to get a little bit tired. Kate Kashubi has been in that car since lap 47.
Yep, that could well be the case, and there's some, yeah, indeed, there's some side pod damage to that VRS Car Simsport #1 car. We'll have to see how much that is affecting Marty Piatella during the course of this race, but those sorts of moments, you don't really want them at this stage in the race. Well, you don't want them at any stage during a race, but especially at this stage, only 2 hours remaining, and when you're trying to catch the leader, that's for that to happen, then not really the best thing to happen.
Yeah, and I almost wonder if fatigue is starting to take its toll. As with 2 hours remaining, some people have been out there for maybe 2.5 hours on their own as Keithley's working his way through the lap traffic, trying to put a distance onto Danilo Piazza as he's working now past David Soranzo as they're finishing up yet another lap here at Spa-Francorchamps as they're now, it seems that we have been slowly indeed getting a bit more and more contact, Cisco, where we just, with every hour, it seems to be getting a little bit more egregious. So I just think that people are just getting pretty exhausted right now, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, and you talk about how demanding the Spa-Francorchamps circuit is, Cam, and I think, like you said, 2.5 hours, and especially in as high-stress an environment this is, considering how the high amount of traffic that we've seen, and you know the traffic trains, as Connery likes to say, choo-choo as they go by. It gets really stressful, and you gotta think the day Kei Kashubi's had, he's gotten damage already, and you know, just trying to hold on to that. Aston Martin's been involved with this battle plenty of. You know, was battling with VRS earlier, now having to worry about that gap between him and Vendaval. He's got to be getting tired.
Yeah, and just looking at the Twitter feed, of course, hashtag IRNEO. Shinya Machine Sim Racing just posted at SMSIMR, or SMSIMR. Enzo into the checkered with 2 hours remaining, still P2 with a top 3 within 20 seconds. Hashtag nails being bit. Somebody has just gone way off track. Patrick Pitchler. Oh, that's the very very damaged PRT car. So all right, that was a little less heart stopping when it's a car that's one of the last ones down. But it has just been it's been a tough race on the equipment. It's been a tough race on the people. Let's see if perhaps we can go on board with somebody. You know what, Aaron? Why don't we finish this up here and take an advertisement break, and then once we do that, we'll come back, do a quick rundown through the grid, and bring you the last hour and 54 minutes here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. So, of course, this is the Neo Endurance 6 hours of Spa. And it is, of course, on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. Do stick with us. It's being a doozy. Your leaders right now is Friction Simsport, Heisenvelt Core Motorsports, and your leader in GTS is the Team RSO Mercedes.
This is Circuit de la Sarthe, known around the racing world simply as Le Mans. Since 1923, this track in western France has been home to the world's original 24-hour endurance race. Coupled with the likes of the legendary Indianapolis 500 and the Monaco Grand Prix, the 24 Hours of Le Mans is widely regarded as the world's most prestigious endurance race, and it forms a part of motorsport's Treble Crown. The first race was held on the outskirts of Le Mans back in 1906 and was called the French Grand Prix, the first Grand Prix of its kind. It was run on public roads, with one lap of the circuit stretching just over 103 kilometers. Then, in 1922, the secretary of the AECO, Georges Durand, was given 100,000 francs to facilitate and devise a new race for the region. Durand took this as an opportunity to stage something completely unheard of, a 24-hour endurance race that would push the modern race car to its limits, where manufacturers would prove their worth to the world. Durand's original Circuit de la Sarthe stretched 17.2 kilometers and was entirely comprised of public roads. It ventured into the city of Le Mans and stretched to a tight hairpin before venturing on to the 8-kilometer long Mulsanne Straight. In 1929, the hairpin was bypassed due to safety concerns with expanding town suburbs, and safety was always a thing that changed and progressed the racetrack over the years. In 1932, the track as we know began to take shape. That was prompted by the construction of a new 1.5 kilometer bypass running from the start-finish area to the new entrance of the Mulsanne Straight, the now infamous Tête Rouge corner. This section featured the fast first curve that remains today, and what would later become the location of the famous Dunlop Bridge. Now, back in 1923, it was a field of 33 drivers that competed in the inaugural event, and their average speed, 57 miles an hour. By 1956, the field had increased to 49 cars, and they were running at nearly twice the average speed, at 104 miles an hour. As the cars became quicker and the competition rose, the track continued to evolve. For example, in 1972, the final section of the track was completely reconfigured to bypass the dangerous Maison Blanche kink. This included the addition of the Porsche curves and the revised Ford chicanes to slow the cars on the run from Arnage corner to the start-finish line. These features remain today. One of the then traditional aspects of the race was the Le Mans start. Drivers would stand across to the track where the cars were parked, and then at the drop of the French tricolor, they ran to their car, climbed in, fired the engine, engaged first gear, and pulled away in a cloud of exhaust and burned rubber. Not surprisingly, this was discontinued for safety reasons, as drivers would either rush to buckle their seatbelts, or they didn't even bother buckling them at all. Dan Gurney, who together with AJ Foyt won the 1967 race, famously recounted using his knees to steer his Ford GT Mark II on their opening lap at speeds well above 200 miles an hour whilst he fastened his seatbelt. Since 1971, Le Mans has reverted to the more traditional rolling start used throughout endurance racing today. Le Mans will ever be known as the proving ground for car manufacturers and a lifelong dream for drivers. It continues to rank as the pinnacle of endurance racing that inspires similar races to take shape around the world. Things like the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, or the 24 Hours of Spa, or the Rolex 24 at Daytona. But there will only ever be one Le Mans. Experience Le Mans on iRacing.
welcome back to the Neo Endurance Series live from Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. It is, of course, round number 5 of this 6-round series. It has already been a barnstormer. 1 hour and 48 minutes are remaining here on Race Spot TV and iRacing Live. It's myself, Cam Walsh, Cisco Scaramuza, Connery Maddock, and Hugo Louis bringing us the coverage here today. Of course, our next round is going to be the 24 Hours of Le Mans, March 23rd to the 25th. And of course, that is also going to be here on Race Spot TV and iRacing Live. Current leaders in your prototype field, it is the number 15 of Marcus Hamilton. Friction Sim Sport is the current race the current race winning car if they were to finish now, but only 12 seconds behind is Marty Piatella to challenge that. Radicals Online not much further back than that, so it is a very close run in prototype. In GT1 field, it's been Heisenfeld Core Motorsports almost all day long, even with damage. Coanda SimSport Corvette did put on a good challenge, but a couple of penalties have put them further back. Van Devil Sim Racing's Aston Martin is in pursuit. SimRC.de Crimson also following along. Going into GTS field right now, it is Team RSO. They're actually, I lied. It is the Fabio Gonzalez piloted Thrustmaster Movano GTS car. Normally it's pure racing team, but not today. They had a race-ending incident and are many laps down. They are currently, right now, your race leaders in GTS. Currently being pursued by Team DFTBA and MSP Drivers Home 85. Radicals Online in 4th, Shinya Machimi in 5th. In GTS, we'll bring back the coverage, we'll bring back the overlays, we'll bring back the Neo Endurance goodness here at Spa. And Cisco, we'll start with you. The last 4 hours seem to have flown by, 4 hours and 15 minutes really. We started off with such a clean race, but it is just it's been becoming incident after incident past that.
Yeah, you know, the difficulty of this track is starting to weigh on some of these drivers. I mean, Marty Piatella, we were looking over the break. We're still trying to figure out. We're showing on our cameras right now that he does have a little bit of side pod damage. Yet on my camera, we're not, and on their stuff, we don't know. So all sorts of, you know, the battle scars starting to show on these cars. Obviously, Kei Kashubi with it, as well as a little bit on the Friction Motorsports car, or its SimSport car rather. So all over the place, you can see the damage starting to take place, and it's not just the damage on the cars. It's the damage, you know, it's that mental kind of tiredness almost that these guys are getting, and I have to think Marcus Hamilton is about, I would guess, about a lap and a half away from making a pit stop. That or about half a lap away. And I got to think driver change has got to be coming for that team.
Yeah, and Connery let us know Marty Piatella's last lap was only 0.2 off the fastest lap, and that was before the contact. So cars probably at least should be fine, Connery. I mean, it seems to be putting the lap times down, so they're only 10 seconds behind Friction Racing. I think that gap is closing.
Yep, it is closing at a rate of knots around about 2 seconds a lap. If Marty Piatella keeps running at the pace he is running right now, as I said, only 2 or 3 tenths slower than his fastest lap of the race. That only happened just 5 or 6 laps ago, so he has been really throwing the car around the racecourse during this stint, and he may reap the benefits of that one when it comes towards the final stint. But yes, Friction SimSport, they'll have to be coming in soon. They're just coming up to the bus stop chicane right now. Do they head down pit road this time by? They will hit pit road this time by. So this will be their second to last stop. They can't make it to the end from here, and we'll just see VRS Coanda SimSport. They're heading their way through the final bus stop, and they will inherit the race lead once again.
Yes, they will. So Marcus Hamilton, they're on their own strategy. Now, if we cycle back the time now, their last stint, there will have been 25 laps on the button. So if we think of that way, 25 laps, mean they should be able to go by with just 2 more pit stops, as 25 laps at 2 minutes 12 seconds. What the heck? No, wait, that's not right. That's them on pit lane. So like 2 minutes 5, we'll go with an average. So just oh god, I'm doing math. As Frederick Evers will be climbing in for Marcus Hamilton. But 2 minutes 5 seconds per lap for 25 laps. I mean that's going to be good enough for 2 pit stops, I think. So they should be able to get their pit stop cycled enough away. Mad Cape Racing looks significantly damaged on pit lane, so we've missed something with that number 17. They're missing the front nose cone on that car, but Frederick Evers, he pulls away. Where will he come out? He is going to be basically alone. Very quiet on the exits. There is one MSP Drivers Home Mercedes behind, but other than that, nothing really to worry about.
And I just went back, Cam. I figured out what happened to the Mad Cape car. That was going through Eau Rouge, and a big incident. Got the grass on the right side hang up the turn, and it just turned right straight into the tire barrier. Whammo went the number 17 prototype. So that's them basically done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be able to repair that car, but they'll be many laps down. JCL Sim Racing's prototype car is now on pit lane as Joao Coroni will be getting in. I see the Phoenix Motorsports Corvette either pulling away or coming in. Overall, just going through, we're seeing perhaps we're seeing a replay of that Mad Cape crash, just a solo incident up Air Rouge. And Connery, it does seem to be incidents up Air Rouge are popular today.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I was just having a couple of technical issues right there, just trying to see where that Mad Cape Racing number 17 actually went off. But yeah, it was indeed at the Eau Rouge Rédillon section, and that was absolutely destroyed the front clip of that prototype. Luckily, they're actually back out on track, which is quite surprising after such a heavy incident. But they've got a new, fresh front clip onto that prototype car. They're out circulating once again.
And they've probably lost a lap and a half, 2 laps from that. They're total 3 laps off, whereas their closest competitor is only 1 lap off. So they are definitely cycled well to the back of the prototype field. But for Marty Piatella, well, he's got open space right now. He has got to get on it, as this is getting into the closing stages of his stint, potentially. He's on lap 14 through this stint. And Cisco, if they're running about 27 laps, I've seen them run stints. I've seen them run 26 lap stints. If they can continue to do this, it should be another maybe 10, 11, 12 laps before we see Marty Piatella in. And I think that would be it for him at that point. He got in at lap 55. It's now lap 152 or 122.
Well, if you want to see the longest fuel stint that I think I've seen out of the prototypes, that PRT prototype, the number 12 of Grabowski, he just came in after a 27-lap fuel run. So I think that's going to be about the max we're going to see out of these guys. Obviously, Marty Piatella, as they've been running a little bit longer during this whole race, so maybe 25, 26 laps, but 27, I think that's about all you're going to get out of it without dropping down maybe a fuel mix level.
Early on, I did see that Coanda did do a 27-lap stint, so I know it's possible for them, but will they do it? They only have an 18-second gap over Paul Ilbrink in that Radicals Online car, of which, if we were wondering, that incident earlier on, it was an unjustifiable risk. It is just a warning, and it's their first one at that. So they didn't have to worry about that. They can continue. And then, of course, that incident involving the Coanda car and that Heisenveld Core Motorsports car, that was just a warning. As I mean, I gotta say, at this point, both cars were undamaged from that clip.
Cam.
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, Cam, I'm just gonna butt in here because it looks like the VRS Coanda SimSport Corvette is maybe under investigation again, or at least is involved in an investigation. Another investigation for avoidable contact with the number 64. And a number 64,
Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix Motorsport. So it must. I don't think we've seen that incident. There's a timestamp right there. So if our lovely director Hugo could probably get to that and show us what has happened, I'm not
I think that's
sure
for the one above.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whereabouts this looks like. The timestamp was 4:10. So this is over 10 minutes ago. So I'm not sure where this would be, but yeah.
Oh,
I
I
don't
see
know which one was the
aggressor.
Yeah, so don't quite know which one would be the aggressor. From what I see, it was Coanda pursuing Phoenix, but you don't know what happens when they go alongside. So I'll be seeing this. Joris Thielen, the pilot of that Phoenix Motorsports car, as they're going through. It just looks like the Carina car is behind going up the bus stop, and it should be right here. Oh, okay, I see what happened. The Phoenix Motorsport car lost traction. It actually spun. It lost the rears and jammed down the brakes going up the bus stop chicane on their lap 107, and the Klaus Kivikas really had nowhere to go. I don't think this is really anything to do with Coanda. It was more the car was parked in front of it, and much like the core prototype, I don't really think it had anywhere to go. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I have. I don't really think there was much the Coanda car could have done.
Yeah, that was just a tough situation right there that Klaus was in. I mean, he locked it up, and I mean, Klaus, all credit to him, he tried to get that Corvette stopped and just just too much speed was through the corner there. I don't think, Connery, that there was much that Klaus could have done there.
No, I don't think so either. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's no further action call on that one, but they're well within the rights to call for an investigation by the stewards, which they're doing right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if, again, no further action. But, I mean, yeah, I haven't actually seen the replay, but if the car was just stationary, just holding the brakes and not rolling across the track, then there's absolutely no mass involved, and probably very unavoidable for the Coanda Simsport car.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just trying to picture both cars going basically maybe a foot between the two, the rear bumper of the Phoenix and the front bumper of the Coanda car, the Phoenix car lost the rears on its own and immediately started going around, and immediately Coanda's car ended up jamming on the brakes. I think that this was lap 107 for the Phoenix car at the very least. But
it was 107 from Klaus's view.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so Race Spot TV doing as much as we can to try and find replays, I suppose. But yeah, so Hugo should be able to get it now. But yeah, they were going down through the bus stop. It's not like Klaus Kivikas is. We're looking at the replay right now, so we'll be able to look through this now alongside our viewer base here. Joris Thielen again, Klaus Kivikas. They are just going through. It just looks like Joris Thielen loses the rear traction, gets stunted in the rear, and gets spun around, and he just continues the loop and continues to go. The car is undamaged. The rear end of that Corvette holding up fairly well, which is a good thing to see on both cars, actually. I know the radiator and the diffuser's back there, but neither of those were even damaged, so both cars continuing. And for John Hall, he is now in the car, so Phoenix came in to come do their pit stop, so we did see the onboard. We've seen a couple of different angles, so move on from there. But either way, yeah, that's a stricken Corvette, especially when we were expecting to have a very good run there. So unfortunate that there's been involved incidents. I mean, 3 today. That is very uncharacteristically Chimera.
Yeah, and Phoenix, I mean, they're going to just try and recover from here. They were having a little bit of a charge, but sadly 11th in the standings right now in their class. So they're up 2 positions from where they started, just not really the case they wanted. MRC.de, your biggest mover that I'm seeing in class right now. And looks like no further action is going to be taken against that incident between either the 48 or the 64, so all good there.
And Connery was going to say the same thing. So, but I have to say though, Connery, I mean, this has been it's been a fairly tough race. I guess you have bad races and good races. I suppose that this is a decent one to have a bad race at, simply because if you were doing this during the 24-hour, that would be a long race to recover from. So, at least this is just one event instead of a 24 hours.
Yeah, of course, and at Le Mans there's also sort of double points to factor in as well, so it may be doubly bad if you have a bad race there. But on the other side of the argument, though, you could say that a longer race gives you actually more time to recover from those sorts of incidents. So it's half of one, half whatever the same is. It's just like 2 sides of the same argument.
Pretty much, yeah. So, all right, we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes, just about ran. It's 1 hour and 33 actually left to go, and I have to say, my real timing calculations seem to be spot on. I said on lap 23 that it said that there were 150 laps remaining. Well, as it turns out, it's staying right on par with that. So we'll see if lap 172 is indeed the last lap, because it's saying there are 45 laps remaining according to its own personal calculations. Of course, your mileage will vary, but it'd be very interesting that my timing screen could actually properly predict when the race is going to get done. So very exciting, at least for me anyways. But for Radicals Online, they're not that far ahead of, as far as the prototype goes, is not that far ahead of the Thrustmaster Movano Racing HPD. So this is actually fairly interesting here, Cisco, where you've got a prototype battle for the final two positions on the podium.
Yeah, and Piatello, meanwhile, is sort of pulled away, but you can see Radicals Online are kind of in that same camera view now as that Thrustmaster Movano car. So Movano at this point, they got to pour it on. They've had better later run cars as of late, especially yesterday and today. We've kind of seen it, and they are picking up time. I mean, you look last time by, it was 2:05.7 for Movano, 2:06.5 for Radicals Online, so about a second in it, more or less. So 0.8 to be precise, but they're closing in, and the gap is also getting closer to Coanda right now as well. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, as their lap times going by, it was a 2:06.5 for Paul Ilbrink. It was a 2:05 flat for Marty Piatelli. He's actually about to go past the start-finish line right now, and it is a 2:06.5. So that lap influenced by lap traffic, as the leader in GT1 is on pit lane, Kate Kashubi, that 55 car. I wouldn't surprise me if he is going to be handing that over to Alexander Voss right now. Kate Kashubi having pulled into that pit stop as they are getting their car worked on. Perhaps they can do some more effort on fixing that left front bumper as they're getting the fuel put in right now. As Kate Kashubi staying in. As Alexander Voss, he did 2 stints at the beginning of the race. Everything else has been Kate Kashubi since then. That will actually, so that'll put it 71 laps for Kate Kashubi, 46 laps for Alexander Voss. But it wouldn't surprise me. But well, perhaps Kate Kashubi is going to stay in for this next stint. And
that's interesting because we thought he was getting tired, Cam.
Well, I mean, it was a pretty bad mistake when you blip into the prototype leader, but yeah, Kate Kashubi's staying in. I mean, Connery, this is pretty unprecedented. I think this is a lot of laps for one driver.
Yeah, it really is, Cam. And just looking back at the laps, Alexander Voss actually did 2 stints in the car at the beginning of the race, and Kate Kashubi has been in the car ever since around about lap 48, and we're on lap 118 right now for Kate Kashubi. He's been in that car a very, very, very long time. Not really a record, I don't think, in terms of endurance racing. I know some people have done like a whole 24-hour race on their own before, and I think in the top split of the Daytona 24, I think one of the Glacier Racing guys was in the car for around about 8, 9, 10 hours or so. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, and there are driver requirements, but I don't really think that they matter too much. I mean, there's a certain percentage they have to do, but I don't think that really applies to the Heisenfeld Core Motorsports car because Alexander did those 2 stints, so they're fine there. So they're not doing anything wrong, but it's just looking at it. It's just, oh boy, you know, that's a lot of lap times for Kate Kashubi. I know he's up for it. He normally does the VLN series, I believe, on his own. So this shouldn't be anything, you know, doing 4 hours on his own at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I mean, that's a pretty good practice there, Cisco.
Yeah, and it's Kate Kashubi. I mean,
yeah,
the guy. I mean, what else can we say about him? We talk endlessly so much, especially in VLN, just about how good of a driver he is. And I mean, if there's anyone who's really going to be able to just sit in a car by himself with an open track in front of him, oh, that's why we're just hearing from the comments from Voss. Apparently he's having some connection issues, so Cade needed to stay in the car for more laps. So Cade, not by choice doing this, but when
Well, he's
complications
up for
come
it.
up.
Yeah, complications come up. He's up for it. We did see earlier on somebody requested to keep their first driver to avoid an issue, but that was a different car. So for this one, it's a bit of a tough one. So either way, it's just been a good run. Mitchell de Jong is exiting pit lane, which means that Marty Piatella has come in. Marty Piatella climbed out. Mitchell de Jong is in, and now they are the Coanda prototype car is now back in 4th position as they are the first ones to come in the pit. Actually, you know what? They came in after Friction, so 7 laps after Friction came into pits. Connery, VRS Coanda SimSport has come in, and now there appears to be what looks like a 10-second gap between those two cars.
Yep, that gap is actually standing at around about 12.5 seconds as it is on track between Friction SimSport and VRS Coanda SimSport. These guys will now only have one more pit stop to go for the rest of this race. So second to last stint that they're on right now. Coanda SimSport on the 7-lap fresher tires. So that they may be trying to eke out as much of an advantage using that as is possible. But we'll have to see how Mitchell de Jong's lap times stack up against Marty Piatella's.
We certainly will. Mitchell de Jong now settling into the car for the first time since lap number 54. So quite a significant period of time between the two cars, between the two times going through, and it's almost like it's going to be an entirely new track, Cisco. I mean, the rubber being laid down, the track surfaces being different cars, different drivers, different incidents and stuff like that. So it's almost like he's going to be coming to a different situation, especially because the track has been cooling off. When we started this race, I believe it was 74 degrees Fahrenheit in the air and 101 on the track surface. Now it's 69 degrees Fahrenheit and 101. So even the weather has been changing.
Yeah, and I do want to point out one car left to come into pit road is going to be that Radicals Online car. They're going, Thrustmaster Movano did 26 laps on their stint. They're in. 26 laps is going to be for Radicals. When they head in, we're just passing a car that's sideways. PRT having more problems with their GTS car. So Patrick Pichler not having the night that he wants. But Radicals Online getting ready to pit. And after that, Friction SimSport once again 7 laps ahead of Coanda here. And this is going to be that battle for that overall win probably.
Yeah, and I mean, the Coanda car and the Friction car seems to be the two front-running cars. Paul Olbrink, they have only had 3 pit stops so far this entire race. They're having a very long stint. So doing a fairly decent time here. He has got a 37-second gap over that Friction SimSport car, so it wouldn't surprise me. Let's see, it's about 1:14 total lane. Their last pit stop was 48.6 seconds. So here they come into pit lane. Here's Paul Olbrink. In 1:12, that's going to be about, 72 seconds? 72 seconds is probably going to put him in 3rd behind Coanda SimSport by about 15 seconds. So let's see where Paul Olbrink comes out. Will Paul Olbrink be in the car? Will he stay in the car? It was Paul Olbrink, Sylvain Pomerad, Paul Olbrink. So we'll see if Paul keeps in for another stint, or will he give it to Sylvain Pomerad? And Connery, we've had a fairly it's been one of those situations where without that core SimSport prototype car to just storm away with it, this is really an open book.
Yeah, it really is, and it's one of the closest fights we've had in that class since the season started. Really, Core Motorsports has really been up there and being and winning basically. Paul Olbrink still in the box right now. Radicals Online. I don't think there's going to be a driver change this time. Just having a little look at Twitter, actually, Coanda SimSport basically calling out the Hogansville Core Motorsports team here. Racing tip number 851 for optimal grip and comfort. Please keep it on the tarmac, and that was in reference to the Kei Kashubi just squeezing easing the Quanda prototype off at the Camel Scrape. That was hashtag IRNeo. Also IRDK Endurance. 2 stints turning over for Jacob, and Egil Seinfeld in the car for the end, this time with working gear shifter. So a few mechanical issues for that team. Yeah, a few mechanical issues for that team. Hashtag IRNeo. Remember, use that hashtag if you want to talk to us.
Yeah, and just looking at the differences in some close racing times here. The Matti Kati-Soja Vendevel sim racing car is getting slowly caught up by Jürgen Frank in the SimRC Crimson car. They have a lapped Racing Lions GT1 car between the two of them, but this is for second and third position. That Heisenfeld Core Motorsports car is, well, there's no other real way to describe it other than they are still up front, but they haven't checked out Cisco. They only have a 7-second lead. This is actually, I think, the closest 3 positions we have. The Heisenfeld Core Motorsports has a 7-second lead over Vendevel, who's got a 9-second lead over the SimRC.DE car. The Crimson car, as Coanda has pulled their Corvette into pits once again. I mean, this GT1 finish is looking like it's going to be a pretty dramatic one.
Yeah, it is. And, I mean, the closest, I think, as far as being able to see them is going to be Jürgen Frank and Vendevel's Matti Kati-Soja. So, I think it's probably going to, SimRC is going to catch Vendevel first, of the way it's looking right now, but Core is about 0.6 off the lap times that Vendevel is running, so I don't know. They're gonna probably end up once again being drawn together, and we talked about it all day today. The GT1 cars just keep getting brought together for these in this race, and it's starting to happen again.
Yeah, and I have to say, you know, the other cars, perhaps with how much contact they would have had retirements or huge incidents. These GT1 cars, they seem to be pretty rough and tumble here, and as such, they've been going blow for blow almost, which is definitely not how you want to do things in an endurance race, but they've been managing to keep it interesting time and time again. Just looking through, though, you know what? Why don't I go through the top 5 on everybody? We've got an hour and 21 minutes to go here at the Neo Endurance Series, 6 hours of Spa. As it stands, it's Friction Sim Sport overall, 10-second lead over Coanda. It's got a 16-second lead over Radicals. So prototypes, close. You look at GT1, it's Heisenfeld Core Motorsports. They're up front, just as I was saying. 7 seconds over Vendevel, 9 seconds over the SimRC.DE Crimson car. You go down to your GTS division. MSP Drivers Home 85 has a 19-second lead over Shinya Machimi, who's got a 5-second lead over Team RSO, who's got a 6-second lead over Thrustmaster Ravano, who's got a 3-second lead over Odox Motorsport Samsung. So neither of the three, Connery, neither of the three are really settled yet, and I think that this is the first time we've had that happen.
Yeah, it really is. So it could be basically a grandstand finish for all 3 classes, which would be absolutely fantastic to see in the 6 hours of Spa right here. That gap at the front, though, between the 2 leading prototypes, Friction Sim Sport only ahead by around about 10 seconds. That occasionally dips down into the 9 point whatever seconds mark as Mitchell de Jong is running relatively quick lap times right here. He's running just that time by, actually. He just set the 2:04.4, which is actually 1/10 of a second faster than Friction Sim Sport, so he's closing that gap in bit by bit. Paul Olbrink also going very, very quickly in that Radicals Online number 2 car. He just set a 2:04.090, which is the fastest lap of the race for that particular car.
So that Radicals car is what you would call hooked up. It must be loving the lower temperatures in the air, then the rubber getting laid down as it goes past its Pro-Am teammate, currently piloted by Hugo Barbosa, that Audi, and then another, it goes past John Hall in the Corvette. So Paul Olbrink looking to the left, looking to the right. As also, just a clarification, the incident between the Phoenix car and the Coanda car, that was no further action, just in case those were wondering, that's considered to be a racing incident. So that's definitely a little bit of good news for the Corona car, and I think we all agreed that there's really nothing they could have done about that one, as the Radicals car now going past Simon Trendell and that Team Chimera GT1 car. And just looking at that Team Chimera GT car, they've had a very rough season. A couple of races where they've only come away with 2 points. Their best finish was at the Nürburgring. Right now they're sitting in what is 6th position with, I don't think there's enough, there's a lot of room for them to wiggle with where they're at right now. Oh, you know what, they're only 13 seconds behind the VRS Quinn Simsport car, so that's certainly not bad, and they're being pursued by Phoenix Motorsport, so they're definitely involved as well. But it's just GT1. I have to say, Connery has been is going to be my kind of my pick of the race. Now, granted, we haven't gotten to the finish of the race, but really, it's been an absolutely sensational class today.
Yep, it really has, especially earlier on in the race where we basically had a 4, 5, 6 car train for a couple of the oppositions in the mid pack, which was actually absolutely fantastic to watch. It was basically your drivers kind of thought it was a sprint race rather than an endurance race with the way they were racing. Things have spread out a little bit, as they tend to do at the latter stages of the race right now. Closest battle in GT1, it looks like, is going to be between the 41 of the Racing Alliance Corvette and the IRDK Assault Racing Corvette as well. So 2 Corvettes are going to be facing off against each other right now. Update with the gap at the front, though, between the 2 prototype leaders, down to 8.9.
And it is ever closing. Frederick Evers is trying to work his way around the Hellenic Racing car, which he found a little bit of difficult getting around Andy Pears, but he managed to make that work. He's continuing on car number 15, going past corner number 12 right now, as they're working their way down through the gears. And I have to say, for all it's worth, Isaac Price is absolutely ripping that Core Sim Racing car. A 2:03 flat is its fastest lap, and that was 4 laps ago. Unfortunately, this car is 9 laps down, and that's very unfortunate for Isaac Price. I mean, he is absolutely ripping. I mean, a 2:03 flat, I think it might be just the fastest lap of the race.
Yep.
And so, not even a contest for the fastest, the closest lap. As the closest I see is Marty Piatella, who was half a second slower. So that Core Sim Racing car, Connery, I mean, it was locked in. It's just that incident took it all away from him.
Yeah, and you have to wonder what could have been if that incident at the top of Radilon just didn't happen. And you got a feel for Frederick Rasmussen, because remembering back to that incident, again, he had absolutely nowhere to go. He didn't see it until like half a second before contact was made, so he couldn't really react fast, and there's no human could. I don't think so, but yeah, with how fast Isaac Price is running in that car at the moment, they could have been challenging for the race win at the end of this if that didn't happen.
And as such, we're getting apparently the handsomest person, which it's not even a word, in the broadcast booth. Marty Piatella, you've been in the car for an inordinate amount of time, lap 55 all the way to lap 127. Why don't you take me through your stints here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for the 6 hours of the Neo Endurance Series? Oh, Marty. Marty, hello. Oh, no. Hugo killed him. I guess that's what happens. So, either way, we'll just leave him here soon when he comes back, I suppose. Either way, don't worry, Hugo. This is only going to be the last time I ever take your advice. Yeah, Frederick Evers, 4 hours, 43 minutes ticked away here, is still having a good lead there. You've got Kate Kashubi, though, who is, well, he's trying to work on through here, and he's been finding himself in traffic lap after lap after lap. I mean, his lap times have really started to trail off. I mean, the last time he got in a 2:15 was, or with a 2:14 was 2 laps ago, and even then, it's nowhere near the speed of the car. The fastest is 2:14.2. I mean, Cisco, that Kei Kashubi piloted car, I mean, he's got to be kind of on it right now, because that Vendevil Sim Racing is coming and coming quick. Yeah,
and he's picking up a lot of time here. So we'll just, and I mean, it's going to close up that battle for GT1. We were saying it's going to. This pack's been doing it. But good news is I think we've resuscitated Marty Piatella.
That we certainly might have. Marty Piatella, lap 55 to lap 120, whatever I said. How did that go for you?
Sorry about miscommunication there. I mean, my teammates did all they could to keep me off the radio, but here I am. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know. I think I was mostly stuck in traffic. I mean, I think I got one clean lap during my whole triple stint. So yeah, mostly it was just keeping the car in one piece and doing my best what I could do in passing the slower classes.
Well, you managed to do a fairly good job of it. I mean, the car is 7.5 seconds off the rear end of that Friction Sim Sport car. Normally, you guys end up getting into a massive battle with Core Sim Sport. Not today. I mean, this is a fairly huge thing. As that car always seems to be faster and faster and faster, that Core prototype, and yet here you are once again. You guys took the victory at the Nürburgring, took the victory here at COTA. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a challenge trying to get around that Friction Sim Sport, but you guys have had a great season so far, let alone a good race here.
Oh yeah, the season's been quite awesome. Of course, there's been some kind of mishaps, but that's all part of the racing. Sometimes you win and sometimes you don't, and yeah, you just have to make the best of it. Obviously, the World Championship Series, which is starting in 2 weeks, has been a bit taking priority over Neo. So yeah, that could go for an excuse why Core was so fast compared to us. But of course, nothing away from them. I mean, the pace that they put into the car in the opening stints of the race was nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's not like Neo gives away, you know, $10,000 to the victor or anything, unlike WCS.
What?
But
What?
I know. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I the first one to break that to you? Oh no. No, but get with Hugo. He should have known that. He should have let you know. But either way, I mean, the WCS series, that'll kick off. That looks like that is going to be an absolute barnstormer once again, with the victor, of course. Oh my goodness, Martin Cronke, thank you. As of course, Martin came away with it last season, but you know, it's always good to see, and you guys will probably we have a full package ready to go for Le Mans.
Yeah, we did fairly good the last time we were driving at Le Mans. So yeah, of course, I mean, people have learned the track, and like Core and all the other teams have learned the car even further. So yeah, it's gonna be a huge challenge. But we have a fairly strong lineup for the race. I mean, we should be able to do fairly decent lap times throughout the whole 24 hours.
Well, hopefully that completely works out for you guys, and hopefully you guys have a good run here. We'll let you get back to the team comms. It looks like Mitchell de Jong has been slowly reeling in that Friction Sim Sport car, so we wish you guys the best of luck, and no matter what, unless something very dramatic happens, I mean, we should be able to see you for the podium interviews at the very least. So we'll hope to see you there. But Marty, thanks so much. A great stint, and we'll hope to talk to you next time.
Yep, thank you. Bye-bye.
That's Marty Piatella, the driver of the #1 prototype car. And Cisco, just looking through all of this, I mean, that Mitchell de Jong piloted car has been closing lap after lap after lap. I mean, it's really just starting to become, it's a matter of if not when.
Yeah, and yeah, they're just closing in here, and it's gonna come down. I think they're gonna time this just perfectly, Cam, where the last half hour or so, it could be, or even earlier, could be just an all-out battle for the win in that class.
Also, there's an incident once again with the Mad Cape car. They had that incident going up Air Rouge. Now going through one of the back sections, they lost it going into the dirt, heavily into the impact barrier, and now those guys are officially out, as we'll now look to the 32 and the 33. Matty Soja letting that Dennis Grabowski Pure Racing Team LMP black car on through is Jürgen Frank. He has been working, Connery, lap after lap to get closed in now, and he looks like he's getting a fairly good run on.
It certainly looks that way, Cam, and this will be the battle for second place, I believe, in the GT class. And Jürgen Frank, as you say, yeah, he's just been reeling in that gap. Looking at the lap times, Benval Sim Racing 2:14.5 last time by SimRT.e Crimson 2:13.9, so that's about 0.6 of a second faster last time by, and it's put Jürgen Frank in a very, very good position right now. He's going to have the slipstream coming through this run down towards Blanchimont. Maybe he'll have an opportunity coming down into the bus stop. He's maybe a little bit too far back to be doing that, to be doing a lunge like that at this stage in the race. There's still about an hour and 8 minutes to go as they follow each other coming through the bus stop chicane, coming to complete lap 127 for these guys, coming onto lap 128. Jürgen Frank very, very close right now, Cam.
And very concerning as I am seeing, scrolling across my live protest screen, that the car number 33 is starting to get investigated for track limits. And what this means, not necessarily that they've abused the track limit and have gained in one time. It means that time and time again, as Matty Soja takes the line away from Jawad Karoni in that JCL sim racing car, who now has to wing around the outside. And I almost think that he completely botched it. I think if he just let the prototype go, it would have been okay. But now Jürgen Frank on the attack, going to the outside, going down the Kemmel Straight, the 32 versus the 33. So I think what'll probably happen is you'll get a warning typically for off-track limits, but that means that they are watching, and if you continue to bring your car outside of the white lines, that they will ding you for that. They are not afraid to do that. We have seen time and time again, they have given things like drive-through penalties for track limits, so hopefully we won't see a good race decided by that, but obviously that's up to the drivers, Cisco, to obey the track limits.
Yeah, it is, but what it's looking like, it doesn't look like they've had a violation of that by the admins at all in this race so far. I'm looking up and down the list. So I think what we'll probably see here is a warning given to that car, but I don't think we're going to see anything happen
There was a drive-through for car number 17. After 4 laps in a row, it was passing lap traffic around the outside. They did have a drive-through. But other than that, it has just been warnings or no further action. So hopefully they can continue on their way.
Yeah, hopefully that's the case. But obviously it's up to the officials to decide that.
Why not us?
I don't know. Can we convince Alvin to let us do it?
I don't think so, but I think that would be a pretty cool dynamic. It'd be like reality TV. Like we could have instead of fan boost, we could have like fan.
We could
control.
vote people out of the race.
we
be like Survivor.
We can be like NASCAR and just throw random debris cautions in 4 segments and stuff like that. Oh wait, is that too soon?
And penalty. No, I mean, hey, there's clearly a water bottle out on that track, and that is dangerous. I'll have you know, and a hot dog wrapper. You never know. That hot dog wrapper could kill somebody. But either way.
Hey, you laugh, Cam. But
I know. But, well, actually, hot dog wrappers are pretty dangerous. They go in intakes. I mean, heck, wasn't there a Formula One race like Alonso had to retire because he got a windshield tear off in his helmet, or in it from the helmet in his intake, and his engine exploded?
Comment section, please help us. Oh, big problems.
Yeah.
Looks like
somebody has
MSP
created a smoke
83.
screen. Okay, that is the MSP car that is well in the back. 14
there was
laps.
some shenanigans on that one, Cam.
Oh, did he have help getting around?
He actually helped someone.
I see. Hello.
I'm guessing you saw the second half of that incident.
No, I did not. Oh, yes, I did. Hello, good evening, sir. That is, I'm not sure if we can show that on TV. We might have to blur that one out, as of course this is a PG show. That is not the way you want to kind of do things. I mean, I understand he was trying to, I think perhaps, you know what I think happened actually? I don't think that was even intentional. I think he tried to spin the tires and then the traction control kicked in. because I think that
I think
might
that's
be
what he's gonna say it was, regardless of what
Well, yeah.
happened there.
Yeah,
But- and
I
at
have
this-
to. Sorry, Gavin, I have to wonder what you get when you cross a Mercedes and an Audi.
you probably get a
BMW?
Volkswagen. It's
Mini. Actually, it'd probably be a Mini, wouldn't it?
no, it'd probably be like a Golf or something. I don't know, but I mean, I do have to say, I mean, it does look pretty bad. But actually, Jean-Eric Hoffarth he laid on the throttle in reverse, and the other car was, I think, trying to spin the tires, but the traction control was working. I think it looks worse than it actually was, but still, that is. Surprisingly, I don't think both cars are even injured. I don't even think they hurt each other.
Yeah, it's not too much damage. I mean, a little bit of damage on both cars, obviously, but yeah, no,
that's
everything
weird.
looks fine. So maybe a little
weird
right
one.
rear damage on the Audi, and maybe a little bit of not even. No, I think both cars look fine.
Yeah, so looking up forward to Frederick Evers as he goes past your GT race leader, your GT class leader as the race leader. Frederick Evers, I can see in the distance a headlight. I can see two. As Mitchell de Jong is now in visual range of Frederick Evers. So that is just going to spur him on to proceed even quicker. Frederick Evers was a 2:06.4 Connery, as well as Mitchell de Jong, so they traded lap times, but Frederick Evers is now in visual from the car of Mitchell de Jong.
Yeah, the gap has been fluctuating, but the general trend is that gap is closing. It's sitting at around about 6 seconds right now, so that is an improvement of, a closing of half a second since they begun the lap last time by. So VRS Grinder SimSport, again, they're just trying to take this, try and tackle this gap 10th by 10th by 10th, and you have a point, Cisco.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, and I know this is gonna completely shock you guys, but there is an investigation right now between the contact between the 83 and the 84. I know that's shocking and everything, but
Wow.
Yep.
Well, next you'd be telling me the sky is blue.
It is. Do we even have a blue sky today? I didn't actually look up at the clouds.
So there's a little bit of
It's okay.
Can we get like a nice scenic view of the clouds and the trees here in Belgium? Can we order that
here
up?
in the Ardennes? But either way, though, doing scenic views. Thanks, Hugo. And this is
Look at-
when
it's a
all the
beautiful
action
day.
is going to. Yeah, it is. It is. It looks like a nice sunny day here at Spa. It's back to racing. Yes, thank you, Hugo. As we're just let's see. You know what? Have we even done an onboard for the prototypes yet?
No, we should.
Well, okay. You know what? Why don't we go on board with, we'll go fan immersion with Jack Keithley, the number 24 prototype, as I'm sure the Chimera people will cringe, but it's got to be done, as we'll go on board with Jack Keithley as he goes through Spa-Francorchamps. right, we survived the double jeopardy on board with Jack Keithley. Don't worry, boys, the Chimera car is fine. It survived. As Jack Keithley giving us a lovely tour here. One in traffic, one nice and clean. His last lap at 2:05.527. So he is currently in pursuit of the car, just the car that's about 45 seconds ahead, but with a mile remaining, you never know what's possible. So there we go. Jamie, the car is fine. It's okay. So we'll go look elsewhere. As let's take a look at Mitchell de Jong, Connery. Their lap times have been getting sliced down more and more and more. I mean, it is just a matter of when, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Mitchell de Jong setting another lap time, only 1/10 of a second off his best lap time in that car. So he is absolutely flying right now. For those curious, that was a 2:03.6. Friction Simsport did a 2:04.1, so they're around about half a second a lap faster at this point. Gap is at around, well, it's gone up since they came across the stripe last time by. It's gone up to around 3.6 seconds from 4 seconds last time by. So Frederick Harris is kind of replying to Mitchell de Jong's fast laps whenever he sets them. So just going back and forth, trading fastest laps.
And the cars, they are trading. And I mean, this is becoming a fairly interesting. You almost wonder when people are going to come into pit. It seems to me, we got to remember where the stint lengths are. Friction is at 23 laps. They ran 25 laps the last stint. So it, to me at least, seems like as soon as Coanda gets to them, they are probably going to pit. Cisco, that almost seems like a fairly decent strategy. But we have to remember here. If they make another 2 laps, that'll bring it down to about 51 minutes remaining. You can do 51 minutes on a tank, can't you?
Yeah.
You should be able to.
You should.
Yeah, you should be able to.
But I think Connery has had the calculator going all day, or the abacus, or whatever you got.
Are the tires going to be worth it? Because that means that Coanda is going to come in another 10 laps. So they're, no matter what, I mean, I think Friction Simsport at this point, Connery, is a little bit behind the gun.
Yeah, we'll kind of have to see what they do with that one. Of course, VRS Simsport will be able to take a little bit less fuel when they are coming for their stop, because they'll be well within the fuel window, so they don't need to top it off. As Racing Lions number 41 just goes for a spin on the exit of a bus, of a half spin. In fact, that was they were involved in a battle between the number 42 and the number 61 right there, and they were in a little 3-car train. Racing Lions just got on the curb and just spun it towards the inside of the track. Don't hit any barriers, doesn't hit any cars, so not really any harm done apart from lost time.
Well, I mean, and that's we've seen that 3 or 4 times now, where cars have had very dramatic spins, yet they managed to not hit anything. I remember somebody, I think it was the Radicals GT car, having gone for a loop, and they managed to keep it off the concrete wall, as they managed to make that work. It's just looking through right now where perhaps people are in relative to where other people are. We've got a couple of close battles here. Here comes, that is the Core Sim Racing prototype car, unfortunately well back. I almost thought that was Friction for a second there, but looking past across the start-finish line, 205.4 for the Friction car, and it is a 204.3. So give that lap to Mitchell de Jong, but they have been trading back and forth as Frederick Evers going around that AMG Diftaba car, which the jury's still out on whether or not I'm supposed to call it DFTBA every single time, or if they will accept Diftaba, because of course it is an acronym for Don't Forget to Be Awesome. Cisco, not quite sure if they're okay with it.
Yeah, and I'm watching this gap. It's come down to about 2.7 between Coanda and Friction. So I'm not really. They're gaining time. I mean, part of that was down to the traffic that Coanda just hit right now. It's actually going back to about 3 seconds. I don't know if the fuel is gonna save them enough time. And Connery, you're gonna know more on that than I am. How much time are they gonna save not taking as much fuel?
I don't know exactly how much they're going to save, but it could be on the order of probably a couple of seconds, which is actually what the gap is right now between both of those two cars, around about 3.5 seconds. So the taking less fuel in stop is definitely going to help Vera Husqvarna and the SimSport. Whether it will get them this race win or not remains to be seen, as Cam is
Fine.
yourself,
We're good.
please.
We're good.
Cam fell out of
Alright.
his chair there next to us. So
No. I hit the microphone
Again?
pop filter on the table, and then it made noises and it fell out.
has anyone been counting? We asked you guys to start counting
I
a
need
while
dinger.
ago.
I need the bing. Like every time something like that happens. Matty
Oh.
Soja saving me by, I guess I should say Jurgen Frank saving me by coming up to the rear of Matty Soja. Now, this is a battle that we've been seeing quite a while now between.
This is a battle.
Yeah,
Hold on, the
and,
42 and the 61. No, don't end it there. They didn't.
as Eric Vidorf and the David Barraclough piloted Torque Freak racing cars are going in it. So that's IRDK Assault and Torque Freak at it, and they're being watched by Shin Yamashimi Sim Racing's Vincenzo Amico as they're proceeding. This is a battle for 20th position overall. That is good enough for the 8th position on the GT field. Both of these guys are looking to have a good finish. Torque Freak Racing, of course, last season, if you recall, they were in the all carbon fiber colored car. Now they've got that blue and gray, that blue and orange car, as they are now attacking Eric Vidorf. They're on the inside here, pulled alongside that Aston Martin. Will they door each other? No, they will not. Nice and easy. But there is a prototype of Lars Boll, Net Reactive Sim Racing car, coming along as they are 5th overall, that prototype car, looking to get right on through. Now they're going in through the left, in through the right, in through corner number 15, coming out to the exit high speed here. So it should be easy going for the prototype to get on by. As Eric Vidorf, he's looking in his mirrors, he's checking, he's positioning himself for turn number 17, Blanchimont, as here he go, nice and easy through it. They coast through it. The Aston Martin should be able to carry a little bit more speed through it as they go into the bus stop chicane. Nope, David Barraclough is on the brakes first, as not that far behind Connery is Leonardo Corti in that SimRC.Iris car. And if these guys start really fighting with each other, that SimRC car can certainly come in as the leader. Niles Koch and the Heisenveld Core Motorsports GT car is in the pits, finally taking over for Kei Kashubi.
Yeah, Niels Koch just jumping into that car, and he is very, very, very quick in these GT, in that Aston Martin, as we see SimRC.de Iris just make their way through lap traffic. Their perhaps sister car in the SimRC.de Crimson car that is currently down onto pit road as well. So the GT cars making their final stops right about now. Oh, and Friction SimSport are on pit road.
So this is it right now. This is the race. Frederick Evers is in the car. Will he stay in the car to the finish, or will it go to Marcus Hamilton? The number 15 car slowly making its way 30 some odd miles an hour down pit lane right now. They quarter it. Yes, Frederick Evers is climbing out of his automobile, and it will be Marcus Hamilton to the finish. So Marcus Hamilton, the driver who is listed here on my speed sheet as, well, no, actually, Frederick Evers is the one that had the fastest laps in that car. So Marcus Hamilton, though, extremely hot-footed. He is a very quick driver, very decisive when it comes to getting through lap traffic. Coanda is now your leader with 48 minutes to go. When will Coanda come into pit? Of course, their stint time, 19 laps they've had so far, with Mitchell de Jong currently piloting it. Radicals Online will take over in the 2nd position. This will drop Friction down past 3rd position, and here they go. Here comes Marcus Hamilton out to the exit. Will the track be clean? It looks like he is going to be coming out in some traffic. He's going to be pulling out just behind Frank Ferry Jr. Actually, no, just ahead of Frank Ferry Jr. And so it should be fairly easy and straightforward from him there. He doesn't have to worry about any GTS traffic. And Cisco, well, this is it. This is a final move for the race. It's going to be a 47-minute stint, 47 minutes on those tires, and 47 minutes with that fuel.
Yeah, and we're expecting in about 6 laps or so that VRS Coanda car to hit pit road. Mitchell de Jong is still going to, I'm assuming, going to pilot that car to the end of the race. Then right behind him, Paul Imbrink about 8 laps going to be to when we're expecting them on pit road. And 7 laps for Thrustmaster Movano, so that's kind of your prototypes. That's kind of where we're sitting right now on strategy. Right now, Coanda has to push. They don't have to worry about those cold tires. They got to bang out some really quick laps. And as Mitchell de Jong's going to cross the line, let's see what the time is. 2:05, 3:49. That's a pretty good lap right there. Oh, no, actually, no, it's a 2:05. Yeah, that's not great.
Well, I mean, they've been trading lap traffic back and forth, so, I mean, it's not unexpected. As just looking right now, the Jürgen Frank car is trying to get desperately around the Hellenic Racing number 80, as he was trying to be involved in that battle, but ultimately I think they separated via pits. Of course, Jürgen Frank, now your second positioned GT car, he finally gets on by, and he is now pushing through Niles Couch. He's made his way through, and for Niles, that's it. He's set for the rest of the race. There's right now, Vendevel Sim Racing is currently your leader in GT, but everyone owes a pit stop, so Vendevel and Pure Racing Team GT all need to still make that last pit stop. Vendevel should be coming in fairly soon. They are on a 22-lap stint. PRT on an 18-lap stint. And Connery, for Niles Coach, I mean, you still got to push. I mean, that car has had speed in hand, but they have not really been able to pull ahead like they were at the Nürburgring. This is an all-open race.
Yeah, we're kind of used to Hokies.com Motorsports just being out front on their own, no one really around them to challenge them, but this doesn't seem to be the case here at Spa for this 6-hour race in the New Endurance Series. Jürgen Frank is definitely trying to chase that number 55 down. He's going to give it all he has. He doesn't have a representative lap time last time by because he did pit. It's showing as a 3:13, which isn't exactly right. We'll get that this time by, I think, but we'll have to keep an eye on it because this is definitely one that can be close near the end if things start to slip from Niels Koch's grasp.
Yeah, and if anything happens, a spin, a moment, a collection of some sorts, they can certainly change the day, and we've seen that happen late in the race. Last race at the Nürburgring, we did see Core SimSport, the prototype car, get a penalty in the very closing stages of the race that decided the race for Coanda. But I mean, it is just it's just one of those things. As Niles, he'll light up the rears coming off the exit of one. It's just one of those things where you're trying to push on through. There's Wani Lopez in the Vendevel Sim Racing, so this is the gap. Jürgen Frank, though, still needs to take to the pit lane, so he is obviously going to be going out of that this battle. But, and this is a pretty big but, though, it's 18 seconds. Well, hold on a second here. Backwards. It is 5 seconds to Heisenveld Core Motorsports and Vendevel Sim Racing and Wani Lopez and Niles College. I mean, Niles, this is his first laps here today at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, Cisco, and I mean, he's a very, very quick driver. We know that for sure, but still, it's a pretty tall mountain to climb. You know, just coming into a track with changing conditions, changing weather. I mean, it's 68 degrees now. It started at 74 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's colder air. There's so much more rubber on the track. I mean, it's kind of a bit of a different track, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see perhaps that Vendevel car catching up with Wani Lopez, who has been on the track before.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this was a scheduled driver change for these guys. Remember last time, Case stayed in the car longer because Alexander Voss was having a little bit of connection issue. So Niles Koch now back into the car. He knew this was coming. This wasn't a curveball for Niles. Maybe a little bit by the fact that it wasn't Voss getting out of the car, but Niles knew he was coming into this. He was well prepared. So he just has to go out there and just throw down some really fast laps if he hopes to close that gap up to that PRT GT1.
Yeah, and that wouldn't surprise me if he is able to, if Niles Koch is able to continue to keep this gap. As just looking through right now, as I see, it looks like to me, anyways, the SimRC Crimson car, I don't know how, yeah, so they pitted actually 3 laps ago. by the looks of it. So it looks to me like SimRC.de, Crimson, and Heisenveld Core Motorsports pit at the same time. Connery, is that correct?
Sorry, which one am I looking at right here?
The Jürgen Frank 33 car, they came into pits. It shows for me it was a stint length of only 3 laps, but they've come into the pit 6 times, so they're done for the day, right, for pitting, correct?
I believe so. Just looking at those pit stop times, it's a relatively normal stop. It looks like actually a couple of seconds faster than you would perhaps expect, but that's because they only need to put less fuel in because because less fuel required towards the end of the race. So I think they'll be okay until the end of the race, and Heisenveld Core Motorsports, they'll also be okay to the end of the race as well.
So then it's all 3 cars then. Okay, so then it's Niles College, Jürgen Frank, and Juan E. Lopez to the finish. And Niles College getting held up heavily right now by a GTS car. Not much that GTS car can do. It's not like he's trying to, as it's Xavier Stella in the Yodax Motorsport Samsung car. He's doing a good job. He's let that car go on by. So we do have a fight to the finish here in GT1, just like that. So very good to see. I mean, Cisco, it is literally 1, 2, 3 separated by 1 corner.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to the end here. And, I mean, we've seen that Crimson car and the Vendaval car fighting for so long, and Core Motorsports has been a part of this battle, but they've been trying to track him down, and Vendaval, I thought, was going to catch SimRC first, and that was the case. They're a little bit closer here, but everyone according together. So this is going to be, like I think what Connery said earlier, this is probably going to be just a grandstand finish for GT1.
It wouldn't surprise me at all if we didn't see something dramatic happen in the closing stages of this. In GT1, we'll obviously be keeping a close eye on that. But we also have to look forward to that. VRS Quinn, a SimSport car. They are currently leading right now in that #1 prototype. They have got a full, I think it's a 22-second lead over Radicals Online. But I believe that Coanda, they're on a 23-lap stint. Radicals is on a 21-lap stint, and Friction is only on 4 laps. So obviously, for me, I think, Connery, there's only 1 minute and 2 between them, and it looks to me like it's going to take at least 1 minute and 15, maybe 1 minute and 10. You know what? They don't have to put as much fuel in the car. So maybe if they could get a minute pit stop, they'll be out on the lane. It looks to me like Friction is going to be taking the lead whenever Coanda comes into pits.
Yeah, but of course you also have to take into account, well, we do have the pit lane speed available to us here, but that also does not take into account the slowing down to get to the pit road cones and the coming slow out of the green cones. So it'll be pretty close, I think. I have to wonder if VRS SimSport may go for a driver change right here. How long has Mitchell de Jong been in that car? Actually, he's only been 1 stint, so I don't know. Maybe they put Martin Vita back in the car. Who knows? But
Mitchell's doing very quickly. I think my concern is that the last time they were in pit lane was a minute and 15 total second. But obviously, they don't have to put as much fuel in. I think they can just put as much fuel in as it takes to change the tires and send them out again. So I mean, this is kind of going back and forth. This is going to be very close on pit exit.
Yeah, it really is. Last time by, Mitchell de Jong to the 204.2 is actually, he gets held up massively there behind IRDK Endurance. Egil Seinfeld behind the wheel of that one, so you're going to lose a ton of time through that sequence of corners alone, so not going to plan for Mitchell de Jong right now. That's just going to lose him time to Friction SimSport. That just allows Friction SimSport with, they're going to be likely going to be ahead when VRS SimSport comes in. That being held up is just going to mean that Friction SimSport is going to be even further down the road.
GT1 action kicking off as Niles Couch has been caught by the cars of Jürgen Frank and Juan E. Lopez. And actually, is that a 4th contender I'm starting to see here? Actually, Hugo Barbosa takes a spin coming off of the final corner. Or, the first corner, I guess I should say. There he goes. He lights it up and spins it now finally. But where is it? I can see. Oh no, actually, the Anders Dahl piloted car is a lap down. But actually, here comes Vandevel, Wani Lopez. As there's side-by-side action going into the Kemmel Straight. Jürgen Frank going on the grass. He has passed for the lead here, and now they're both dancing back and forth. That's a bit naughty. But you know what? They've made the position. Jürgen Frank, he botches the exit and he goes into the tire barrier, but he will continue. Is his tires okay? Is the steering rack straight? Is Niles Couch, that has lost so much speed that Wani Lopez is now involved. So now it's the 55 and the 32. 33 looking onward, and it looks to me like Anders Dahl, the Movano car, is involved in this. So this is going to be a big fight here for the race lead. As it looks to me, is that Movano car a lap down? Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay, that lap, okay, all right. I was concerned there for a second there, but for Jürgen Frank, a little too aggressive, a little too much, Connery.
Yep, and I don't think that steering is straight. Maybe we can get like a sort of a roll bar cam of when he comes out of Stavlo 2, where he's holding the wheel right now, because that was a pretty heavy impact into the tire barriers coming through Le Combe chicane. As he just comes through Stavlo 1, coming through Stavlo 2. Let's just see when he comes out of this corner. I know there's a slight kink in the road right here, so it may not be representative. As yes, he's holding the wheel sort of more to the right than I would expect coming down through that corner. Yeah, so the steering isn't straight.
No, it is not. So he did damage the suspension coming through. Now, will he come into pits and try to salvage it, or will he try to deal with that for the rest of the race? That Crimson car is, it is only a second. Here he comes into the pits. I think that's a smart decision. And here comes the Coanda car in the pits as well to serve their final pit stop, because Coanda, I believe, still owes the pit stop. So it looks to me like that Crimson car, it just was a little too aggressive. I have to say, Cisco, if they held on to that for just a little bit longer, if they just, as soon as I saw them going two wheels into the grass, I was a little worried, but just too much speed into the Lake Home complex.
Yeah, absolutely, and it completely just messed up their race, but meanwhile, that battle still continuing between that Core Motorsports car and the Vendaval Sim Racing car, and keep in mind, this is a battle right now still for second on track, as PRT, their GT1 car still out. They're on their 23rd lap or on their 24th lap rather of the stint. And I do want to point out also, PRS Coanda, their prototype is on lap 26. I'm going to assume they're coming to pit road this time.
They should. Let's take a look at this lead. Let's keep on with this lead in GT1. E. Lopez is now leading over Niles Couch, huh?
Coanda is in, by the way.
Okay. Coanda is in. We'll keep our eyes there as well. So, all right, why don't we see where Mitchell de Jong is? Where is the Friction Sim Sport car? They are right now actually right in between Niles Couch and your GT leader of Wani Lopez. So that's killing two birds with one stone. Let's see. Let's follow along here with this GT battle. Juan E. Lopez, Niles Couch going back and forth, slicing and dicing here. It's the 32 versus the 55. Core Motorsports covering that damage fairly well. Vendaval having been hunting them down all race long. Let's see, where is Marcus Hamilton? He's coming out of the corners right now. I believe this is 16. As yep, that certainly is 16, 17. Where is Coanda? Looks like their car is just sitting nice there. Paul Ilbrink is seated right behind him as well. As they're both covering their bases, they're waiting. Mitchell de Jong and Paul Ilbrink are waiting and waiting. Here comes Marcus Hamilton. He's getting on the acceleration off of the final corner right now. When is that Coanda car going to go?
He's out.
Has it gone? He has gone. So he will get away. Mitchell de Jong has taken much less fuel. As Paul Ilbrink, it looks like they're going to take a full tank load. As they might need it, which would be surprising for me. Is there damage on that Paul Ilbrink car? Is this just a full pit stop? They seem to be right there. Yeah, this is a full pit stop. So that was a minute, whereas Coanda was there for, it was a minute and 6 for Radicals, where it was only 59. So it was a 7-second difference, and that's a massive difference as far as pit stop goes. So perhaps Coanda a little light on fuel. They are going to try it. And now with Coanda brand spanking new tires, Marcus Hamilton on 7-lap old tires. Connery, the pieces have been moved, and now we just have the race to the finish.
Yep, and I think Marcus Hamilton also got massively held up during what would be the in-lap of Mitchell de Jong's, and he lost a couple of seconds at least on top of the several seconds that he lost in the pit stops by VRS Commander taking much less fuel. That gap is around 11.5 seconds on the relative timings right now, so it's an absolute league between them as Friction Simsport gets held up in Pujon by Atomic Motorsports. Number one is actually they go off the track, way off the track, way exceeding the track limits right there. And if you needed a definition of exceeding track limits, that was your one.
It was a fairly defensive. I think if he just slammed on the brakes, he probably would have spun out. But yeah, I almost think, did he hit the bump? Oh no, he went. Made a concerted effort to go out there. I don't think he trusted that Atomic Motorsport car to continue to stay over to the left. So yeah, that's definitely a worrisome move there for Marcus Hamilton, as that Mitchell de Jong Coanda car is now your race leader in the overall prototype category. We've had 2 lead changes in as many laps. One for GT, one for prototype. I might as well keep a look to the GTS field, see what the heck's happened down there. Who knows if they've also had a change, as it's the MSP drivers home with a 20-second lead over Shinya Machini. So all right, we'll live with that. So we don't have to worry too much about that, as we'll look to the Team DFTBA and the Team RSO cars. It's a pair of Mercedes. They're about the closest battle we can get here in GTS, as they'll work their way through here. Now left, right, left. As this is the 138th time for these guys working their way through, but just man, oh man, let's why don't we just keep following along with this GT action here. Vendevil and Core, they're going up Air Rouge right now. Their last lap times, Vendevil was a 2:14.7, Heisenfeld Core Motorsports was a 2:15.1. Cisco, this is it's gonna have to see. Niles Collins is going to have to make his earn his pay here today, as he's got to chase down that Wani Lopez car, but not only that, he's got to pass it.
Yeah, and Vendavil car slowly starting to pull away here, so it's a question of, does Niles Coach have enough car left under him to even do it? We'll have to see. We know how good of a driver is in that 55 car, but Wani Lopez, I mean, they caught him, and wow, Radicals Online, I believe, was right behind them, nearly into the back bumper of Niles Coach. Niles right now has to keep, hold on to it, Niles. He held on to it. A little bit of a Formula Drift power slide going through No Name Corner, but he lost a ton of time right there.
Well, he certainly could have, as Paul Ilbrink is working his way through. Of course, Paul Ilbrink in a very big hurry himself. He is under pursuit, as the 33 and the 55 are under investigation for avoidable contact, so that could be massive as well. We'll have to see what happens there and what the race control decides. We'll, of course, keep you informed with that. As we're looking right now, the 41 and the 47, all sorts of different action kicking out. It's Connery, it's the 41 Corvette versus the 47 Aston Martin.
Yes, it is. Stephen McGravy is currently right on the back of Frank Van Brandwyck in that Racing Lions machine. It's going to be a Corvette versus Aston Martin coming down into the Lafon chicane. Again, SRM Motorsports just looking for the inside line, but does not opt to go for it. They just follow in close behind. There's some traffic just ahead of them. Hellenic Racing is going to be the main feature in that one. But as they come through Stablo 2, important to get a good run out of here to set yourself up for a move coming down into the bus stop chicane. SRN Motorsports just tracking the slipstream, just moving where Racing Lions move. And they just close up. Will he take a dive coming through Blanchimont? Nope, they'll just stick behind maybe the bus stop chicane. Look at the run that SRN Motorsports get out of there. They'll look towards the right-hand side of the track. Initially inside line for the bus stop chicane. There's some traffic ahead of them. The advantage is switched to Racing Lions now as they come out of the final chicane, still 2x2. But SRN Motorsports with the run out of the corner, they will score that position gains coming across the line. But this isn't over. They're still going 2x2 coming down into the last source now. SRN Motorsports with a much better line coming through there, and that is going to be the position gained. But look, there's the Mercedes of Hellenic Racing NES, and SRN Motorsports has to be very careful here to not get held up.
And if they do, then it will be all over, because that Corvette will be able to catch with a hole punched in the air. Nope, looked like it was a fairly good exit. They caught him just right. So it looks like to me, and there will be no further action for unnecessary risk, not avoidable contact, unnecessary risk. So everyone will continue with that. Hellenic, though, is sitting right in front of Frank von Brondwick. That's Hellenic racing car. Nobody else they're really pursuing, so they're just going to be getting out of the way for that Corvette. And as Frank now, he's got to make up that gap with Stephen McGarvey or Stephen McGravy, depending on who's commentating, as they're working their way through. And I'm trying to see, where's oh, he's well back. Okay, so Rens Broekman is absolutely stuck in traffic right now, so there's nothing he can do to try and catch up anybody now. So I think that is sorted out and situated. 26 minutes to go here at the... They are leading your GT division with Heisenveld Core Motorsports, Pure Racing Team GT, and VRS Quanta Sim Sport all as well involved. Quite a massive gap, though, between many of those, so it's really just Van Devel and Heisenveld Core at this point. Looking down to...
It was more than impressive, I have to say. I mean, the track is identical to the real track. I was blown away how realistic it is. Every little bump, every little spray paint, everything is exactly like you were there at the track. It was a great experience.
This is a warm-up lap now. Tires to get warmed up. The engine. Breathe a little bit here when you go through that little bump there. And then it's flat pretty much all the way through here, just about. Hard braking. This is the slowest part of the track.
And then I've done, I did many races in Formula 3, Formula 2. And then I did the very last race they did there in Group C in 1983 in the 956 Porsche. That's when Beloff got the lap record at the 6:11. I think I was second on the grid with the 6:14 or something, which was, I mean, those cars were awesome around there, of course, like any car is, that speed.
This is the corner of all corners here, the Swedenkreuz. Flat all the way into it. And then trail brake all the way into the apex here. And then hard at it again to get good speed down the hill here. Mega fast down this hill here. Just jump from one apex to the next. Gotta be super precise here.
I mean, it's almost exactly like the real thing. So, I mean, it is certainly realistic enough to get past the very, a lot of the initial hurdles you have when you try to learn to drive a race car, So, I mean, I think it's an excellent tool to learn how to race for sure, or learn to drive a car on a racetrack.
An unexpected commercial break, but you know what? That means that is now just the three of us, the Neo Endurance Series, and 21 minutes left. It is, of course, the finale to the 6 hours of the Spa-Francorchamps here on Race Spot TV and Race Spot from Race Spot Live, iRacing Live. It's myself, Cam Walsh, Cisco Scaramuza, Connery Maddock, and Hugo Louis bringing you guys the coverage. As we apologize, of course, for a little bit of delay in coverage, but you know what? You didn't really miss much at all. VRS Quanta Sim Sports still in charge. Vendevil Sim Racing having pulled a little bit of a gap over Heisenfeld Core Motorsports, and MSP Drivers Home 85 still leading in your GTS division. So we'll bring everything right on back as right now 5 cars on the lead lap in prototype as they are the VRS Quanta Sim Sport, Friction Racing, Thrustmaster Movano, Radicals, and Reactive. In GT1, you've got Vendevil, Heisenfeld Core Motorsports, Pure Racing Team GT, VRS Quanta Sim Sport, and Phoenix Motorsport, MSP Drivers Home 85 and GTS, Shinya Machimi, Thrustmaster Movano, Odex Motorsport, Samsung, Team RSO, Team Diftaba, Radicals Online Pro-Am, and MSP Drivers Home 83 are all on the lead lap there. As we said, we'll go to you first, Cisco. Over the last 5 hours and 40 minutes, how has this race been treating you? I mean, this has been a fairly dramatic one, to say the least.
I mean, we've had to jump around between the different battles here, and we have a little bit of a battle formed between the 47 and the 42 going at it. This is for GT1 right now, and that's for 9th in class, the IRDK Assault Racing car Corvette, and they're actually going to go side by side.
And they're almost dooring each other. Nope, the mirrors barely neck as they work their way left, they work their way right, and they work their way left again through this series. A couple of corners here to finish out the Spa lap. I mean, as far as the real efforts involved, is all they got to do was go through Washington bus stop now. But they've got a prototype car that's involved, and I see David Barraclough, but is he involved in this race? Yes, he is. As they are going now through this left-hander, another left-hander, and then they've got the bus stop. Is actually Stephen McGarvey gets pushed out a little bit there through the bumps, through the wake of air or something to that effect. As Bram Reiners as here comes your leader, Mitchell de Jong. He comes right on through. As Connery, you've got this battle here side by side, back and forth, and once again, and 3 cars, 1 Corvette, 2 Aston Martins, and you've got your race leader trying to make his way through.
Yeah, and here comes Quanta Sim Sport, and he's actually going to have to push wide as they almost go too wide ahead of him again between IRDK and SRN Motorsports. They'll chase each other down this decline of the alternate pit straight right here. VS Quanta has to be careful not to get held up here as they chase each other through Eau Rouge, through Radulon, and VS Quanta will have these 2 past, I think, maybe before the braking zone of Lecombe. He's just going to make his way through, but no moves just yet for either of your 3 GT drivers. There's actually Pure Race TLP, Blackmaker, hopeful dive down the inside of the Talk Freak Racing car, just forcing that position rather than just asking for it and taking it. But look, it's just an absolute train coming through Malmedy there.
It absolutely is. It's a pain rate for Mitchell de Jong. As actually the Corvette of Eric Biedorf goes a little over Dennis Grabowski. He's trying to get on through, almost bumping the rear of Stephen McGarvey, not once but twice, and Stephen McGarvey's almost bumped the rear of Xavier Estella. Estella, he's holding on right now. They're going to go 3 wide, heading their way towards Pouin. As here comes the Corvette of Eric Biedorf. He's on the inside as they are now working their way through towards corners number 12 and 13. There's Stephen McGarvey. He is the one that is out in front as it stands. All Bram Reniers has to do is get past that Odox Motorsport Samsung car, and he will be in this battle as well. Of course, this is a battle in GT4.
Tokyo Drift, Bram Reiners, Talk Freak Racing coming through Stablo 1. Well done to keep it pointed in the right direction. He's lost a lot of time though just taking it through the gravel. He was just making his way down the inside of Ubox Motorsport Samsung in a little bit of lap traffic right there. Just the back end stepped way out on him. Had to take it through the gravel. Well held though.
Yes, well held indeed for Bram Reniers as he has lost that position of Frank von Braunwick, so he'll have to recover in the next 16 minutes and 51 seconds as it's Eric Biedorf and Stephen McGarvey now, and then Frank von Braunwick and Bram Reniers as Marcus Hamilton now. He gets his turn to try to get by in Cisco. You gotta be aggressive here, but if you risk a retirement, there are still 5 other prototypes on the lead lap.
Yeah, there are, and the battle continues on, the strategic battle between the number 1 of VRS Coanda, who got ahead on pit stops, and then you kind of look for that second place of Friction Motorsports right now, that number 15 prototype as well. They just came through La Source. You jump up to where Coanda is. Coanda's in a heap of traffic right now as they head down the Camel Straight, almost thinking about 3 wide, but Mitchell de Jong right now soldiering on, and a slow lap time last time by because of all the traffic. But then right behind Friction, of course, you got Thrustmaster and Radicals Online and Reactive Sim Racing. All these guys still in with a shout if something were to happen.
Yeah, and of course, we're watching Race Spot TV and iRacing Live. We'll see it all. We'll see just about as much as we could today. No more commercials, no more fan immersion, unfortunately for y'all. But fortunately, though, we get coverage, and that is, of course, something that we all love here. As right now, Juan E. Lopez, your leader in GT, he's worked around the lap car of Anders Dahl. He's put him a lap down, and now he's got to work on some others. But Anders Dahl, I think he's working on trying to catch somebody. No, I don't think so. But either way, Connery, this has been a fairly outstanding race. A bit of, I have to say, a little bit too much crunchy for my standards, but it has been a decent race, to say.
Yeah, it definitely has, especially in this GT field where the battles are pretty much still raging right now. Even though the gaps have spread out just a little bit, SRN Motorsports still in the fight with IRDK Assault Racing. There's also Racing Alliance and Talk Freak Racing to talk about as well. So it isn't over yet in terms of battles, as we see the, if I am having a look correctly, VRS Coanda System number 1, they've basically checked out at the front pretty much right now. I mean, there's still 15 minutes to go. Anything can happen, of course, but Mitchell de Jong basically just has to keep it on the grey stuff right now and just get it to the end. And I hope I'm not jinxing him right now just for the sake of this race, but yeah, just bring it home.
What's that? You want to go on board? No. Let's. As another battle that seems to be brewing, Peter Smith of the Fusion Racing prototype, the 59, is being pursued by Joan Caroni, the number 27 prototype, in 10th, as there was about a 2.5-second difference between Peter Smith and Caroni that last time by. So it wouldn't surprise me if that continues. If Joan Caroni, he's got plenty of time, 13 minutes, which should put it at about, well, according to my ticker, 7 laps left to go here in this motor race, which seems to be, okay, that was off. Okay, because originally it was saying like 172 or lap 162. So either way, just looking through this field, you've still got quite a couple of battles going on here. For me, the battle I'm going to keep my eyes on is Juan Lopez and Niles Coach. I mean, that is going to be a big battle here to see if Niles has anything in it. But there's also the battle between the 59 and the 27. And that, of course, is the JCL Sim Racing and Peter Smith cars, as I was alluding to earlier. Jack Keithley working through. Peter Smith, he's been having a bit of trouble lap after lap here. Perhaps his tires are starting to let go. Perhaps he was one of the first cars to come into pits. But I'm just not sure. And in Cisco, just looking throughout else, there's really not much else going on. There's a battle in GTS between Team RSO and Team DFTBA, the 97 and the 82, but other than that, it's more or less just everybody is extremely tense right now.
Yeah, you don't want to make a mistake in these last couple moments of the race. Not a lot of time left. That Team RSO car, Ren Sport Online, Tobias Zerny behind the wheel of that car, then Michael Storm behind in Team DFTBA, and kind of tracking him down a little bit, but still a little bit of gap right there. And honestly, it's going to come down to a strategic finish. All these teams have taken pit stops to get here. The strategy's working out for a lot of these teams, but it's going to be close. Still 12 minutes left to go here. The race isn't over by any stretch. You cannot make a mistake in this last little bit.
No, not at all. And just looking at the hashtag IRNeo, 6 minutes ago, SRN said it seems the setup just needed 4.5 hours to come in. Steve is flying and racking up positions in his final stint. And I have to say, I mean, it has been getting cooler. It's 68 degrees Fahrenheit. It's almost, it's probably 8 degrees different. And Connery, that makes a pretty big difference, 8 degrees cooler.
Yeah, it really can do. As I was just looking at the battle, as relatively close on track right now between the 54 Simon Trundle Team Chimera car and Stefan Zweigweger in that SimRC.de Iris car. They are very close on track indeed. They're just making their way through Notre Dame corner. There's Tommaso Carla in that first Master Movano Racing HBD. He's just making his way through on these guys, just coming up to Pond. He's currently the third place prototype, so a good run from the first Master Movano Racing team. He's just going to make short work of the traffic. There's Radical Paul, Brink Radicals online. He's also going to make his way through as well. And now these GT cars can get to fighting again once those have gone through.
That's the 4th position prototype, and actually the GTS car didn't give Paul any space. Fabio Gonzalez, which, well, they are both teammates, but I think that section of track, there's really not much you can do. But for Paul Elbrink, he is trying to hunt down Tommaso Carla. He has got the lap times to go, so we might see a Radicals car on the podium in the final moments here of this race, the closing stages. 10 minutes and 23 seconds to go here, and Paul Elbrink is reeling in Tommaso Carla, as we're looking once again at the 54 and at the 34, as that's the SimRC Iris and the Chimera car. They're going up the bus stop, and actually, here you go. You've got, not only you've got that, you've got Jet Keithley in the Chimera, you've got the prototypes that are trying to wing their way through, of course, as both prototypes have come out of Carla and Elbrink have worked their way through. So just big battles here as Peter Smith Fusion Racing has a very bad exit, and that actually holds up Simon Trendell. As here comes Jack Keithley on the inside. He'll hold up behind his teammate. No need to pressure him. And here comes Jack Keithley on. Simon Trendell slices his way nice and easy through. He actually is able to keep his momentum up just by swinging the car back and forth. And that was a decent run of it. I know the JCL Sim Racing car got a good exit, but Cisco, that's some good maneuvering through where you don't really damage your other teammates' run, because Simon Trendell was not even able to be challenged going into the Lacombe complex.
Yeah, but it looks like no, I thought Iris maybe could have tried to late break him there, or at least something to get the nose in just to view, but we kind of return. You see JCL up there just weaving through all this traffic here. That's not a fun thing to do with this little time left as there is on the clock. And now actually losing the corner there, that's going to check up this whole pack. So Simon Trendell trying to do the best he can. He's got GTS traffic in front of him. He's got Zeitweger right behind him, so he can't wait too long. And there he goes to the inside right there of that Atomic Motorsports Audi GTS right there, and that's going to split this battle up a little bit, as Zeitweger is going to have a little bit of problems trying to get around this car. He might get a chance to do it here. Is he going to get let go? No, he isn't, and that's going to split this battle up right now, Cam.
It is, and I just had a note slipped under the door here. Apparently Simon Trendell, that Team Chimera car, did not take tires that last pit stop.
Problems with the number 7. He has no front clip on that prototype. Last Ball Reactive Sim Racing, they were running oh so well, and this was an instant coming through the second. Stavolo and a heavy impact with the tire barriers. Oh wow, I'm amazed he managed to get that one back to pit lane. That all started where his entry of the corner wasn't really all that great. The back end stepped out, caught the curb, sent him in the opposite direction. A heavy impact with the tire barriers, no front clip onto that car at all. He's still on pit road.
And that number 5 car, they were in 5th position. That number 7 car, we were talking earlier about how they were having such a good run of it. That is just very unfortunate. They look to have a very good points haul, but it just isn't in the cards here today. They made it so far, but I guess just not in the cards today as the number 7 car. The action kicking off here as Simon Trendell is continuing to push with Stefan Zeitweger as they are working now. Looking to your 3rd position in GT is actually, there's now the battle in GT and the battle in Prototype. Radicals is close, but that's not even remotely close. They're actually passing on track. The Team Chimera car was just passed by Stefan Zeitweger, so ended up looking away from that one at the wrong time. But Stefan Zeitweger and Simon Trendell trying to pursue with 6 minutes to go, and Old Tire's not quite sure as he should be able to get it. I mean, the IRC car, Cisco, does have some damage, but Simon Trendell, he's double stinting those tires.
Yes, he is, and that means that car is going to be especially slippery. He's got to be really careful here, but down to 6.5 minutes, Cam. White flag going to be coming up pretty soon here, a couple laps.
As they are now working through. Now it's just a matter of Simon Trendell. If he can't keep up with Stefan Zeitwager, he's got to look out for that SRM Motorsports car of Stephen McGarvey. There are probably, 6 minutes left. Connery, that's 3 laps left?
Yeah, it all depends on where VRS Quantum Sim Sport #1 is actually on the track. They're coming through Eau Rouge right now, so that sounds about right. But with how many laps that we have left, this could be an exciting one, especially with the battles in the GT division and the ongoing battle between Thrustmaster Movano and Radicals Online for that would be 3rd place of your prototype division.
And Thrustmaster Movano was able to, about a lap and a half ago, 2 laps ago, end up taking the position away from Radicals. So Tommaso Carla was up ahead. Well, actually, wait a second. What am I talking about? The Radicals car has been the aggressor in this one. Okay, so I misremembered where people were. So, yeah, that Radicals car having to dip a little bit into the dirt around the leader in GTS. So they're closing in on in. So battles in both GT and prototype right now going on. As that Chimera car is getting attacked by Stephen McGarvey. Let's take a look at that GT battle right now, as it looks like it is Simon Trendell, of course, and Stephen McGarvey. It looks like, all right, well, we'll stay with the HPD then, as the Stephen McGarvey ends up botching the exit of Eau Rouge, so there's nothing to worry about there. Tommaso Carla versus Paul Ilbrink. And Connery, if you're that Paul Ilbrink prototype, I mean, you kind of got to try to figure your way around. Do you wait for traffic to where you can attack with? I mean, you've only got 4 minutes and 44 seconds to go. I mean, I imagine you just, as soon as you get alongside, you got to go.
Yep, and there's an incident ahead of them, in fact. That was Torrent Motorsports and Radicals Online Pro-Am that were just stranded on the side of the track. Lucky not to collect the prototype cars that were coming through on them. What has happened there with those 2 cars? Again, that's 2
big
different
incident
classes.
involving Friction Simsport. That was kicked off by Jordan Weeks losing the rear end. I think he got clipped by Hugo Barbosa just enough. And then actually Marcus Hamilton's Friction Simsport clipped the nose. I don't think it's enough to make up 17 seconds in 2 laps. I mean, he's got front end damage, but he should be able to continue. I mean, Cisco, the car looks like he can complete it to the line, but he lost probably 5-6 seconds.
Yeah, he lost a ton of time right there. He'll probably be able to finish it, like you said, Cam, but that loss of time, you're not going to make that up. I mean, he lost more time than is probably left in the race that'll be able to make up. So I think that's pretty done and dusted, Cam.
Well, it should be, as Marcus Hamilton, he's worked up Eau Rouge, and there's still quite a large gap between them. 21. Hold on a second. So it's 7 seconds now between Thrustmaster, Movano, and Radicals. So I think, well, obviously Coanda's checked out now. There's nothing left in the tank to fight them, but as the Radicals Online car is getting caught by Tommaso, or actually the other way around, Tommaso Carla is getting caught by that Radicals car. They're actually up to the lead here in GT. Juan Lopez, he's going to stay to the left side of the track, as now they're working through Tommaso Carla. Paul Ilbrink is, now they've worked their way through. Connery, it's amazing to see that after 6 hours it has come down to this, but now there's the Movano teammate in the Aston Martin. He stays over to the side, very polite.
Yep, and that incident between the 15, the 66, and the 84, that will be investigated after the race. So they're going to let this one run out and then talk about it in the steward's office after the race, and we'll keep you posted in the post-race show if any action comes of that one while we're doing the driver interviews. But look at Paul Ilbrink, he's all over the back of that Thrustmaster Movano Racing HPD. It's only going to be a matter of time before he attempts to pass. He did try a couple of laps ago, coming on around the outside at Rivage, which was a very, very optimistic move, but it didn't end up working out. Will he make a move coming down into the bus stop this time? They're just coming through Blanchimont. He's closing. But again, Thrustmaster Movano is going to have a little bit of a tail end of the draft of the Acme Racing prototype in front of him, as the Acme Racing just straight lines the chicane.
And in GT, Stephen McGarvey has gotten past the Team Chimera car of Simon Trendell. Now that should about be it. There is the IRDK Assault Racing, but with a lap and a half left to go, there's certainly not enough time. 1 minute and 44 on the ticker. Let's see, where is that Coanda Sim Sport car? They're just going into Lake Home, so it's going to be this lap, I believe this lap plus one maybe. It's actually going to be extraordinarily tight. This will be potentially the final lap here. And looking back to the Movano prototype and the Radicals prototype, they are very close. Here comes the overspeed. Here comes the draft from Paul Ilbrink. Which way will he go? They go around the Simitok GTS car, and it's wheel to wheel going into the Lacombe complex. Paul Ilbrink ends up having to back off and give it to Tommaso Carla, but he should be able to gain speed through the next couple of corners. No, Tommaso Carla covers, and just like that, he is able to continue to pull away the Friction Sim Sport car. They ran about a 2-second slower lap that last time by. He's trying to get around John Hall. He is still plenty of space, about 4 seconds ahead of the other two prototypes, so that should be fairly uncontested. So it's just keeping our eyes on Tommaso Carla and Paul Ilbrink in the prototype field. And in where is Coanda Sim Sport now? They're working on towards the final lap. So, okay, so this will be the white flag this next time's by as he's going into the bus stop chicane right now. And so he's going to take that right-hander and then the left-hander uphill. And there will be 17, 15, 14, 13. Okay, so yep, white flag is in the air. This is going to be it for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and Mitchell de Jong takes the white flag here as he will now be leading the motor race. It was originally Core Sim Sport. They were having
Movano got held up though.
So they were having a fantastic run of it. Core Sim Sport was. It just wasn't in the cards. There was an incident involving, and as Coanda decides to have the fastest lap of the motor race that last time by, it's still a 10th off of Core Sim Sport, which is the saddest part. But either way, Marcos Hamilton takes the white flag. Tommaso Carla takes the white flag. Paul Ilbrink takes the white flag. And as well as the Van Devel car, Dell will take the white flag. MSP drivers home close to taking the white flag. So everyone just about settled in getting ready. And I think the closest battle that we're going to see here is that Movano and Radicals online. But where is that Coanda car working through the second sector now? So plenty of time left on the racing track to get their way through. It's Tommaso Carla versus Paul Ilbrink. Ilbrink with, of course, the black and yellow helmet that he's been carrying for just about ever, and Tommaso Carla that nearly all red. They go around the Hellenic racing car. Could that be springboarding? No. They'll go into Rivage, corner number 8, corner number 9. Barely a hair's breadth between the two of them. Tommaso Carla getting a better exit. He comes through No Name corner right now. Paul Ilbrink in complete pursuit through Puan. They will go, and will Paul Ilbrink perhaps have a better win through it? Of course, the air being a little lighter behind. They'll actually have the team dipped, but they will go right around 3 wide, right around that team DFTBA car, and they are still right up and close together. Dramatic running here to finish out the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps here in the Neo Endurance Series. Another one. There's the Team RSO car. They'll get on by on the inside. The Team RSO car will try to give them as much room as they can as they're now pressuring and pushing. If they had another lap as Coanda comes across the start-finish line, Mitchell de Jong, he will win with his teammates Marty Piatella and Marty Piatella and Mitchell de Jong, just 2 today. Looking down back now to Tommaso Carla and Paul Ilbrink towards the finish. If they had one more lap, they could catch Marcus Hamilton, but it's just not in the cards. Tommaso Carla and Paul Ilbrink will be going into the bus stop chicane. Paul trying his best to get a good stop. No, it's not going to happen. Tommaso Carla will finish in 3rd, finishing out your podium here in the prototype division. Looking now, Tobias Zerny. He's going to cross the start-finish line as in that 5th position. It's now going to go to Van Devel. Here, that GT car is coming into the final couple of corners here as here they come. It's Van Devel Sim Racing. They're just 3 seconds behind Heisenveld Core Motorsports. I mean, you got to feel for those guys. They had a long race, but you got to give it to Van Devel. Juan Lopez will take the victory here with Maricari Soja. Another 2 driver team as that number 32 car takes the victory in GT. Now, where in GTS is that MSP Drivers Home 85 car as they're going to start coming across the line? Yep, here they are. It is Lucas Stockton at MSP Drivers Home. They started just outside the pole in GTS, and now they've crossed the start-finish line. They are winners here in the GTS series, the only other car to cross the start-finish line first, other than that Pure Racing team car, which is a DNF today. And so Lucas Stockton kicks the traction control off, and he'll throw it into donuts. And Cisco, will go to you first. Well, that was a finish, I have to say. I mean, the Movano car, it was just too much for that Radicals Online car. They finish out the podium.
Yeah, and that was a great battle to the end there, but just not enough time. Radicals might have had him if they had a little bit more time. But nonetheless, a great battle in prototypes here. And across the field, the great battle we had in GT1 between Vendavel and Core for a long time there. And just GTS as well. Just great battles all around the field. Great racing here from Spa.
Connery, do you have anything at least for the prototype battles first? We'll take a look at prototype first, but that was a dramatic finish. We don't normally get finishes like that, and you got to give it to Coanda. That was a great run.
Yeah, that really was a great one. It was all up in the air over whether who would take this race win all the way until that final stop, and then they absolutely nailed that last stint. They nailed the stop, they nailed the in-lap, they nailed the out-lap, and then Mitchell de Jong just took it all the way from there. But First Master Movano versus Radicals Online, that was a fantastic little bit of spice to end the race. And as you said in the broadcast, when they were fighting, Cam, if they had one more lap, they could have ended up passing Marcus Hamilton in that, damage-stricken Friction Motorsport car.
All right, results popping up on screen right now. I'm sure Hugo will be queuing me up that music that I love to hear so very much. So here we are, 6 hours of racing. Actually, not even 6 hours, 1 minute and 52 seconds. So almost an entire lap extra. Of course, the 24 hours of Le Mans, March 25th and 26th. And of course, that will be in a month and a half bit's time. But let's take a look at the results. It's VRS Coanda Simsport. The number 1 car finishes in first. Friction Simsport will come home in second, actually pulling alongside just as I was saying that. Perfectly timed, gentlemen. But the Movano car already having pulled into pit lane. So it is a great run from Friction Simsport. They had this strategy, tried to at least, but it just didn't come out to pass. Thrustmaster Movano coming home in third. Radicals Online coming home in the fourth position as the Pure Racing Team Black will come home in fifth. Team Chimera's prototype, 34 seconds off your leaders. Actually, a full lap off your leaders. The Team Chimera will come home in sixth. Team GT in seventh. Reactive Sim Racing in eighth. Fusion Racing in ninth. JCL Sim Racing in your 10th position. Acme Racing will finish in the 11th position. That brings us to GT. GT, what a dramatic finish. Vendavel ended up taking it away from Heisenvelt Core Motorsports at the end. PRT comes home in third position. VRS Coanda Simsport. I mean, out of all of the dramas that they had in that Corvette, they still salvaged a fourth place finish, even after serving 2 stop and hold penalties. One for 15 seconds, one for 20 seconds. So very impressive run from that Coanda, but you gotta wonder, what if? For Phoenix Motorsports, another Corvette will come home in fifth. Thrustmaster Movano Racing's GT effort will come home in sixth. SimRC.de Iris in seventh. Eighth will go to Stephen McGarvey's piloted SRN Motorsports and the rest of that SRN team. Team Chimera in ninth, their GT effort. The Racing Lions in 10th. Torque Freak 11th. IRDK Assault's Corvette in 12th. Torrent Motorsports Aston Martin in 13th. 14th goes to the Aston Martin of SimRC.de Crimson. Looking into the GTS field, it'll go to MSP Drivers Home. The first winners here in GTS, that's not named Pure Racing Team after the PRT car had a massive incident. So MSP Drivers Home piloted Lucas Stockton and the rest of that team having come away with it. Just looks like it was Lucas Jastak and Julian Granastel for that driving for the day. Shinya Machimi Sim Racing, a great finish for those guys. They'll finish in second in GTS. Thrustmaster Movano's GTS effort in third. Odox Motorsport Samsung in fourth. Team RSO, the Rennsport Online boys, will come home in fifth. Team Don't Forget to Be Awesome in sixth. MSP Drivers Homes 83. Mercedes will come home in seventh. Radicals Online Pro-Am 8th. Team GT GTS 9th. Hellenic Racing in 10th. Gathering Tweakers GTS in 11th, IRDK Endurance in 12th, Atomic in 13th, Simitalk Esport in 14th, and then that's when you start getting into the Walking Wounded. Core Sim Racing's prototype, they would have, but they had incidents. That Core Sim Racing car finishes many laps down, as well as Mad Cape, the PRT GTS car, the Gecko Vortex car, the Radicals Online GT1 car, and then the Core Sim Racing GTS car. So that is your full results as they stand, with there are two penalties that are looking at post-race, but we certainly won't be hearing from that anytime soon. So with that, well, we'll see. We'll see if maybe perhaps we should take a little bit of an advertisement break, just a smidge, just to recollect everything, just to get everything sorted, and see who comes up here for driver interviews. And we'll be right back after just a few moments with post-race interviews. Do stick by, and if you are heading out, thank you very much for making Race Spot TV part of your day, but do stick around. It is driver interviews for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. You're watching Race Spot TV. We'll be right back. Dirt racing, of course, will be arriving, quote, end quote, soon. Now, back to the action that has just concluded here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. The engines have been quieted. The echoes of the loud engines are no longer going through the Ardennes, and now cars sitting on pit lane, crews looking through them, drivers climbing out of their cars and joining us in the Race Spot TV booth here on iRacing Live. Let's see here. Hello, everybody. Again, Cam Walsh, Cisco Scaramuza, Connery Maddock for post-race here on the new Endurance Series. Let's take a look at perhaps whom we have to interview from the race-winning Koana car. Well, we have Mitchell de Jong and Marty Piatella here. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Nope. Okay. So, Mitchell, we'll talk with you first. You were the one that crossed the line, and I have to say, what a great run from you guys. The Cora car really seemed to have your number, but that fell by the wayside, and you managed to put the fastest lap of the motor race in for your car 1 lap before the finish. Take me through your run at the 6 hours of Spa.
Yeah, thanks. It was a great race. I had to take a bit of a break for about a month from iRacing and got back on here on Thursday. So yeah, it was a lot of fun and a bit tough with all the traffic. Everyone did a great job in traffic, but just the nature of the track, you lose so much time, and I think we ended up losing like 20 something seconds in the first stint from that. So it's just a matter of kind of working on our strategy, making sure we're going to be good at the end. And then, unfortunately, Core had their incident, and it kind of gifted us the lead, and just tried to be solid from there. And then on the last stint, it was a lot of fun. I got to do a bit of kind of hot lapping, trying to get the fastest lap, but they kept catching traffic at the wrong time. But no, it was a great deal.
Now, so that's going to put you guys at 3 victories for this season. That'll mean that, well, you've got a 50% win record. You can make that a little bit higher. Le Mans coming in just a little bit, a month and a couple of days. Well, hopefully you can take some rolling out of this. You've won the last 2. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if you were in contention for the victory at Le Mans, I suppose, but it's a 24-hour race. You can't even talk with stuff like that because, well, that's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 24-hour race is crazy. Anything can happen. I mean, anything can happen in a 6-hour race too. So, with that, it's just a matter of making sure you do everything you can right, and hope you're there at the end. We'll have to find out.
Absolutely. Marty, you did pretty much the entirety of that middle stint almost. I think Mitchell did more overall laps, but it seemed like things were really touch and go when you were driving the car, simply because there was a lot of incidents going on track. How did your full run go? I mean, it seemed, I know we talked just after you climbed out of the car, but it seemed pretty rough out there in that stint time.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult at times. I mean, I would on the worst laps I would lose like 5 seconds to the friction car. But that's kind of how endurance racing works, and it's part of it. And yeah, you just have to kind of do the best that you can, and yeah, and we did today, and here we are.
Yeah, absolutely. Here you are indeed. Now, it is just the 2 of you driving today. Obviously, you'll hopefully, anyways, you'll have more people for the 24 hours of Le Mans, the next race. But it's got to be a bit difficult going into the game plan, knowing you've only got 2 people. I imagine you got to be a little bit exhausted.
Not really. I mean, the Le Mans race, I think Mitchell did 11 hours and I did 10. So yeah, we've kind of gotten used to this.
That's because you're crazy, but all right.
That's true.
Either way, well, just closing out a great run from both you guys in that Coanda car. Mitchell, we'll just ask you first. Anybody you'd like to thank or give a shout out to?
Yeah, absolutely. Huge thanks to all my teammates for letting me drive in this race. Great job to Marty for doing the heavy lifting kind of in the middle when all the crazy is happening. Husingfeld, Anwarn Design, SimQuip, Race Spot, and Dual Real Timing, and then everyone else that's helped us, all other teammates that are kind of in the background making sure we're doing our job, and yeah.
Now, Marty, anything you'd like to add?
Not much. I mean, of course, most important bit is the team. The support that we've had from the whole gang has been really awesome this race, and yeah, every race really. So it's really really awesome to be in this kind of group. But yeah, apart from that, of course, the home pit crew as well, the usual wife and dog. Ja, terveisiä äitille.
Right. So Marty, Mitchell, thank you very much for joining us here in the booth. We wish you guys the very best, and we'll see you in France.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So with that is your race-winning Coanda team. Now we'll quickly go then to Cisco Scaramuza with the MSP Drivers Home number 85 car, and they are going to be standing around by with Cisco.
Yep, standing by with the MSP Drivers Home number 85 car. You guys had a pretty good run. You finished first in class. How was it out there?
Lucas, you.
Yeah, it was a really great race for us. We started from second place and just tucked in behind the pure GTS car in the first couple of laps. And then when the HBDs came from behind, just all hell broke loose. And there was, it was pretty chaotic in these laps. So I thought, yeah, maybe just slow it down a bit, and it's a 6-hour race, and after all, I think that was the right decision, because in the first 1 or 2 hours, a lot of our opponents crashed or had bad incidents. So yeah, really happy. First win last week at the Nürburgring, also last time at the Nürburgring. We had a lot of bad luck. I think we could have got there on the podium too. But nevertheless, great race today. And yeah, just happy.
And you guys, of course, your first win here, and you win home the class. And just looking at the timing sheets and everything like that, you had about more or less about half a minute on Shinya Mashimi Sim Racing there. You guys were able, the PRT car had a lot of trouble here tonight, and that allowed you guys to really take control of this race. Did it change a lot of your strategy, or does a lot of it change once you know, oh, we're in that lead now, or was it the same game plan for you guys all through the race?
Yeah. You.
I don't think so. We went straight for our strategy, and we didn't change anything. Even though Pure or the other teams crashed out, so we're going to plan all the race.
Oh, you guys finished first here, and sponsor shoutouts. Who gets it done for you in the MSP Drivers Home team?
First of all, of course, Lucas. He deserves it more than I do, I guess. And then a big shout out to you guys. Your coverage is awesome. We love it. We love this competition so much, and you make this the sim racing business big. Without you, it wouldn't be such a great thing, I guess. And last but not least, big shout out and greetings to our friend Sotiris, who passed away last year. So we want to dedicate this race to him.
That's awesome, guys. MSP Drivers Home 85. They finish first in your GTS class.
Ouch. And yep, all right, I'm awake. And so either way, yes, thanks, guys. We'll see you at VLN, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Nürburgring, always awesome. So.
All right. Well, we'll see you there, guys. Thanks very much for hopping into the booth with us. So let's see here. We have the Shinya Machimi guys. They finished in second. So yeah, sure. Let's bring them on board here. So Connery, it seems that today is a very GTS-filled run of it. So why don't you take it away with the Shinya Machimi Sim Racing guys?
Yeah, I have two of the guys from Shinya Mashimi Sim Racing down here. We'll come to you first, Enzo. Fantastic run out there, I gotta say. That's your highest place finished in this series. Second place, how does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Thank you. We did ourselves proud today. We worked hard for this event, and we got a good result. Firstly, thank you to you guys for putting on a great show. Enjoyed watching you while my teammates were driving, and I was taking it easy. And thanks to for the organisers for a great event. I think this was a great showcase of their their events. Great race today. We've had pace to challenge for the top spots all throughout the season, but unfortunately we've had a bit of unluck here and there. Sebring, the first event, we were second place, and sort of lost it the last couple of laps. So to actually get it to fruition and finish it off and finish in second place is a great result for us.
Yeah, man, I think that result, because you finished so far ahead of the Pure Racing Team GTS guys, that with the double points, you actually have a mathematical chance of winning the GTS division overall. It's kind of an outside chance, but it's definitely a chance indeed. And coming to you, Philippe, looking towards Le Mans now, the 24-hour race, are you guys prepared?
Well, the preparing has to be done, forwards in time, so we've already discussed what we will run, what we will not run. I think all of the guys have the experience already. We've done a 24-hour race, so we kind of know what to expect.
Yeah, of course, that prior experience is going to be oh so important in that race. Do you guys have any extra guys joining you for that one?
I think it's going to be the standard lineup, just us four, so pretty much the lineup from today. Me, Henzo, Shinya, and Kresimir, so I think that's the complete lineup.
Yep, and any shout-outs you want to give, just very quickly?
Big thank you to our sponsors, Joel Real Timing and Nocturne Visual, and to you guys for making this possible.
Well, thank you very much. And that was the two drivers from Shimya Mashimi Racing. That was Vincenzo Amico and Filip Mitrevski. Back to you, Cam.
All right, so let us get Tobias Zerny in here. Finish out the GTS. Cisco, very quickly go with Tobias, and then we'll get Joad Caroni and Lauren Heinrich in.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool, Tobias. I'm used to seeing you in the MX class in VLN, but you're in the Mercedes here. You finished 5th in class. How was it for you guys in Rennsport?
Yeah, hello guys. Yeah, we had a great setup, great pace. Qualifying position wasn't that good, but as we were like 2-3 tenths of a second still left, and we couldn't catch them up. But 7th place in the starting grid. Race was pretty good, I would say, for the majority. We obviously benefited from the contact that happened ahead of us, and yeah, we were confident to maybe finish again on the podium at great pace, I would say. Until, yeah, unfortunately Stefan had a disconnect in his final lap, like a 1 minute 50, 1 minute 30 away from the pit entry. He had a disconnect, and yeah, we got a tow and lost like a minute.
Yeah, and that's a tough pill to swallow at Spa, but you guys are looking forward to the 24 hours of Le Mans. How are you guys feeling for that?
Yeah, the Le Mans, I hope that we will be competitive there as well. Unfortunately, I would say so far we haven't put any practice into Le Mans. I've only done a couple of GT1 laps there when it was released, so we will see how we will get up to pace. We will, of course, bring also, I think, every member of our team that registered here for the series, so 6 or even all the 7 drivers available there for the 24 hours, and we are really looking forward to it. I think it will be a great experience, the very first time for myself, 24 hours at Le Mans, and interesting competitive field here, so I think it will be a cracker, and yeah, I think we should start practicing for Le Mans to finally show again what we are capable of with the AMG.
Absolutely. Well, before we let you go, sponsor shout outs. Who gets it done for you guys at Rennsport Online?
I want to give a shout out to our newest sponsor, which is also SimLab. I think this was also here sponsored by SimLab here, the Spa race, the new series. Another shout out to all my teammates that pressed thumbs, and was a great race, and we are really looking forward to the next ones.
All right, that's Tobias Zerny. Their team finished 5th in GTS. Tobias, congratulations. We'll see you at Le Mans.
Yeah, thank you. Goodbye.
And with the Team Rennsport Online guys sorted out and away, and also Tobias, say hi to your brother. from us. We are going to just take a quick jump up to, let's get both of them in here, why don't we? Just so we don't leave anybody out of it. But we're going to talk to Joan Caroni first, as I'm sure I've been saying that probably all race long, wrong, but the JCL Sim Racing guys. Mr. Caroni, you seem to have had a fairly decent race here today. You came home in 10th overall. You started in 13th. Good race here.
Yeah, it was a good race, but just the first stint we had a little incident with GT1 because of a net code, but we lost 16 seconds in the pit, but it was just in the door to don't do the splash and dash, so it was we just lost 16 seconds, but the rest of the race was pretty good.
Well, pretty good. You guys ended up finishing further than where you started, and the car looked like it was in, for the most part, one piece at the end of it. So that is always a good thing to have here. You guys have had a fairly decent season, I believe. You've had a couple of rough spots at Circuit of the Americas and Motegi. But overall, though, I mean, you guys are learning time after time, and now you get guys next race, you get to go home to France. So I'm sure you guys are excited in the JCL team for that.
Yeah, we are really excited, but we're still learning, as you said. Maybe next year we're gonna do a better result, but for the moment it's learning. The pace is really high. The traffic is really hard to pass. We have to work on pace and passing traffic first for the next round and the next race as well in the Proto GT series. But yeah, we are happy with the P10 and the other results.
Well, either way, and of course, you and your teammate Damien Hasluis and Johan Laspanasi, or Laspanisi, or something to that effect. I'm sorry, I am horrible with French names. I'll get better by the time I get to France in a month's time, I promise. But either way, anybody you'd like to give a shout out to or thank before we let you go?
Thank you for the organization. Thank you for you to be here and good streaming. And yeah, see you next time.
Yeah, we'll see you next time indeed. So Joan Caroni from the JCL Sim Racing prototype, the number 27, coming home today in 10th position. We'll see you in France. You have a good one.
Thank you. Bye.
And Connery, we'll get our sole GT1 interviewee, the Lauren Heinrich piloting the PRT GT1 car, coming home in 3rd. And Connery, you go ahead.
Yeah, indeed. Pure Racing Team GT perhaps finally getting a relatively decent result on the 3rd step of the podium in your GT class. Hello there, Lauren Heinrich. Must feel very good to finally get a good result.
Yes, definitely. We didn't have good results in this season until this race, but this race we found at least a drivable setup, and we were around the same pace with the guys in front of us, and we could finish on P3.
Yeah, just looking at the points before this race, you were down in around about 12th place in that GT division on 22 points, tied with the Racing Alliance team. No doubt that this 3rd place position will jump you up a couple of spots. There's quite close in the mid-pack of in terms of points in the GT division, but looking forward to Le Mans now. I'm guessing you guys are all set. Of course, Pure Racing Team are very organized in what they do. But also you'll have a couple of other teams from the GES joining you for that one as well. So it's going to be a Pure Racing Team stacked field. How are you feeling about it?
Yes, in Le Mans we will have, I think, 4 teams. 2 GT3 teams, 1 LMP and 1 GT1. But we have to drive with 2 drivers only in our GT1, so 12 hours each. It will be a pretty hard race, but we are highly motivated after our 3rd place now.
Yeah, as one of your drivers is going to have to do at least 12 hours in the car. And obviously, not all at once, of course. You guys will be taking turns, just taking breaks. But doing the 24 hours in with only 2 drivers, that's going to be very tough.
Yes, definitely. You have to be really patient with the HPDs and with the traffic, and it's very important to keep the car without damage. That's the key to win, I think.
Yeah, indeed it may be. And any shout-outs to any sponsors or people help you guys out at PRT?
Yes, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, iRacing and Autohaus Wallmeyer, and for this nice broadcast from you.
Well, thank you very much. That was Lauren Heinrich of the PRT GT effort. And Cam will be going back to you because I think Justin Fuller will be coming in for an interview in just a moment.
He will, and we have to at least just say, just for a moment, the battle between the Corvette and the Aston Martin has been getting closer and closer, and I have to say, hopefully, Cisco, at least going through to Le Mans, hopefully we can see a good battle between the two. I mean, that Coanda car, if they didn't have an issue, if they didn't have those I'd say issues, they were their own issues, but if they didn't have those penalties, they would have been really right on up there.
Yeah, and it's a shame that had to happen, but you know, it was a bunch of just accidents, and you know, for Coanda, it absolutely took them out of this race. But it's something to learn on, and it's something to, you know, take with you when you go to Le Mans. Which, I mean, this was 6 hours of Spa. They're going 4 times that when they go to Le Mans. Or 6 hours of Spa, it's 4 times that when they go to Le Mans.
Yeah, there you go. There's some math for you. But
we'll figure it out.
Hopefully the Corvettes can have a handle, as here comes John Fuller and Joris. So we'll get them in here. Apparently Hugo has things to do. But John Fuller, we'll start with you. The Corvette seemed a bit more of a competitive weapon here at Spa-Francorchamps. Take me through your day.
Well, our day actually started yesterday. I started having problems with my wheel disconnecting, and so we were a little bit nervous going into that. Thought I had the problem solved, and then during practice prior to the race, had a disconnect again. So it was a tough day, and we just really couldn't be happier with our result.
And you guys finished it was 16th overall, but in class that was good enough for a 5th position. So very good finish. I think one of your best finishes to date, I have to say. Oh, that's the prototype field. That's why. Yeah, no, you're 8th in standings. That'll definitely help you guys up. But yeah, it's never fun when you're dealing with constant technical issues. We did have 1 or 2 retirements due to technical issues here today. So yeah, very happy we were able to keep it through. And Joris, the Corvette, it seemed to be a little bit more on par. I mean, the Coanda car certainly was able to compete. You guys were right on up there, and looking forward to Le Mans. I mean, it's just a wonder to see how close you guys are going to be on pace.
Yeah, we don't know yet. I think the Aston will be strong there as well, with the S's at the end of the lap. But we just have to do our own race like we did today. I was having some technical issues for my own, by the way. So I think it was an interesting race for us, to say the least, and we're very happy with the result.
Well, and we're happy that you guys were able to work through all those issues. I mean, it's not fun not having all of those issues and all the things that everyone else normally has. So either way, looking forward to Le Mans. She'll have the full complement of drivers. And thanks very much for hopping in the booth with us. Is there anybody you would like to give a shout out to or thanks before we send you guys off to France?
Well, we have our spotter, George, who does all the brains work behind the scenes, and also our painter, Jose Almeida, who did the paint job again, which is awesome, by the way. So yeah, we're happy with those guys.
Well, thank you very much. John, anything you got to add?
Well, thanks to John Hall for having good equipment that he could manage to do 4 stints for us today.
Yes, that's... as always, it's always handy. So either way, Thanks, guys, for hopping in the booth with us. I know it's a little late, but we figured we might as well cover all the bases. We wish you guys the best of luck over in France, and we'll see you for the 24 hours of Le Mans. Thanks very much for hopping in the booth with us.
Okay, thanks, Cam and RaceBot.
And so with that, we'll start closing it up. Hugo can start queuing up the music so he can get on. And so this has been a RaceBot TV production, of course, brought to you live on iRacing Live, and produced, of course, by RaceBot TV. Production staff Hugo Louis, and of course, Will Vincent, Andorn Design, Esteban Ballo on the cameras, as well as the whole cast and crew of commentators that we've had. Cisco Scaramusa joining me and Connery Maddock here today at Spa. Of course, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, powered by RaceBot, will be March 25th and 26th, 2017 at the Circuit de la Sarthe. And it will be broadcast in full here live on iRacing Live and RaceBot TV. So do stick around for that. Of course, all the promotional material I'm sure will be rolling out not too long from now. But for all of us here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, what a race! GT1 obviously took the crown today, as we congratulate VRS Koana Sim Sport, the Vendevil Sim Racing GT1 car, and the MSP Drivers Home 85 car. Congratulations to all of them for their victories in their classes, and we will see you all in France. And for all of us here, have a good rest of your day. So long from Spa.